There's no such guarantee. If there were, automata. Now, I want to switch to another aspect of illusion. The quickness of the hand deceives the eye. And that is, of course, the great illusion of what we call matter. Density, impenetrability, opacity. I find it hard to talk about the illusion of matter because I'm a materialist. That is to say, I like material. And though I may seem to you to be quite self-contradictory. For example, a wine should have body, pure alcohol doesn't. And it's terribly important in human character for there to be a blend of materialism and mysticism, between sensuality and spirituality. You see, people who are purely sensuous and materialistic get very boring. You can fill your lives with all good things, with Alfa Romeos and hi-fis and wonderful cameras and girls with beautiful bodies and Chris Crafts and dry martinis and Chanel No. 5. And after a while, if that's all you've got, it gets sickening and the bottles feel like plastic. Martinis taste like medicine. And somehow, you get a distaste for life, and even for mountains and trees and waters. And then on the other hand, the purely spiritual approach to things is too rarefied, too earnest, too abstract, too purely Euclidean. And the people who are intensely spiritual and don't have any sensuality are always desperately serious, colorless, lacking in humor, and never are able to meet one as man to man with a kind of a friendly leer in the eye. That's terribly important. They live at a level of frantic intensity. I see these two extremes need each other. Say spirituality needs a beer and a loud burp, and sensuality needs a rough blanket and a hard bed and a cold night with the stars, to wonder about. The sensualist as such, the materialist as such, has no wonder, and the mystic, the pure mystic, has no body. He's pure alcohol. Spirit. So, if then one should say that material is an illusion, this seems to be selling out to the spirit people and to the mystics. And so Christian scientists are, generally speaking, as personalities, totally lacking in materialism. And they're prissy and lacking in color, and their churches are very, very disagreeable. They're all reading desks, and they're too bookish, and they have no ritual, no ceremonies, no verve, you see? It's all cerebral. And likewise, when people get the wrong idea about Hinduism or Buddhism, they go into this same ultra-mysticism. They start disbelieving in all material pleasures as crutches. And it's very bad to have crutches, you see. You shouldn't take aspirin when you've got a headache. You shouldn't wear glasses. You shouldn't show dependence on anything. You mustn't like your food too much, because that's becoming gluttonous. So you eat very plain food, which is not spiced, and you eat it out of a sense of duty. That is to keep the body functioning. You drink only water, because other drinks might cause certain dependencies and give you too much pleasure. And because the idea is, you see, you've got to control your mind and keep it absolutely calm and still so that you are not dependent on matter. And that's altogether the wrong approach because, it is a game you can play. It is one of these possible things. You can play the Jehovah's Witness game. You can play the three-seated Spirit Baptist game. All these are various things which you could play, just as you can take up a hobby for bridge or fishing or something like that. But what happens is, you see, that the notion that the material world is an illusion is turned into a judgment of value. If it's an illusion, therefore it's bad. I ought not to be under this illusion. Well, the reality of the matter is that if you see that the material world is an illusion, you can enjoy it a great deal better than if you think it isn't. A true materialist, therefore, is one who knows that material is an illusion. Then he's not afraid of it. Then he can enter into the dance of material with real zest. Because you see, if you're a false, a fake materialist, what's happened? You borrowed money to buy yourself a Cadillac, an impressive house, a ranch style with a picture window and a patio and a swimming pool, and you bought a lot of stock, and you somehow wangled the money and borrowed it, and you keep lying awake nights wondering if you're going to make the payments. There's no point in that at all. Well, how can you possibly enjoy all this jazz? If that's the kind of jazz you want to enjoy, you've got to worry about whether you pay for it or not. And you get hopelessly involved, commitments here, commitments there, and finally you have a nervous breakdown and shoot yourself. The only way to enjoy material is to disbelieve in it, just as one can disbelieve in money. Then you can have zest for it, you see? Otherwise, it's much better to be poor. I mean, if you have no taste for this kind of life and no real interest in it, but feel that somehow you ought to have it for status reasons, it's much better to stay poor. Not have any of that stuff at all. So, then this is the important thing I'm trying to say. Material is an illusion, but a great illusion. And the point is to swing it, and not to run away from it on the one hand, or to get stuck on it in the other. Then you can play with it. Just like a wheel going around. If the wheel is too loose on the axle, it wobbles all over the place. If it's too tight, it won't revolve. You kind of sit loose, you see, to this thing. Not too loose, though. Now, in what way, then, is the material world an illusion? Well, we know a lot about this now from our physics. And we know that what we call solidity is force. Contained force. The agitation of particles or wavicles or whatever they are at such an immense speed that they become impenetrable to other agitations. So that when I put my foot on the floor, the reason it doesn't go through the floor is that the floor is coming into existence and going out of existence so rapidly that there is no interval through which my foot can penetrate. Like an airplane propeller, you can't put your head through it without getting it chopped off. Only that if it were going far faster still, it wouldn't even cut your head off. It would just be like banging your head against a brick wall. And it has to be going fast too within an extraordinarily small and restricted space. The airplane propeller is whizzing around through a considerable space in relation to the size of the head. But if it were going much faster, but through much smaller spaces, you see, then it would be like banging your head against a brick wall. So what we've got in our so-called physical objective world is a behavior of energy where matter arises from it through its behavior in restricted spaces. Density is a quality of space rather than a quality of matter. You see what I mean? I gave the illustration of the airplane propeller to try and show that. So that all this is an electronic diaphanous world. Very similar to other creations of electronic patterns, the dance of forms on the TV screen, the rainbow, the aurora borealis. It's all fundamentally like that. Only we are of the same kind of jazz, you see. Our bodies are this dance too. And therefore, the physical world feels real to us. In other words, it feels solid, because we're something of the same kind. If we were on a different wavelength, we'd walk right through it. In the same way as radio waves come right through the house. They are of such a nature that they can penetrate the spaces, the interstices, or in some way jazz signals through. And but we are on the same wavelength, you see, as the wall, and so don't go through it. But nevertheless, the whole cosmos is therefore a function of energy, or you could say of light, something like light, and therefore we and it are all diaphanous. Now, it's easier to see that if you live in a medium where things aren't so dense. creature as intelligent as man. And this lives in a medium that is less dense. And this is the dolphin. The dolphin is a mammal. And many millions of years ago, it seems that dolphins were living on the land. But they are very clever. And they decided that the land was no place to live. Because getting food was difficult, and you had to lug yourself around. And there were many, many bad shows about the land. It had very curious changes of temperature. It became unspeakably cold and unspeakably hot. And you had, in fact, to work. Well, no sensible person ever works. I never work, I get paid for playing. And everybody should do that. That's the mark of an educated man, is that eventually he gets a job where he's paid for playing. And a worker, or a proletarian, isn't necessarily a poor man. There are lots of a poor man like, say, Selig Morgenrath or Eric Barker around here, they're not proletarians. A proletarian is a person who is fettered to the process of work. That is to say, to doing chores every day that he really doesn't like and that aren't in the least interesting in order to go on living. So the dolphins decided this is ridiculous, this land existence, and they went back to the water. And it's pretty easy to fish. You see, there are plenty of fish in the water and things to eat. Because we know the ocean is the greatest food supply in the world. And when they've eaten a few fish or whatever they need, they decided just to have a ball. So the dolphin can get abreast of a ship, get one of the wakes coming out on the side, can set its tail at an angle of 26 degrees, and be pushed along by the ship. And it's not going anywhere. There's no reason to go along there. As you know, so it had to get to another part of the sea. The sea is pretty much the same all through. But they're just going, boom. And they chatter and dance, and they're really highly civilized beings. And so, please don't anybody ever kill dolphins or be unkind to dolphins, because they're exemplary, high-minded creatures. And we shall soon discover this. As soon as we can set up communication with them, they will tell us all about it, and we will then invent a new style of civilization based on frolic. But you see, they dance in the mode of water. Now, human beings, as Toynbee has pointed out, as their civilization progresses, they begin to lose their roots. And they are less and less tied to the land. They go into the air. And what's going to happen, if man develops without blowing himself to bits, if he can get over the hurdle, you see, that dangerous point, is that gradually all roads are going to disappear. And the earth will have centers of human habitation, you see, but no roads. They'll be as obsolete as railroad tracks, because everybody will fly. And once the medium of air is much more fluid than the medium of water, and as we fly, you see, on the land, your values are all values of permanence, solidity, firmness. They're architectonic in the sense of our great stone structures, pyramids, and things like that. But in the air and on the water, all values are fluid. And what you have to know to be a good airman is, of course, stars. Like whitethroats and other migrating birds migrate by the stars. Imagine. But once you start relating yourself to the stars, you realize that you're living in a universe where directions are all relative. And you become a being capable of existing in non-solidity. And that's why Buckminster Fuller, believed that all techniques and really all culture came from the sea. The men who first learned to sail were the wise men. He has a fantastic idea that there were initiates, great priests who were ship's captains, and that though some of their humble seamen didn't know all the secrets, but these priests were the first people who knew that the world was round. And that gives one an entirely different theology, you see, than if you believe that the world is flat. And so from the priests of the ocean, the landsmen learned how to use cranes, blocks and tackles, how to build, what a good house an overturned ship made. And so to this day, a cathedral has a nave as its central auditorium, nave from Latin navis, ship, showing the connections between ships and the first temples. And so Fuller goes on to say, now if you're a good architect, as the ancient architects learned from the ocean, first thing you should do when you get through architectural school is go and work in an airplane factory. And understand the beautiful thing that man has made in a fine, fine airplane, you see, which is as great as a bird in its own way, because that's the architecture of insecurity. And it really lives with insecurity. Well, let's have an intermission. So then I was talking to you this morning about the dynamics of energy, about the way in which we select vibrations, and about the basic principles of meditation as it is understood in yoga and in Buddhism and in Zen, as a process for bringing about mental quiet, which is not pure passivity, mental limpness, just as physical relaxation is not physical limpness, as if you were a wet rag over a clothesline. In the process of meditation, one is completely aware of all sensory inputs. You don't try to shut out your senses. And although it may be helpful, say, to begin in meditation by closing the eyes, in Zen philosophy of meditation, you don't close your eyes. If you do, you're called a denizen of the dark cavern. You look at the floor in front of you, about 4 feet, and you allow the light to play with your eyes without putting any names on these patterns of light and shade and color, just as you allow the sound waves in the air to play with your ears. But you don't put any name upon it. You allow yourself to be in a non-conceptual way. Now, the importance of this, the practical effect, although when you're in meditation, you're not concerned with practical effects. Practical effects accrue as a byproduct, just as happiness, which cannot be pursued, is only a byproduct of being interested in something else. But the disease of civilization is that we confuse the world of symbols with the world of reality. As I said this morning, you all know what reality is. And it doesn't have to be explained to you. And if you try to define it, you become a professional philosopher, and you will eventually shrivel up and die. But you know what it is. It's this. So, we are in a very serious condition in the world today. We are trying to make as the goals of life the attainment of pleasures that really exist on paper only. And the chief example of this is lots of money. There are no limits to the amount of money you can make if you're sufficiently clever and sufficiently ruthless. You can go on and on and on and on. But there are very strict limits to the amount of beef you can eat at one meal, to the amount of girls you can give, to whom you can give adequate satisfaction, to the number of houses you can live in, to the amount of clothes you can wear. You can have, supposing you wore 3 suits a day, and you wanted to be different all the time, all right, there are 365 days of the year, multiply that by 3, and that's enough for anyone who dresses also. But that there is a real limit. And you would consider, if you were wearing a completely different suit for 1/3 of the day, and you never wore it again, after a while that would become a bit absurd. you might find a favorite suit, one that you felt suited you. What is a suit except something that suits you? And you would go back to it. And you would want that one again. Same with a woman. You find you've got a favorite one. And you want to go back to her and keep her around. See? And you have a house. You can have hundreds of houses if you're very rich. But you find you have a favorite one and you want to go back. So there are limits to what we can enjoy in a material, physical, real sense. Although I must say, when I say real, and I also join with that the word physical and material, the real world is not necessarily physical or material. The ideas that come out of the history of Western culture that we say physical or material, these are purely conceptual. You see, when somebody says, I'm a materialist, and I think there is nothing but material, see, and all the spiritual stuff is just fantasy. The idea of material is itself fantasy. These flowers are not material. Material is an idea, is a concept. These flowers, you can only understand by looking at them and feeling them. We don't know what they are. We see the patterns of energy and the delight of it. But a person who says, well, this is just material, doesn't realize that he's some kind of a phantast. He's trying to put his personality up against the spiritual people who say the real thing in life is beyond all these things that we see and hear. There is a happy land far, far away. There is some kind of a thing beyond all this. And that's a kind of one-upmanship. People in religion are the worst game players in the world. They're always trying to outface each other and say, well, you don't have quite the right conception. Even among the most orthodox confraternities, say orthodox Catholic theologians, they're always trying to one-up each other. Say, yes, you believe that your explanation of the doctrine of the Trinity is very correct, but there are certain subtle respects in which you haven't quite got the point. And they go round and round and round on this forever. Because it's not really religion at all. It's a form of personal contest. Because everybody in the world almost is challenging someone else to say, you're not real, are you? You're not really sincere. You don't actually mean what you say. Do you love me? Do you really love me? Prove it. I don't think you can. Everybody's so everybody's frightened. Everybody's guilty. And everybody else knows how to exploit everybody else's fear and guilt. And emotions, say, like guilt, are absolutely useless because they always frustrate their own objective. Guilt is supposed to make you good. But it's like alcoholism. The more terrible an alcoholic feels about his dependence on alcohol, the more he drinks. The same with jealousy. If I'm jealous of the girl I love, terribly jealous, and won't allow her to have any other men, she hates me all the more for being jealous of her. I can't keep a girl by being jealous of her. And she can't keep me by the inverse process. So all those emotions deny themselves. So we have to see that all these games of spiritual one-upmanship, we have to see through them. Every guru, spiritual teacher, comes on like he's got something that you don't have. More insight, more relaxation, more happiness, more oneness with God, whatever it may be. And this is the bait which catches you. Now, there are two kinds of gurus. One kind of guru really believes he's got more than you have, and he can do nothing for you except lead you into a bag. That's the ordinary minister who believes that he is a representative of the true and authentic religion, and that he is going to get you into the church, and he's going to get you hooked on the religion so that you become a religious addict. And so, of course, so long as you're a religious addict, just like an addict on heroin, will have to fork out $50 a day to get his connection. So you're going to have to tithe your income, or whatever it is, to pay off the mortgage on the church buildings and to keep the clergy alive. And that's why they want to get you hooked on. There's another kind of guru. He makes his living in an entirely different way. He wants to get rid of you. He's got some way of liberating you so that you can function on your own without having any guru at all and without belonging to any religion. Because he treats his doctrine and his practice as medicine, not as diet. And eventually you take the medicine, you understand, and you can function on your own and you go away. But when you go away, you say, hey, to everybody else, I got this guru, he was just fabulous. And he set me free. So what happens is, this kind of guru, instead of having a permanent group of followers, has a big turnover. And he gets on all right. I'm just explaining the economics of spirituality. And there's another side to this, incidentally. Wherever a guru happens to liberate people instead of enslaving them, other people will want to do the same thing. And that's all right. If you're a closed type guru, with want people to stick around to pay the mortgage, you don't want any other gurus in competition with you, because that's taking away the business. I had a very funny adventure in Thailand. I was wandering around a temple, and I was sort of looking, my gaze was cast downwards, and I suddenly came across a bookstall. And there was a book on the kind of meditation they do in Southern Buddhism. And I said, I was just sort of talking out loud to myself, that must be Satipatthana. And a voice said, you practice Satipatthana? And I looked up, and there was a yellow-robed monk who spoke English, standing in charge of the bookstall. He's kind of red-eyed. And I looked at him and said, well, not exactly. I practice Zen. Oh, Zen, not Satipatthana. Well, I said, it's all kind of the same thing. It's like yoga. No, Satipatthana, not yoga. Now listen, I said, you Buddhists are supposed to be open-minded and to believe that there are many, many ways of realization. No, Satipatthana, only correct way. Well, I said, you talk like a Roman Catholic. They say they have the only true way. I said, you know what you like. You've got a ferry boat concession. A ferry boat concession to take a ferry across the river. And a few miles down the river, somebody else opens up a ferry boat. And you complain to the police and the government. Say, he shouldn't open up because he's in competition with me. Now, the truth of the matter is this. I'm talking still about the economics of spirituality. In London, there's a street called Harley Street, where every eminent physician and surgeon wants to have an office. This was years ago. And so Harley Street became completely full with physicians and surgeons. Well, you would say, naturally, they were all in competition with each other. But nothing of the kind happened. They all became equally prosperous, so that they had to open Wimpole Street, which was the next street to Harley Street. And when they had filled that up, they opened up Welbeck Street, which ran along next to it. And when they filled that up, they got Queen Anne Street, which ran parallel. And the whole area is nothing but physicians, surgeons, and dentists. And they're all fantastically prosperous, because they've got the right address. See, once you got into Harley Street, you're there. So it's like you're a guru, and you set up in Sausalito or Big Sur or Hollywood, whatever, you're in the right place. And we can take any number. And the more we have, the more prosperous everybody will be. This is the economics of plenty. And it's all based, you see, if you really work it right, it's based on a big turnover. You don't try to capture people. You don't try to make them faithful to you. You don't want to tie them up. But you see, if you do that and you set them all free, you really get them going. That's what you're supposed to do. That's your job, to liberate. And then they're grateful and they send their friends to you. So, the craft of mysticism. You see, I just want to be very frank with you, because after all, you pay to come to these seminars. And in India, it's considered very, very immoral to ask for money for spiritual teaching. But that's a different culture from ours. In the United States, it would be immoral not to ask money. Because in the United States, people disrespect anything they get free. And they have to give money as a token of their sincerity, just as in India or in China, you have to give something else. you have to wait a long time. You have to be persistent in token of your sincerity. But in this country, the hang-up is money. So naturally, one asks for money. A person like myself only needs a relatively small amount of money. And so, if you make an awful lot of it by being a successful guru, you'll give the rest away. Or do something creative and imaginative. Allen Ginsberg has a foundation. He makes a great deal of money by being a crazy poet. And he gives all that he doesn't need to help other poets. So then, the point I'm making is this. Meditation, you are not trying to gain anything. To alter your state of mind from what it is now into some other state which you think it ought to be in. You are centering in where you are. But you see, the difficulty for us with this is that we do everything. We even eat, we play, we dance, under the fundamental assumption that all this is good for us. We go to concerts to improve our culture, to the theater, to the movie, in order to be able to say we have become more educated. We have improved. And as a result of this kind of motivation, we don't really do those things at all. If you go to the concert to become more cultured, you are not really listening. So meditation, above all things, because it's got a slightly disciplinary flavor to it, a slightly religious flavor to it, is something that people use somehow to get ahead in the game of spiritual one-upmanship. And I get sick and tired of people who go and study Zen and come back and brag about the long hours of meditation they put in and how much their legs hurt and what a great ordeal it was and how good it was for them and how you who haven't gone through this discipline are a kind of underling. See, I've had this put on me for years because I didn't go to Japan and didn't sit around in zendos and worked it my own way. And they say, well, you are just a dilettante. See, you haven't suffered as much as we have. And you really ought to suffer. You ought to put up with those long endurance tests. Now, the reason why in meditation one sits in a certain way, whether you sit like I'm sitting now, or whether you sit in the lotus posture, your legs become a little uncomfortable. And the reason for that is not self-punitive. It's merely that it helps you to stay awake. That's all. And if you were floated in a hot tub with supporters in a completely dark room, in a sensory deprivation chamber, you would very likely go to sleep. But the point in meditation is to be wide awake, without, however, the intellectual chatter going on in the head. And so a posture which involves a very certain subordinate degree of discomfort keeps you awake. Actually, when you get used to sitting this way, I can sit this way without extreme discomfort for at least 40 minutes, even longer. And it becomes natural. But as I explained, the point is to be wide awake and aware of your total sensory input without confusing it with the symbolic world of words and concepts, so that you experience life naked and directly. Experience you naked and directly, without having in your head the concept of who you are as a role player, as a personality, as an ego. And this becomes, in due course, a very pleasant thing to do, so that meditation becomes not something that you put in so much time at, like you might put in time in a jail, but becomes a pleasure. course, from the point of view of our religion in the United States, that's almost sinful. Religion isn't supposed to be a pleasure, because it's supposed to be joining with Christ in suffering on the cross. Look, there's enough inevitable suffering going on anyhow. You're going to die one of these days. Everybody encounters difficulties in their lives. You don't need to go out of your way to seek them. So, there are two fundamental approaches to meditation. One, you see, this morning, Charlotte was getting us to bounce on our heels and to stretch as tightly as we could to overcome gravity. And then after that, she said, see what happens when you don't do it. So one of the methods of meditation is to stretch as tightly as possible, to concentrate with your whole energy on a point, and to use the maximum amount of effort. You say in yoga, there's an exercise called kumbha, which is a way of breathing, which is it's a kind of force, holding the breath as long and as tightly as you can. That was like the stretching we did. That's like those people who, say, in the Tendai temple up on Mount Hiei over Kyoto, who practice bowing. Thousands and thousands of bowings. They stand up, they kneel down and prostrate themselves on the floor, get up again, stand up, kneel down, prostrate them on the floor. And there are those Tibetan monks who do the Lunggonpa, running through the mountain trails with enormous leaps. And they do like Nijinsky could do those leaps where, you pause a little bit in the air and seem to overcome gravity and then drop again. And they go on and on and on, bouncing along a road. Or there are other pilgrims who prostrate themselves at every step, traveling a long journey. There are people who run the streets of Kyoto, 100 miles through the streets of Kyoto every day at a jog trot. There are all kinds of things like that where you work yourself to a limit and struggle. Because in doing that, you get a thing which runners call second wind. And second wind in running is where you are no longer running, but it runs you. Where, in other words, the ego energy in the running is displaced and the energy of the whole organism takes over. And that is all the energy of the whole universe. And you get second wind. So you get second wind in this fierce kind of meditation. Alternatively, there's another way in. And in this way is a kind of the so-called easy way. And one uses it for a different type of personality. There are certain people who must have the difficult way because they don't know they exist unless they're sitting on a spike. And those kind of people who don't believe they're real unless they hurt have to follow the difficult way. But there is a subtle way, which is the Taoistic approach, wherein instead of trying to master and dominate your body-mind, you let go of it. And you let it do whatever it wants to do. Let's suppose, for the sake of example for a moment, you just close your eyes and allow your eardrums to respond to any sound going on. There are no proper sounds or improper sounds. You may feel free to shift, shuffle, cough, sneeze as you will. Don't try to identify, locate, or name the sounds that you hear. Just let the rippling air play with your eardrum. And as you hear the sound of my voice coming across to you, listen to what I have to say simply as tones. Your brain will take care of understanding. You don't try to understand. In other words, allow your ears to hear anything they want to hear. And to assist you in this, keep your tongues relaxed in the lower jaw. listening to every sound in the whole field of air vibrations, as you would listen to music, as you would listen to Bach or Ravi Shankar, without trying to see any meaning. There is no hurry. This is what there is. Well, now, of course, one can do that through all the senses, not just the ears, but the body feeling, skin contact, the breath, sense of smell, taste, and also, of course, the eyes. It's more difficult to do it with the eyes, because our culture, as Marshall McLuhan has pointed out, is excessively visual. And because of the Gutenberg galaxy, because of making sense out of print, and the enormous valuation placed on literacy, we've overbalanced one sense, which is the visual sense. When we say to somebody, you smell, that's uncomplimentary. We should say, of course, directly, you stink, if we mean you have a bad smell. But everything connected with smell is repressed. And therefore, because we still continue to smell, it is an unconscious sense through which we relate to each other in ways that we don't know. You take an instinctive liking to someone because you like the smell, but you don't know that. You take an instinctive dislike to someone because you don't like the smell, but you don't know that. All sorts of things, all sorts of messages are passed through the nose, but we're not aware of them. We don't have an adequate vocabulary of smell. Only 3 adjectives in English are associated with smell: acrid, pungent, fragrant. All the others are associated with and borrowed from other senses. Think how many adjectives we have for vision, for sound, for taste. Although taste, of course, is inseparable from smell. So, the second way of meditation, which I was demonstrating to you, allowing your ears to hear whatever they want to hear. In the same way, you allow your breath to breathe any way it wants to breathe. You allow your muscle, skin tone of feeling, the sense of touch, to feel any way it wants to feel. You allow your eyes to see anything they want to see. And finally, you allow your mind to think anything it wants to think. Let it go. This is the relaxed way. The other way is the tense way. They come to the same conclusion. You go around this way, take the right-hand path and go there, take the left-hand path and go there. I'm not going to evaluate between one and the other. It's up to the individual. But the way Charlotte and I have been interested in for a long time is the way which is natural, which doesn't force things, and which lets the organism, with its own inner sense of what is correct, do it by itself. So, if you will let your mind, alone, you don't try to concentrate it, you don't try to discipline it, you merely let it do whatever it wants to do. Whatever thoughts want to flow through your head, let them flow. Don't try either to get with them and make something of it, and don't try to stop them. Just let them go. Besides, who are you, as distinct from your thoughts, as distinct from your visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory sensations? Who who might intervene and say, you do otherwise. Because when we get that terrific split between our experience, our feelings, our sensations, on the one hand, and on the other, something called the experiencer, the control agent who has and who directs all these things, there's the root of our trouble. Because we are confusing ourselves with an image of ourselves. And under those circumstances, we define the living organism as a material object. The body, which corrupts, and which is somehow antithetical to spirit. Not realizing that the idea of the body as something antithetical to spirit is purely a conception. This is not a conception. And as we see it now from the standpoint of 20th century quantum physics, it's a shimmering phenomenon of electrical energy. It's a light show. This isn't what we used to think of as physical at all. You know, block. Conception. This is not a conception. And as we see it now from the standpoint of 20th century quantum physics, it's a shimmering phenomenon of electrical energy. It's a light show. This isn't what we used to think of as physical at all. You know, block, chunky stuff. It's a zizzing dance. It's like fire. That's the meaning of the Buddhist figure Fudo. This guy with a sword in one hand and a rope in the other, with a fierce face and flames all around. Fudo means immovable. He's showing you everything is fine. It's like I said this morning, a flame. Seems to be a flame. A flame, a thing that sticks in one position. So Fudo, this flaming god, with a sword, which cuts off all entanglements, and the rope. I don't know what the rope's for. Maybe just for wiggling. He cuts loose our conceptions. A zizzing dance. It's like fire. Are associated with smell uniquely. To any sound going on. There are no proper sounds or improper sounds. You may feel free to shift, shuffle, cough, sneeze as you will. Don't try to identify, locate, or name the sounds that you hear. Just let the rippling air play with your eardrum. And as you hear the sound of my voice coming across to you, listen to what I have to say, simply as tones. Your brain will take care of understanding. You don't try to understand. In other words, allow your ears to hear anything they want to hear. And to assist you in this, keep your tongues relaxed in the lower jaw. Listening to every sound in the whole field of air vibrations, as you would listen to music, as you would listen to Bach or Ravi Shankar, without trying to see any meaning. There is no hurry. This is what there is. Well, now, of course, one can do that through all the senses, not just the ears, but the body feeling, skin contact, the breath, sense of smell, taste, and also, of course, the eyes. It's more difficult to do it with the eyes because our culture, as Marshall McLuhan has pointed out, is excessively visual. And because of the Gutenberg galaxy, because of making sense out of print and the enormous valuation placed on literacy, we've overbalanced one sense, which is the visual sense. When we say to somebody, you smell, that's uncomplimentary. We should say, of course, directly, you stink, if we mean you have a bad smell. But everything connected with smell is repressed. And therefore, because we still continue to smell, it is an unconscious sense through which we relate to each other in ways that we don't know. You take an instinctive liking to someone because you like the smell, but you don't know that. You take an instinctive dislike to someone because you don't like the smell, but you don't know that. All sorts of things, all sorts of messages are passed through the nose, but we're not aware of them. We don't have an adequate vocabulary of smell. Only 3 adjectives in English are associated with smell uniquely: acrid, pungent, fragrant. All the others are associated with borrowed from other senses. Think how many adjectives we have for vision, for sound, for taste. Although taste, of course, is inseparable from smell. So, the second way of meditation, which I was demonstrating to you, allowing your ears to hear whatever they want to hear. In the same way, you allow your breath to breathe any way it wants to breathe. You allow your muscle skin tone of feeling, the sense of touch, to feel any way it wants to feel. You allow your eyes to see anything they want to see. And finally, you allow your mind to think anything it wants to think. Let it go. This is the relaxed way. The other way is the tense way. They come to the same conclusion. You go around this way, take the right-hand path and go there, take the left-hand path and go there. I'm not going to evaluate between one and the other. It's up to the individual. But the way Charlotte and I have been interested in for a long time is the way which is natural, which doesn't force things, and which lets the organism, with its own inner sense of what is correct, do it by itself. So, if you will let your mind, alone, you don't try to concentrate it, you don't try to discipline it, you merely let it do whatever it wants to do. Whatever thoughts want to flow through your head, let them flow. Don't try either to get with them and make something of it, and don't try to stop them. Just let them go. Besides, who are you as distinct from your thoughts, as distinct from your visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory sensations? Who might intervene and say, you do otherwise? Because when we get that terrific split between our experience, our feelings, our sensations, on the one hand, and on the other, something called the experiencer, the control agent who has and who directs all these things, there's the root of our trouble. Because we are confusing ourselves with an image of ourselves. And under those circumstances, we define the living organism as a material object. The body, which corrupts, and which is somehow antithetical to spirit. not realizing that the idea of the body as something antithetical to spirit is purely a conception. This is not a conception. And as we see it now from the standpoint of 20th century quantum physics, it's a shimmering phenomenon of electrical energy. It's a light show. This isn't what we used to think of as physical at all. Block, chunky stuff. It's a zizzing dance. It's like fire. That's the meaning of the Buddhist figure Fudo. This guy with a sword in one hand and a rope in the other, with a fierce face and flames all around. Fudo means immovable. He's showing you everything is fine. It's like I said this morning, a flame. It seems to be a flame, a thing that sticks in one position. So Fudo, this flaming god, with a sword, which cuts off all entanglements, and the rope. I don't know what the rope's for. Maybe just for wiggling. He cuts loose our conceptions so that we can see this all too solid flesh dissolve.
Shop for your new mattress your way with Ashley. Explore our wide variety of mattresses online or visit your local Ashley store to test them out in person. Whether you prefer the convenience of shopping from home or trying the comfort for yourself in store, Ashley gives you the flexibility to shop the way that works for you. With options for every sleep style and comfort preference, finding your perfect mattress has never been easier, because finding the right mattress should feel just as good as sleeping on it. Shop Ashley in-store or online today.
What would you think of the heavens, where the stars were all arranged at even intervals in concentric circles? Would you like that? Would you like to go out at night and see that? No. We like the stars scattered as they are. We also like to see, when the waves break on the shore, patterns of foam. And the funny thing is, you can look at those patterns hour after hour and realize that they never make an aesthetic mistake. Never. They never do anything inelegant, just like a cat. It never makes a bad move. Do you make a bad move, ever? Or are you like a cat? Or like patterns on the phone? It's quite a question.
Welcome to Being in the Way, the Alan Watts podcast. And today we're going to be listening to a session from Learning the Human Game. This is from a seminar recorded in 1965 at University of Michigan. And he talks about some very interesting metaphysical perspectives. Many of you will know the first session from this seminar well from The Coincidence of Opposites, which has been part of the Tao Philosophy series. And now we're remastering many of those talks. And so they'll be appearing on our podcast and also on our new streaming channel, which will begin this fall. Look for the Alan Watts channel and also 2 new Alan Watts apps coming your way. But today we're going to hear a talk that has been in the archives for many years, part 2 of Learning the Human Game. These podcasts are produced by the Alan Watts organization in conjunction with the Ram Dass Be Here Now network. Again, this is from Learning the Human Game, 1965, University of Michigan. And here's Alan Watts in Learning the Human Game.
This morning, I was talking to you about the problem of our fundamental assumptions about life and health. And this, of course, therefore involved a lecture on metaphysics. Because what I understand by metaphysics is simply whatever system of axioms we're operating on. And I tried to tell you what mine is. You may say it's arbitrary, because I can't prove any of these assumptions. But I'm just suggesting that they are a fruitful basis for a life. That word fruitful is very important. In mathematics, for example, there are certain problems which are considered fruitful and certain problems which are considered unfruitful. You can't, for example, establish a mathematical system which excludes the rule of consistency. There's no future in that. No game, no play in it. And this, you see, becomes one of the most crucial questions about the theory of games. And trying to decide what are good game rules as distinct from bad game rules. And let's say game rules that are fruitful are good. Games that give us a lot of play and a lot of adventure. And because what we want to do, apparently, is to go on living in an interesting way. And so the nature of productive or unproductive, fruitful or unfruitful game rules is extremely important. I think there's a parallel between ethics and language. Some of you have read my book, Psychotherapy East and West. I don't want to bore you with repeating things that you've already read, and I know some of you haven't, but let me just go over this a little bit again. Language is a very curious model for problems in ethics and behavior in general. Not so long ago, a new edition of Webster was published, in which the editors took an extremely liberal point of view. They regarded their duty as lexicographers to record the way language is actually being used by most people now. And therefore they admitted into the dictionary all sorts of expressions, like, say, the word contact used as a verb, which is extremely bad grammar from an old-fashioned point of view. But they record all this kind of thing because people are doing it. And also to address a clergyman as Reverend Smith is very bad grammar. Shows you're not educated. But the dictionary now records this use as something legitimate. And the most marvelous review of this dictionary was written by Dwight MacDonald in the New Yorker, who said the lexicographers have abdicated their responsibility. It's true that language should live and should change. But if the lexicographers give in entirely to this, there are no standards. Now this, you see, is an ethical question, but it's put in the form of language. Now, what are we to do about that? There are certain people who argue that English as spoken in London in 1910 by the upper class people who had public school and university training is the right English language. If you get, for example, such a book as Fowler's Modern English Usage, you will find a marvelous guide to a certain epoch of correct English with very funny and sharp criticism of variations from this. For example, let's consider just one word, to dig, which has become extremely common in American speech. I dig you. What advantage does this word have over appreciate, or enjoy, or understand? Now, you must admit it does have a little bit of advantage. I appreciate you. I enjoy what you say. I understand what you say. Now, I dig what you say. Has a degree more of intimacy. It means that you and I belong to the same club. We probably smoke pot. So we've got a little secret between ourselves that appreciate doesn't share. Enjoy doesn't share, understand doesn't share. So it becomes a word of a subculture that has certain practices that are outlawed by the culture at large. Now, here you see the dictionary people are confronted with a dilemma. Who spoke English, standing in charge of the bookstall. He's kind of red-eyed. And I looked at him and said, well, not exactly. I practice Zen. Oh, Zen, not Satipatthana. Well, I said it's all kind of the same thing. It's like yoga. No, Satipatthana, not yoga. Now listen, I said, you Buddhists are supposed to be open-minded and to believe that there are many, many ways of realization. No, Satipatthana, only correct way. Well, I said, you talk like a Roman Catholic. They say they have the only true way. I said, you know what you like. You've got a ferry boat concession. A ferry boat concession. Take a ferry across the river. And a few miles down the river, somebody else opens up a ferry boat. And you complain to the police and the government. Say, he shouldn't open up because he's in competition with me. Now, the truth of the matter is this. I'm talking still about the economics of spirituality. In London, there's a street called Harley Street, where every eminent physician and surgeon wants to have an office. This was years ago. And so Harley Street became completely full with physicians and surgeons. Well, you would say, naturally, they were all in competition with each other. But nothing of the kind happened.
Mental help to the city of
They all
Harley,
became
which
equally
says it is
prosperous. So that they had to open up Wimpole Street, which was the next street to Harley Street. And when they'd filled that up, they opened up Welbeck Street, which ran along next to it. And when they filled that up, they got Queen Anne Street, which ran parallel. And the whole area is nothing but physicians, surgeons, and dentists. And they're all fantastically prosperous because they've got the right address. See, once you got into Harley Street,
Harvey
you're there.
has to be declared
So it's like,
financially distressed.
And you set up in Sausalito or Big Sur or Hollywood, whatever, you're in the right place. And we can take any number. And the more we have, the more prosperous everybody will be. This is the economics of plenty. And it's all based, you see, if you really work it right, it's based on a big turnover. You don't try to capture people. You don't try to make them faithful to you. You don't want to tie them up. But you see, if you do that and you set them all free, you really get them going. That's what you're supposed to do. That's your job, to liberate. And then they're grateful and they send their friends to you. So, the craft of mysticism you see, I just want to be very frank with you because after all, you pay to come to these seminars. And in India, it's considered very, very immoral to ask for money for spiritual teaching. But that's a different culture from ours. In the United States, it would be immoral not to ask money. Because in the United States, people disrespect anything they get free. And they have to give money as a token of their sincerity, just as say in India or in China, you have to give something else. You have to wait a long time. You have to be persistent in token of your sincerity. But in this country, the hang-up is money. So naturally, one asks for money. A person like myself only needs a relatively small amount of money. And so, if you make an awful lot of it by being a successful guru, you'll give the rest away. Or do something creative and imaginative. Allen Ginsberg has a foundation. He makes a great deal of money by being a crazy poet. And he gives all that he doesn't need to help other poets. So then, the point I'm making is this. Meditation, you are not trying to gain anything. To alter your state of mind from what it is now into some other state which you think it ought to be in. You are centering in where you are. But you see, the difficulty for us with this is that we do everything. We even eat, we play, we dance, under the fundamental assumption that all this is good for us. We go to concerts to improve our culture, to the theater, to the movie, in order to be able to say we have become more educated. We have improved. And as a result of this kind of motivation, we don't really do those things at all. If you go to the concert to become more cultured, you are not really listening. So meditation, above all things, because it's got a slightly disciplinary flavor to it, a slightly religious flavor to it, is something that people use somehow to get ahead in the game of spiritual one-upmanship. And I get sick and tired of people who go and study Zen and come back and brag about the long hours of meditation they put in and how much their legs hurt and what a great ordeal it was and how good it was for them and how you who haven't gone through this discipline are a kind of underling. See, I had this put on me for years because I didn't go to Japan and didn't sit around in zendos and worked it my own way. And they say, well, you are just a dilettante. See, you haven't suffered as much as we have. And you really ought to suffer. You ought to put up with those long endurance tests. Now, the reason why in meditation one sits in a certain way, whether you sit like I'm sitting now, or whether you sit in the lotus posture, your legs become a little uncomfortable. And the reason for that is not self-punitive. It's merely that it helps you to stay awake. That's all. And if you were floating in a hot tub with Sapporos in a completely dark room, in a sensory deprivation chamber, you would very likely go to sleep. But the point in meditation is to be wide awake, without, however, the intellectual chatter going on in the head. And so a posture which involves a very certain subordinate degree of discomfort keeps you awake. Actually, when you get used to sitting this way, I can sit this way without extreme discomfort for at least 40 minutes, even longer. And it becomes natural. But as I explained, the point is to be wide awake and aware of your total sensory input without confusing it with the symbolic world of words and concepts, so that you experience life naked and directly. Experience you naked and directly, without having in your head the concept of who you are as a role player, as a personality, as an ego. And this becomes, in due course, a very pleasant thing to do, so that meditation becomes not something that you put in so much time at, like you might put in time in a jail, but becomes a pleasure. Of course, from the point of view of our religion in the United States, that's almost sinful. Religion isn't supposed to be a pleasure, because it's supposed to be joining with Christ in suffering on the cross. Look, there's enough inevitable suffering going on anyhow. You're going to die one of these days. Everybody encounters difficulties in their lives. You don't need to go out of your way to seek them. So now, there are two fundamental approaches to meditation. One, you see this morning, Charlotte was getting us to bounce on our heels and to stretch as tightly as we could to overcome gravity. And then after that, she said, see what happens when you don't do it. So one of the methods of meditation is to stretch as tightly as possible, to concentrate with your whole energy on a point, and to use the maximum amount of effort. You say in yoga, there's an exercise called kumbha, which is a way of breathing, which is it's a kind of force, holding the breath as long and as tightly as you can. That was like the stretching we did. That's like those people who, let's say, in the Tendai temple up on Mount Hiei over Kyoto, who practice bowing. Thousands and thousands of bowings. They stand up, they kneel down and prostrate themselves on the floor, get up again, stand up, kneel down, prostrate them on the floor. And there are those Tibetan monks who do the Lungongpa, running through the mountain trails with enormous leaps. And they do like Nijinsky could do those leaps where, you pause a little bit in the air and seem to overcome gravity and then drop again. And they go on and on and on, bouncing along a road. Or there are other pilgrims who prostrate themselves at every step, traveling a long journey. There are people who run the streets of Kyoto, 100 miles through the streets of Kyoto every day. at a job project. There are all kinds of things like that where you work yourself to a limit in struggle. Because in doing that, you get a thing which runners call second wind. And second wind in running is where you are no longer running, but it runs you. Where, in other words, the ego energy in the running is displaced and the energy of the whole organism takes over. And that is all the energy of the whole universe. When you get second wind. So you get second wind in this fierce kind of meditation. Alternatively, there's another way in. And in this way is a kind of so-called easy way. And one uses it for a different type of personality. There are certain people who must have the difficult way because they don't know they exist unless they're sitting on a spike. And those kind of people who don't believe they're real unless they hurt have to follow the difficult way. But there is a subtle way, which is the Taoistic approach, wherein instead of trying to master and dominate your body-mind, you let go of it. And you let it do whatever it wants to do. Let's suppose, for the sake of example for a moment, you just close your eyes and allow your eardrums to respond to any sound going on. There are no proper sounds or improper sounds. You may feel free to shift, shuffle, cough, sneeze as you will. Don't try to identify, locate, or name the sounds that you hear. Just let the rippling air play with your eardrum. And as you hear the sound of my voice coming across to you, listen to what I have to say simply as tones. Your brain will take care of understanding it. You don't try to understand. In other words, allow your ears to hear anything they want to hear. And to assist you in this, keep your tongues relaxed in the lower jaw. Listening to every sound in the whole field of air vibrations, as you would listen to music, as you would listen to Bach or Ravi Shankar, without trying to see any meaning. There is no hurry. This is what there is. Well, now, of course, one can do that through all the senses, not just the ears, but the body feeling, skin contact, the breath, sense of smell, taste, and also, of course, the eyes. It's more difficult to do it with the eyes because our culture, as Marshall McLuhan has pointed out, is excessively visual. And because of the Gutenberg galaxy, because of making sense out of print and the enormous valuation placed on literacy, we've overbalanced one sense, which is the visual sense. When we say to somebody, you smell, that's uncomplimentary. We should say, of course, correctly, you stink, if we mean you have a bad smell. But everything connected with smell is repressed. And therefore, because we still continue to smell, it is an unconscious sense through which we relate to each other in ways that we don't know. You take an instinctive liking to someone because you like the smell, but you don't know that. You take an instinctive dislike to someone because you don't like the smell, but you don't know that. All sorts of things, all sorts of messages are passed through the nose, but we're not aware of them. We don't have an adequate vocabulary of smell. Only 3 adjectives in English are associated with smell uniquely: acrid, pungent, fragrant. All the others are associated with borrowed from other senses. Think how many adjectives we have for vision, for sound, for taste. Although taste, of course, is inseparable from smell. So, the second way of meditation, which I was demonstrating to you, allowing your ears to hear whatever they want to hear. In the same way, you allow your breath to breathe any way it wants to breathe. You allow your muscle skin feeling, the sense of touch, to feel any way it wants to feel. You allow your eyes to see anything they want to see. And finally, you allow your mind to think anything it wants to think. Let it go. This is the relaxed way. The other way is the tense way. They come to the same conclusion. You go around this way, take the right-hand path and go there, take the left-hand path and go there. I'm not going to evaluate between one and the other. It's up to the individual. But the way Charlotte and I have been interested in for a long time is the way which is natural, which doesn't force things, and which lets the organism, with its own inner sense of what is correct, do it by itself. So, if you will let your mind, alone, you don't try to concentrate it, you don't try to discipline it, you merely let it do whatever it wants to do. Whatever thoughts want to flow through your head, let them flow. Don't try either to get with them and make something of it, and don't try to stop them. Just let them go. Besides, who are you as distinct from your thoughts, as distinct from your visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory sensations? Who might intervene and say, you do otherwise? Because when we get that terrific split between our experience, our feelings, our sensations, on the one hand, and on the other, something called the experiencer, the control agent who has and who directs all these things, there's the root of our trouble. Because we are confusing ourselves with an image of ourselves. And under those circumstances, we define the living organism as a material object. The body, which corrupts, and which is somehow antithetical to spirit. Not realizing that the idea of the body as something antithetical to spirit is purely a conception. This is not a conception. And as we see it now from the standpoint of 20th century quantum physics, it's a shimmering phenomenon of electrical energy. It's a light show. This isn't what we used to think of as physical at all. Block, chunky stuff. It's a zizzing dance. It's like fire. That's the meaning of the Buddhist figure Fudo. This guy with a sword in one hand and a rope in the other, with a fierce face and flames all around. Fudo means immovable. He is showing you everything is fire. It's like I said this morning, a flame. It seems to be a flame. A flame, a thing that sticks in one position. So Fudo, this flaming god, with a sword, which cuts off all entanglements, and the rope. I don't know what the rope's for. Maybe just for wiggling. He cuts loose our conceptions. you don't want any other gurus in competition with you, because that's taking away the business. I had a very funny adventure in Thailand. I was wandering around a temple, and I was sort of looking, my gaze was cast downwards, and I suddenly came across a bookstall. And there was a book on the kind of meditation they do in Southern Buddhism. And I said, oh, I was just sort of talking out loud to myself, that must be Satipatthana. And a voice said, you practice Satipatthana? And I looked up, and there was a yellow-robed monk who spoke English, standing in charge of the bookstall. He's kind of red-eyed. And I looked at him and said, well, not exactly. I practice Zen. Oh, Zen, not Satipatthana. Well, I said, it's all kind of the same thing. It's like yoga. No, Satipatthana, not yoga. Now listen, I said, you Buddhists are supposed to be open-minded and to believe that there are many, many ways of realization. No, Satipatthana, only correct way. Well, I said, you talk like a Roman Catholic. They say they have the only true way. I said, you know what you like. You've got a ferry boat concession. A ferry boat concession. Take a ferry across the river. And a few miles down the river, somebody else opens up a ferry boat. And you complain to the police and the government. Say, he shouldn't open up because he's in competition with me. Now, the truth of the matter is this. I'm talking still about the economics of spirituality. In London, there's a street called Harley Street, where every eminent physician and surgeon wants to have an office. This was years ago. And so Harley Street became completely full with physicians and surgeons. Well, you would say, naturally, they were all in competition with each other. But nothing of the kind happened. They all became equally prosperous. So that they had to open up Wimpole Street, which was the next street to Harley Street. And when they filled that up, they opened up Welbeck Street, which ran along next to it. And when they filled that up, they got Queen Anne Street, which ran parallel. And the whole area is nothing but physicians, surgeons, and dentists. And they're all fantastically prosperous because they've got the right address. See, once you've got into Harley Street, you're there. So it's like you're a guru, and you set up in Sausalito or Big Sur or Hollywood. You're in the right place. And we can take any number. And the more we have, the more prosperous everybody will be. This is the economics of planting. And it's all based, you see, if you really work it right, it's based on a big turnover. You don't try to capture people. You don't try to make them faithful to you. You don't want to tie them up. But you see, if you do that and you set them all free, you really get them going. That's what you're supposed to do. That's your job. Deliberate. And then they're grateful and they send their friends to you. So, the craft of mysticism you see, I just want to be very frank with you because after all, you pay to come to these seminars. And in India, it's considered very, very immoral to ask for money for spiritual teaching. But that's a different culture from ours. In the United States, it would be immoral not to ask money. Because in the United States, people disrespect anything they get free. And they have to give money as a token of their sincerity, just as, say, in India or in China, you have to give something else. You have to wait a long time. You have to be persistent in token of your sincerity. But in this country, the hang-up is money. So naturally, one asks for money. A person like myself only needs a relatively small amount of money. And so, if you make an awful lot of it by being a successful guru, you'll give the rest away. Or do something creative and imaginative. Allen Ginsberg has a foundation. He makes a great deal of money by being a crazy poet. And he gives all that he doesn't need to help other poets. So then, the point I'm making is this. Meditation, you are not trying to gain anything. To alter your state of mind from what it is now into some other state which you think it ought to be in. You are centering in where you are. But you see, the difficulty for us with this is that we do everything. We even eat, we play, we dance, under the fundamental assumption that all this is good for us. We go to concerts to improve our culture, to the theater, to the movie, in order to be able to say we have become more educated. We have improved. And as a result of this kind of motivation, we don't really do those things at all. If you go to the concert to become more cultured, you are not really listening. So meditation, above all things, because it's got a slightly disciplinary flavor to it, a slightly religious flavor to it, is something that people use somehow to get ahead in the game of spiritual one-upmanship. And I get sick and tired of people who go and study Zen and come back and brag about the long hours of meditation they put in and how much their legs hurt and what a great ordeal it was and how good it was for them and how you who haven't gone through this discipline are a kind of underling. See, I've had this put on me for years because I didn't go to Japan. I didn't sit around in zendos and worked it my own way. And they say, well, you are just a dilettante. See, you haven't suffered as much as we have. And you really ought to suffer. You ought to put up with those long endurance tests. Now, the reason why in meditation one sits in a certain way, whether you sit like I'm sitting now, or whether you sit in the lotus posture, your legs become a little uncomfortable. And the reason for that is not self-punitive. It's really that it helps you to stay awake. That's all. And if you were floated in a hot tub with supporters in a completely dark room in a sensory deprivation chamber, you would very likely go to sleep. But the point in meditation is to be wide awake, without, however, the intellectual chatter going on in the head. And so a posture which involves a very certain subordinate degree of discomfort keeps you awake. Actually, when you get used to sitting this way, I can sit this way without extreme discomfort for at least 40 minutes, even longer. And it becomes natural. But as I explained, the point is to be wide awake and aware of your total sensory input without confusing it with the symbolic world of words and concepts, so that you experience life naked and directly. Experience you naked and directly, without having in your head the concept of who you are as a role player, as a personality, as an ego. And this becomes, in due course, a very pleasant thing to do, so that meditation becomes not something that you put in so much time at, like you might put in time in a jail, but becomes a pleasure. Of course, from the point of view of our religion in the United States, that's almost sinful. Religion isn't supposed to be a pleasure, because it's supposed to be joining with Christ in suffering on the cross. Look, there's enough inevitable suffering going on anyhow. You're going to die one of these days. Everybody encounters difficulties in their lives. You don't need to go out of your way to seek them. So now, there are two fundamental approaches to meditation. One, you see, this morning, Charlotte was getting us to bounce on our heels and to stretch as tightly as we could to overcome gravity. And then after that, she said, see what happens when you don't do it. So one of the methods of meditation is to stretch as tightly as possible, to concentrate with your whole energy on a point, and to use the maximum amount of effort. You see, in yoga, there's an exercise called kumbha, which is a way of breathing, which is it's a kind of force, holding the breath as long quietly as you can. That was like the stretching we did. That's like those people who, say, in the Tendai temple up on Mount Hiei over Kyoto, who practice bowing. Thousands and thousands of bowings. They stand up, they kneel down and prostrate themselves on the floor, get up again, stand up, kneel down, prostrate them on the floor. And there are those Tibetan monks who do the Lungongpa, running through the mountain trails with enormous leaps. And they do like Nijinsky could do those leaps where, you pause a little bit in the air and seem to overcome gravity and then drop again. And they go on and on and on, bouncing along a road. Or there are other pilgrims who prostrate themselves at every step, traveling a long journey. There are people who run the streets of Kyoto, 100 miles through the streets of Kyoto every day at a jog trot. There are all kinds of things like that where you work yourself to a limit in struggle. Because in doing that, you get a thing which runners call second wind. And second wind in running is where you are no longer running, but it runs you. Where, in other words, the ego energy in the running is displaced and the energy of the whole organism takes over. And that is all the energy of the whole universe. When you get second wind. So you get second wind in this fierce kind of meditation. Alternatively, there's another way in. And in this way is a kind of so-called easy way. And one uses it for a different type of personality. There are certain people who must have the difficult way because they don't know they exist unless they're sitting on a spike. And those kind of people who don't believe they're real unless they hurt have to follow the difficult way. But there is a subtle way, which is the Taoistic approach, wherein instead of trying to master and dominate your body-mind, you let go of it. And you let it do whatever it wants to do. Let's suppose, for the sake of example for a moment, you just close your eyes and allow your eardrums to respond to any sound going on. There are no proper sounds or improper sounds. You may feel free to shift, shuffle, cough, sneeze as you will. Don't try to identify, locate, or name the sounds that you hear. Just let the rippling air play with your eardrum. And as you hear the sound of my voice coming across to you, listen to what I have to say simply as tones. Your brain will take care of understanding it. You don't try to understand it. In other words, allow your ears to hear anything they want to hear. And to assist you in this, keep your tongues relaxed in the lower jaw. Listening to every sound in the whole field of air vibrations, as you would listen to music, as you would listen to Bach or Ravi Shankar, without trying to see any meaning. There is no hurry. This is what there is. One can do that through all the senses, not just the ears, but the body feeling, skin contact, the breath, sense of smell, taste, and also, of course, the eyes. It's more difficult to do it with the eyes because our culture, as Marshall McLuhan has pointed out, is excessively visual. And because of the Gutenberg galaxy, because of making sense out of print and the enormous valuation placed on literacy, we've overbalanced one sense, which is the visual sense. When we say to somebody, you smell, that's uncomplimentary. We should say, of course, correctly, you stink, if we mean you have a bad smell. But everything connected with smell is repressed. And therefore, because we still continue to smell, it is an unconscious sense through which we relate to each other in ways that we don't know. You take an instinctive liking to someone because you like the smell, but you don't know that. You take an instinctive dislike to someone because you don't like the smell, but you don't know that. All sorts of things, all sorts of messages are passed through the nose, but we're not aware of them. We don't have an adequate vocabulary of smell. Only 3 adjectives in English are associated with smell uniquely: acrid, pungent, fragrant. All the others are associated with borrowed from other senses. Think how many adjectives we have for vision, for sound, for taste. Although taste, of course, is inseparable from smell. So, the second way of meditation, which I was demonstrating to you, allowing your ears to hear whatever they want to hear. In the same way, you allow your breath to breathe any way it wants to breathe. You allow your muscle, skin tone, feeling, the sense of touch, to feel any way it wants to feel. You allow your eyes to see anything they want to see. And finally, you allow your mind to think anything it wants to think. Let it go. This is the relaxed way. The other way is the tense way. They come to the same conclusion. You go around this way, take the right-hand path and go there, take the left-hand path and go there. I'm not going to evaluate between one and the other. It's up to the individual. But the way Charlotte and I have been interested in for a long time is the way which is natural, which doesn't force things, and which lets the organism, with its own inner sense of what is correct, do it by itself. So, if you will let your mind, alone, you don't try to concentrate it, you don't try to discipline it, you merely let it do whatever it wants to do. Whatever thoughts want to flow through your head, let them flow. Don't try either to get with them and make something of it, and don't try to stop them. Just let them go. Besides, who are you as distinct from your thoughts, as distinct from your visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory sensations? Who might intervene and say, you do otherwise? Because when we get that terrific split between our experience, our feelings, our sensations, on the one hand, and on the other, something called the experiencer, the control agent who has and who directs all these things, there's the root of our trouble. Because we are confusing ourselves with an image of ourselves. And under those circumstances, we define the living organism as a material object. The body, which corrupts, and which is somehow antithetical to spirit. Not realizing that the idea of the body as something antithetical to spirit is purely a conception. This is not a conception. And as we see it now from the standpoint of 20th century quantum physics, it's a shimmering phenomenon of electrical energy. It's a light show. This isn't what we used to think of as physical at all. block, chunky stuff. It's a zizzing dance. It's like fire. That's the meaning of the Buddhist figure, Fudo. This guy with a sword in one hand and a rope in the other, with a fierce face and flames all around. Fudo means immovable. He is showing you everything is fire. It's like I said this morning, a flame. Seems to be a flame. A flame, a thing that sticks in one position. So Fudo, this flaming god, with a sword, which cuts off all entanglements, and the rope. I don't know what the rope's for. Maybe just for wiggling. He cuts loose our conceptions so that we can see this all too solid flesh dissolve. Now, if everybody's comfortable, we can get started. I've announced that this seminar is to be about the cosmic network. And therefore, we've got to spend the first evening understanding something about the nature of networks. Because in order to get the principle of a network across, I have to convey to you an idea which is extremely simple, but which is difficult to grasp only because we're not used to it. We are used to thinking as Westerners, as having a certain kind of language, and therefore a certain kind of logic that goes with it. We're used to thinking of the world in terms of a game of billiards. In other words, we are still thinking about our psychology, our bodies, and their relationship to the outside world in terms of what would scientifically be called Newtonian mechanics. And Newtonian mechanics has a very long history because it goes back to some of the atomic theories of people like Democritus, who were among the great pre-Socratic philosophers of ancient Greece. And so we may as well begin with a little bit about the history of the idea of an atom, because this has always fascinated people. What is the world fundamentally? What is all this? Well, one way of finding out is to take a knife and chop something in two, so you can see what's inside it. What is an apple inside? What is a seed inside? What is a human body inside? And then you find that when you chop a thing in two, you've got two pieces, but the cutting reveals that it has a structure inside. And the structure is composed of what we call organs or parts. And then in turn, in order to inquire into them, we take them and we chop them apart. And in our curiosity to find out how it's made, in just the same way that a child will take a toy to pieces, we chop and chop and chop until we've got bits so small that they're the same width as the edge of the knife. And they can't be cut anymore unless we can find a finer knife. And so when we get down to that bit beyond which there is no bitter, it is called in Greek atomos, which means the first letter A means non, tomos, cuttable. And so the word atom means that smallest particle of the world which can't be cut into any smaller particle. That's the original idea of atomism. So then it went further than that to the notion that the world was built in the same sort of way that a house could be built of bricks or stones. The world is seen, therefore, as a composite of fundamental particles. Then what remained to be discovered was the laws governing the relationship between these particles. And so naturally one thought of them as little balls. Why balls? Because balls are hard to cut. If you take a ball bearing and hit at it with a sword, it's liable to jump right off to one side. A cube will submit to being cut, but a ball is very difficult to get at. A very strong form of nature. So people have always tended to consider atoms as balls, especially atoms of liquid. There was a notion, you see, that the atoms of the element of earth were cubes, because cubes all sit together rather firmly. Liquid, which when you put up, that was balls. Fire was made of, if I remember rightly, pyramids. Air, I can't remember what air was made of. And what their atoms were shaped like. Maybe sausages or something like that. Because air is pretty difficult to get at too. But they had some ideas. But fundamentally, what has influenced Western thought, and still influences Western thought, is the idea of an atom as some sort of fundamental little planetary system. And so these things come into relationship with each other and they bang each other around, as in the game of billiards. And so if we are to understand the world profoundly, we have to find out what are the laws governing the relationship of the atoms. Now, you must understand, first of all, a principle about what are called laws of nature. We inherit the idea of laws of nature from our theology. And our theology that we've grown up with is in certain ways peculiarly different from the theologies of Oriental peoples. Jewish theology and Christian theology, which have entered very profoundly into the common sense of the average person, have an image of the world which is quite basically political, and we'll go further than that and say it's monarchical. It's based on the idea that the world is a construct evoked out of nothingness by the commandment of a celestial king. Now, there may be Jews in this room who are practicing and devout Jews, and there may be Christians in this room who are practicing and devout Christians. And I don't want to offend you by any imagery that I choose or remarks that I may make about this imagery, because I don't suppose that anybody has come to this room and to this particular place who is either a practicing or Christian Jew who has what I would call a naive idea of God. But the funny thing is about our ideas of God is that our symbols, the images, the mythological forms which we use to describe God, have an extremely powerful influence on our feelings and on the way we behave. After all, I was a member of the Church of England when I was a small boy, and that had a very powerful effect on me. And in the Church of England, it's quite obvious, from an emotional point of view, as distinct from a very intellectual point of view, that God stands behind the King of England. And the King of England and the Archbishop of Canterbury and the whole hierarchy of lords and ladies and noblemen and officials who descend from this point are somehow involved, at any rate this is perfectly clear to a small boy, are somehow involved with the hierarchy of heaven. Because at morning prayer, to which we went every Sunday, the minister would pray a prayer which began, O Almighty Father, high and mighty, King of kings, Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who dost from thy throne behold all the dwellers upon earth. Most heartily we beseech thee with thy favour to behold our most gracious sovereign Lord, King George, etc. And so this was a very courtly procedure at which the clergyman, dressed in his proper robes, proceeded to the altar, which is a kind of earthly symbol of the throne of heaven, made due obeisance, and presented this petition with all proper humility. Now, these are things that if you're brought up in that environment, you take for granted. That seems to be the natural attitude to God. But imagine someone coming in from a culture where God is not conceived in the image of kingship. How strange he would find this behavior. There's all this bowing and scraping, because you know very well that places where they bow and scrape and where there are thrones are places of terror. Because anybody who rules by force is must be basically terrified. That's why he has to have all these protections, why he has to be addressed in the right form of language. So you go into a court today, an ordinary US law court. There is a very strict etiquette. And if you start laughing, the judge will bang the gavel and threaten contempt of court and all sorts of dire punishments. Because here, everybody has to be serious. It's like on the parade ground. All those Marines lined up, you know, and they salute the flag, and they have to have a very grim expression on. Serious. And so, in the courts of kings, they have to be serious because kings are afraid of laughter. They're also afraid of being attacked suddenly. So everybody has to kneel down. Because if you kneel down or prostrate yourself, you're at a disadvantage. And the king stands or sits at his throne with his bodyguards ranged on either side. Like that, we've already got the form of a church. The bishop at his throne, his attendant canons and clergy flanking him on either side. And so certain great Catholic cathedrals are called basilica. And basilica, from the Greek, basileus or basilus, is the king. So the basilica is the court of the king. The very titles of God in the Bible, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, are of course borrowed from the Persian emperors. the Cyrus, which is the Greek word, Kyrios, meaning Lord. So the Mass begins with the invocation, Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy upon us. The titles are borrowed from the Persian emperor, and so the rites that have become associated with Christian religion are reflections of those great autocratic monarchs of the ancient Near East, the Cyruses of Persia, the pharaohs of Egypt, and people like Hammurabi, who were the great Chaldean monarchs. The universe was conceived then as being ruled on a political pattern like that, so that Hammurabi in particular, and Moses after him, they were the wise ones who laid down the rules. They were the patriarchs who said, now this is the way everybody's got to behave. And since you can't all agree among yourselves as to what the rules are going to be, I'm going to tell you what to do. And since I'm the toughest guy around here, and I got these brothers of mine who are pretty tough too, we're going to say, this is the law, see, and you've got to obey. So this is how we have got historically the idea of there being a law of nature. That somebody told nature what to do. For example, a wonderful poem by Father Feeney about bees. God, to some sticky stuff not yet alive in a hive, said, come, hum, be my bee and buzz as I bid. And sure enough, it was, and it did. See, and in the beginning, let there be light. A command. So commandment is the fundamental idea. So the quest of the law of nature is the quest for the true understanding of the word of God. For by the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the hosts of them by the breath of his mouth. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. What is that word? If we could find out the word of God, here is the idea, you see, we could perform incredible magic. That's why, for example, the name of God in the Bible is not to be uttered except once by the high priest in the Holy of Holies, once a year. Otherwise, that name, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh in Hebrew, we don't really know how it was pronounced. And Jehovah mixes up those consonants with the vowels of Adonai. And it's all mixed up in translation. But anyway, Jehovah is a polite way of saying what can't be said. Because if you know the word, if you know the name of God, you have power. You have the power of God. And so all ancient ideas of magic were based on knowing the names of God. It is said that there are 100 names of God, and 99 are revealed to us. And the camel knows the 100th name, which is why he looks so snooty. But so also, a person in what we now call primitive orders of society are loath to reveal their names. Because if I know your true name, I can utter it and have power over you. Now, you say, well, that seems a very naive idea, but it is exactly through the knowledge of names that we have Western science. And that is magic. That is through trying to understand the laws of nature. So that if you could understand the word underneath all the phenomena, you could change the phenomena and create magic. Only this, that many scientists have got rather sophisticated and have realized that the word comes later than the event. That in the beginning wasn't the word. Of course, if you want to make new sense out of the phrase in the beginning was the word, you have to go to Hinduism, where they have the idea that Vak, V-A-C in Sanskrit, or speech, is the basis of creation. But by this, they fundamentally mean vibration. As sound, you see, is... They say that is, you see, if you listen to sound and go right down into it, fundamentally get what sound is all about, you understand the whole mystery of things. Because the whole mystery of things is vibrating energy. On and on. Simple as that. Life and death. Life is on, death is off. Have to have off, have on, have to have on, have off. It's quite a relief. But there they say that's the beginning. Now, but they also say, in another sense, on another level, that the roots of Sanskrit, say the root form, say the word Buddha, comes from the root form Bud, which means to know or to be awake. Bhava, which means becoming, comes from the root Bhu, which means to grow. So on. Karma, kri, to act. So they say, though, that the roots of Sanskrit are not simply the roots of a language, they're the roots of life. Because in another sense, altogether, you see, you create the world by the word. And this is something that we're not very conscious of. It's the way you think that determines your basic reactions to what happens. In the words of Shakespeare, there is nothing either good or ill, but thinking makes it so. Thinking is talking to yourself inside your head. And we, through this, build up all sorts of weird notions. We say, for example, well, one day you'll have to die. Have to. What's the emotional content of saying you'll have to die? It means it's going to be something imposed upon you against your will. So it's put in this passive mode, have to. You'll be compelled to die. But I can't be compelled to die unless I'm fighting it. Supposing I want to die. Supposing I commit suicide. Or supposing we look at it all in another way and say, when I get a disease and die as a result of it, getting a disease is something I do, just as much as taking a walk. Only we've got our thoughts arranged so that we say, you ought not to get a disease, even if it's just plain old age. Somehow, you ought not to do that. You ought to go on. You can't say, when death comes about, I laid me down with a will, because we've got this hang-up about life being divided into two parts. Things that we do, on the one hand, and things that happen to us on the other. And Buddhists say, what happens to you is your karma. And people don't readily understand that. They think my karma, I have something awful happen to me because of something bad I did in my last life. And therefore, I've got bad karma. Karma simply means your doing, your action. So that when something that happens to me is called my karma, it means that it's your own doing. And if you recognize that it's your own doing, it's never bad karma. It's only bad karma if you refuse to admit that it's your own doing and merely blame someone or something else that it's something that happened to you. Now, I digressed a little because what I was getting at was the meaning of a law of nature. Laws of nature. The word taken over, the idea of the law of nature was taken over by Western science from this ancient magical notion of the word of God, the commandment of God, being the foundation for everything that happens in the world. But now, today, in Western 20th century science, there is an entirely new idea of the law of nature. The laws of nature are not things that exist in any real sense, which phenomena, like the motion of stars or the behavior of animals and rocks, they're not phenomena which these things obey. The universe is doing its stuff. But because we have a certain kind of structure and brain, we want to make sense of it. And therefore, we find various ways of understanding the world by the principle of regularity. Now, what's that? Let's take a clock. A clock ticks regularly. But the world does not tick regularly. Inconveniently enough, the sun does not have the earth go round it in a neat 360 days. This has always irritated calendar makers. How to make a rational calendar? There is no solution, because the rotations of the earth upon its own axis do not neatly synchronize with its rotation around the sun. There's always something a little odd about it. So what we do is we superimpose over this rather odd elliptical path the ideal figure of a circle with its 360 degrees. Now that is also like putting a ruler along a piece of wood and saying this piece of wood can be cut to 12 inches. Now there are no inches in the wood. Inches are a method, a technique that human beings have invented for measuring things. And so we can cut out of a piece of cloth or a trunk of a tree so many feet. Well, originally, it's simply comparing the trunk with us by putting our feet over it one after another, saying it's so many feet long, or so many spans when you stretch out the hand. There's a fundamental idea of measurement, and the inch is, of course, one joint. Not your kind of joint. And so this comparison of man's body and its regular shape, you see 10 fingers on either side, 5 fingers on either side makes 10, 5 toes on either side makes 10. And so by stretching ourselves out, as it were, against nature, we measured it. And the idea of this, of measurement, is the same idea as the idea of the law of nature. A law of nature is exactly the same kind of thing as a ruler, or a hammer, or a saw. It is a way of thinking which enables us to control our environment. By observing regularities, and then by making a calculus, which is a process really of betting. Will it be regular next time? And the odds are that it may be. If it's done it once this way, it's likely to do it again that way. So in this way, you predict eclipses of the sun. You predict the phases of the moon. You measure, you count it, how it went, how often it did it like this, how often it did it like that. And you say, well, it keeps on doing it. And you think, well, it's fascinating. It seems to obey me, because now I can tell you anytime it's going to come up. And if the other people around haven't figured it out, they think I'm magic, because I'm going to say to them, the moon is going to change at such and such a time. So many days from now, it's going to have a different shape. And I say, my God, he was right. And they'll think I'm making it happen, because I can do that. And so I get a rather privileged position, because I could predict. But that's the basic idea, you see, of the law of nature. The law of nature is a human network, like the lines of celestial latitude and longitude. They don't exist in the heavens, but we project them on the sky in order to measure the positions of the stars, because the stars are scattered in a very confusing way. And just try and remember that mess and figure it out. But the clever ones, you see, just look at it through a network, a spherical network. You can number all the squares in the spherical network in accordance with the principles of the circle, the 360 degrees. You've thrown the network on the sky. It isn't really there, see? Then to help you a little further, pick out some of the big stars and see if they make a shape. You know, this is like doing a Rorschach test. And you see, oh, look, there's one over there that looks like a dipper. Or some people call it a plow. And there's one there that looks like a cross. There's one there that, by some extreme wangling, can be made to look like a virgin. And all these lines that join the constellations together are our ways of projecting a pattern upon this great and glorious confusion, so that we can remember it and chart it. But obviously, you can very well see that if you looked at the same pattern of stars from some completely different position in space, all those constellations and their arrangements would vanish. And you'd have to invent a new one. Because there is nowhere where the stars really are. It depends where you're looking from. So in this sense, then, man in nature, with his extraordinary symmetrical brain and its amazing complications, figures it out. And it's man who introduces the law into the world. He invents it. But in a way, invenire, to invent, is to discover. But what we discover, in a way, is not something that's out there. When we invent the laws of nature, we are discovering something about ourselves and our own passion for prediction, for regularity, for keeping things under control. Therefore, there has to be a law. So then, going back right now to the beginning of what I started to say. The question was then, what is the law of relationship between the atoms? Between the fundamental billiard balls of which the world is composed? Well, you watch the game of billiards, and there's a cue, and it hits that ball, and then it moves over, and it hits that one, and then that hits that one, and then that hits that one. And so the final ball, which moves into the pocket, has its behavior explained through its contact with the other billiard balls and the final contact with the cue. That's why it did it. And so this view of the world as something that happens by the mechanical processes of the law of cause and effect is one that is really basic to most people's common sense today, to most educated people. They would say it's very difficult to figure it all out because the whole thing is so complicated, but if you could know all the details involved in, say, the behavior or a single act of a human being, you would find that it was the ineluctable result of a series of bouncing balls against each other, fundamental atoms that predisposed the great final event to be just like that. So that theory of the relationship between the atoms is called, in technical language, catenary. C-A-T-E-N-A-R-Y, catenary. catenary effect or a relationship between events is like, for example, to use another illustration, where you stand a row of bricks up, end up, no? And you knock over the first one and they all go kata, 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 and fall down. That is a catenary sequence. But it becomes increasingly obvious today to the physicist and to the biologist that that will not do as a sufficient description of how various events affect each other. And so there's another type of causal relationship altogether, which is called, instead of catenary, reticulate. R-E-T-I-C-U-L-A-T-E, reticulate, from the Latin rete, meaning a net relationship. Wherein, in other words, any given event is not simply ascribed to one or more previous events, but that the relationship between the past and the present, and between the present and the future, is all to be taken into consideration in understanding any one event. In other words, let's take one event. I drop a ball and it bounces. Let's say it's an event. I don't know how many events it really is, but we'll just say, for the sake of argument, that it's an event. Now, is it enough in describing this event to say, I let the ball go, it obeyed the law of gravity and hit the floor, but because it was made of rubber and had some air inside it, it bounced and sort of slightly disobeyed gravity because it had an energy in it. But that's not enough. Because that the ball dropped, that I let it go, that it bounced, depended not merely upon a historical sequence of events that you can lay out in a string along a line of time. It depends also upon a present context. There must be a certain density of air. All kinds of things have to coexist with this in order for me to be there to drop the ball at all, much less manufacture a ball. So that what happens must be considered not merely as a historical phenomenon, but it must be seen in context. Context is terribly important because it isn't just when a thing happens that is important, it's where it happens. In what setting? So that you could say that my blood in my veins is in a certain setting. In a test tube, it's in a completely different setting. And in a test tube, my blood is not behaving in the way it behaves in my veins. And therefore, it's not the same thing. So, an individual person in one setting will behave in one way, in another setting in a completely different way. I remember when I was a child. I was one boy when I was at home with my parents. When I went to visit my uncle and aunt, I was someone different. When I was with my peers, I was someone quite different. Because I changed according to the setting, and children are very well aware of this. It's only as we go on that we keep having it drummed into our heads that we ought to have a consistent character, because we're influenced by novels. Well, characters are supposed to be consistent. And so you ought to have a consistent character. You ought to behave the same in all circumstances and towards all people. That merely means you become inflexible. So what things are, therefore, depend on the context in which they're found, upon their network relationship to everything else that's going on. And one of the reasons for this, which is going to lead us to something more profound but much simpler, is, of course, that the whole notion of a thing or of an event in nature and of causal relationships between different things and different events is a purely abstract idea that does not really fit the facts of nature at all. In nature, in this physical world that you feel when you hold your head or hold somebody's hand or just breathe, in that world, there aren't any separate events. None whatever. Sure, there are all sorts of wiggles around here, all sorts of lines, all sorts of colors, all sorts of surfaces, all sorts of forms, but they're not separate. Because you see, you can't separate an inside, what you are inside your skin, from the outside of the skin. Because you can see that once, if there weren't anything outside your skin, there'd be no inside. It takes the outside and the inside working together to create this situation. And in the simplest way, the situation that I call my body wouldn't be operating unless there was air around here to breathe. This physical phenomenon goes with the situation of there being air. Now, true, if wiggles about inside the air in a rather complicated way. And other people watching say, oh, something going on over there. Because the air you can't see, and it remains rather constant, except when there's a gale. And so you don't pay much attention to it, because it's always around. What you pay attention to is what changes rather rapidly. And you say, well, that's a that. Say, hey, you say to someone, you see the change going on, some wiggling over there. You say, what's that? See? And he knows what you mean by a that. A that means something on the end of a finger point. It's different. It's peculiar. See? And that's a that. So from that comes the idea of an event, or a thing, a that. But all these that's that are happening aren't disconnected. They go with each other, just as I go with the surrounding air. And just as this whole situation in which we are at this moment is a complicated going withness. Now here then we get to the fundamental idea, this idea of going with. And from this we shall be able to construct the whole notion of network. And this is the idea I said at the beginning. It is extremely simple, but very difficult for people brought up to use Western languages to understand. Now going withness, we could call it relativity, relationship. Means simply, let me first of all put it in a very extreme form. Consider yourself, sitting here at this moment, being just exactly the sort of person you are. Maybe a little neurotic, maybe a little sick physically, maybe a little ashamed of yourself for some reason or other, or whatever. Just the way you are anyway, just like that, sitting here. That situation goes with, as back goes with front, the entire situation of the rest of the universe. Now, you, as you are, exactly the way you are, and you really don't know what that is. You may have some opinions about it, but you really don't know. That goes with the way the whole of the rest of boundless being is arranged. Now, it isn't that the way the rest of boundless being is arranged is determining you to be the way you are. Or if it is that, if that's true, if it determines you, then we must also allow the other side of the picture that you determine it.
Teach. Justice.
It's your karma. You did it. But you say, no, but I didn't help it. It did me. And you can say, tis tisn't, like two children arguing until you realize that the argument was stupid. Because you and it are controlling
Put
you.
cat in jail.
It's all
Punish.
like
Teach.
that.
Justice. Law.
As Taran Desjardins said, the whole universe is the only true whole, the only truly indivisible whole. The human being, though, finds this difficult to understand because we're always telling each other, now you should
Stop going.
you want to change. Don't be like that. Now listen, you're sick, and I got a system. See, I got a system. I've got a real school here, a thing that's very important, and you should come and study with that. It may not be mine, but it may be some big sage or pundit that I know, and you should come around and study that. And I've thought about this for a long time, because I've heard every kind of opinion of all the sorts of things that I should do in order to get myself into shape. And I realized that if I followed this advice, I would spend my entire day doing exercises in preparation for life. I don't know when I'll ever get around to that. You know, I would have my half an hour's yoga practice, 1 hour of zazen, so much physical exercises, and so much memory practice, so much special diet preparation to be sure that I got proper food. And if I think this all through, I think, oh my God, it isn't worth it. Then another school of thought.
Dylan, yeah, Dylan!
Just do one thing, see? But then I say, now how am I going to choose which one I'm going to do? Well, he says, obviously this one's the best. And before you know where you are, you're sewed up by some religious fanatic. Now, please, I don't want to do this to you. Please don't think that I have any such recipe that I'm going to give you anything to do for 5 minutes every morning. I just am not. I want to, my whole notion would be to set you all free so that you'd only have to attend one seminar, never have to come back. That's the idea, really. Because I know that so far as my own livelihood is concerned, that there are always more people. No, I up collective following and to send them all away. There are plenty more people to fill the vacuum. But this is the whole idea that we're going to work on of a net. That you are like a dewdrop on a multidimensional spider's web early in the
This
morning.
massive caps.
And if you look at that thing carefully, you will see that in every dewdrop are the reflections of all the other dewdrops. So the way that dewdrop looks goes with the way all the other ones look. See? The particular glimmer in it and so on. Its peculiar position, and everybody has to have a peculiar position in the cosmos. The reflections in every one of them are different, according to the position they're in and the other dewdrops that they reflect at such and such angles. But nevertheless, the whole network, all the dewdrops, depend on each individual dewdrop. And each individual dewdrop mutually depends on all the others. And that's the sort of a scheme we're living in. And it'll be the frontal logic at first, because we say, I can understand that I depend on this universe, because after all I need sunlight and air and water and the help of the society and all that kind of thing. I needed a father and mother. But looking at it from the other point of view, I find it very difficult to see how the whole thing depends on me. That's because we've been brought up with the put-down theory of the individual. No, children should be seen and not heard. You are the servant and subject of God, and don't you ask impertinent questions. Or another way of putting us down is to say, well, you're just a piece of a fluke in a mindless mechanism. See? So we always managed not to find out that the relationship of the network is mutual, it runs both ways. That it depends on you just as much as you depend on it. Because you see, it's you, with your ingenious brain, that, for example, turns vibrations of air into sound. You turn whatever the sun is doing into light. You turn whatever the air is doing into a sky called blue. There is only blue for a brain. It's just like if you hit a drum and it's got no skin, it won't make any noise. So it's the tight skin that evokes the noise out of a moving fist. No skin, no noise. So you, as the reflector, like the dewdrop reflects, you, as the so-called reflector of all that goes on, by the constitution of what kind of a reflector you are, you evoke what we call sun, moon, and stars, nebulae, vast spaces. They're only vast in relation to you. They're not really vast. Only if you compare them with yourself, they're vast. They can be considered very tiny. Or equally, the space between two sides of a hair can be considered vast if you want to think about it that way. I mean, if you really want to go into a hair, there's an awful lot between one diameter of a hair, you know. And if you think about it a long time, you'll think it's what we call a vast subject. Study it. You know, from microscopy, it is a vast subject. Depends on the attitude, you see. But the basic principle, the thing I really want to try and get across, is this idea of going with the universe around you is your outside, just as much as the organs inside your skin are your inside. You go with it in the same way that the stalk goes with the root or with the flower. And as front goes with back, as North Pole of magnet goes with South Pole. This principle of relationship governs everything. I wouldn't say governs. I'm only using these wretched terms that we have to use out of our language. It underlies everything. And it's important to realize, and let me repeat this, that the great universe does not control the small individual any more than the small individual actually controls the great universe. This is not a question of controlling. It is a question of more like dancing, of what happens, rather than what makes it happen. Things aren't made to happen. Only if you insist that a certain event is quite separate, then you can think of it being made to happen by the events that came before it. But if you realize they're all parts of one event, or different aspects, different phases of one event, then you see it happening and you don't see anything making it happen. Forcing, that whole idea of things being made to happen, in other words, goes back to the idea of a universe that is based on a monarchical image, where the boss says, damn it, you do that, and the thing can't help it, and so it's made to happen. But say in Chinese Taoist philosophy, the universe is just not seen in that way. It's not seen as anything is not made to happen. It is what does happen. But it's all interrelated. And therefore there is a pattern to it. There is an order to it. The order of the net. I was talking in last night's session about the nature of networks. And you remember that I explained the two different conceptions of causal relations between things and events. And I may as well write these down unless you've forgotten them. There's the catenary and the reticulate. In this kind, things and events are explained as being links in a causal chain. And so every particular happening that is identified as a thing or an event, which is, however, quite an arbitrary kind of selection, is explained by its past, by the chain of events which lead to it in a causal sequence. On the other hand, in thinking of the reticulate relationship, a thing is explained not simply by its relationship to past events, but by its context, that is to say, its relationship to present and future events as well as past, so that every event becomes something in a network. Now, you will very well understand that when you see the knots in a network, or better, the squares of the net, they're all held together by each other. Imagine the kind of network where instead of there being, something like knitting. In knitting, the stitches are all held together by each other, and if something breaks at one point, the thing starts raveling. So the reticulate view, or the net view of the universe, is one in which the Buddhists say everything mutually interpenetrates everything else. So as I was trying to make the central point, the point of implication, the point of relativity, that things go together like two sticks standing on the ground in this way. See, they give each other mutual support. Or like the three rings in the Valentine beer trademark, or the Christian symbol of the Holy Trinity. Those rings interlock. But take one of them away, and the interlocking is broken down for all of them. So in the same way, the individual, although seeming to be something that rattles around in the universe, although a given planet or a given star seems to be something that is moving on its own, the motion, the behavior of stars, is a situation that arises only because of the mutual interdependence of all stars. Because, to take a very simple illustration, if there is only one star in the whole universe, no motion can be ascribed to it. It can't even be said to be still. Nobody knows what it's doing because there's nothing for it to relate to. But take two stars, and they can get nearer to each other or further away from each other. But no one knows which is moving. Get three stars, and then you have, say, two close together, and one of them seems to go away. Now, who is moving away from who? Are the two stars saying, hey, we don't like you, we're going to get out of your way? Or are they saying to the other star, why don't you like us? Why do you keep going away? Well, who's right? Well, you can say on the principle of democracy that the majority must be right. But then they say, well, let's have an umpire, and we have a fourth star who can stand above us. You see, two stars can only move in a straight line with respect to each other. Three stars can move in a plane with respect to each other, but a fourth star can establish a third dimension. But we can say, I can look down on you and take an objective standpoint. But then the argument is which one of them is the fourth. But that's the basic principle on which the whole universe is constructed. It's a relativity system in which motion depends on comparison with something relatively still. And there can't be any motion at all unless there is that comparison. So, because of this relationship, every individual is so related to everything else that's going on that you imply it. In other words, anybody who was a great scientist from some other world altogether, who studied a human body carefully and figured out the conditions under which such a thing would exist, he would come to the conclusion that that human body was something from a universe just such as we have. he would find that your structure and your behavior implied this whole thing. Just as with a laser beam system, you can photograph a small fragment of any photographic negative, and from that tiny fragment you can reconstruct the whole picture from which it was taken, because the crystalline tensions in that fragment imply the whole context of crystalline tensions that belong to that particular negative. So in exactly the same way, you as an individual imply this world, and this world mutually implies you. And you are a natural formation, moving in and with this universe, not determined by it, because this is not a system of determinism. But you are moving with it in just the same harmonious way that you notice the waves moving, and the trees growing, and the clouds moving. And as you don't accuse the clouds of making aesthetic mistakes, so really is a certain light in which you can see human beings, both good and bad, as perfect forms of nature. You may have fashionable discriminations about who is beautiful and who is ugly. You may have metaphysical discriminations about who is sick and who is healthy. You may have moral discriminations about who is good and who is evil. These are all points of view, relative points of view. They're all legitimate because they are parts of the functioning of the whole. The fact that you take those points of view, that too is part of nature. But a skillful person lives on two levels at once. You live basically on the level where you know there are no mistakes. It can't be. Everything moves in accordance with what the Chinese call the Tao, the way of nature. And if you have that basic feeling, you will always be sane. But you are able to comprehend within that feeling a more restricted point of view, whereby things are good and bad. Just as in the confines of this room and this area, it's perfectly clear that there's a difference between the up direction and the down direction. But we know that this area is situated in interstellar space, and there is no up and no down. Now, the second situation doesn't contradict the first. But if you have only the discriminatory point of view, if you take your fundamental stand as a being on the difference between good and evil, you get in the Christian hang-up. You have then to say that there is eternal heaven and eternal hell, that the distinction between good and evil is radical. And if you do that, you begin to suffer from a disease called chronic guilt, which is one of the most destructive emotions that anybody can have. You feel an outcast from the universe, at odds with reality itself, at odds with God. And that sends people quite mad, and is responsible for a good deal of the craziness of Western civilization. It's making too much of a good thing out of the distinction between good and evil. It is an important distinction, but it's not fundamentally important. And you have to learn to admit different degrees of importance. And just say that because you can't just say that because a certain distinction isn't absolute, that it's not important. After all, your own physical formation is not absolute, but it's important. So, the situation of man in this network is to repeat the proposition. On the one hand, that he as an organism, psychophysical organism, is something that the whole cosmos is doing. That was as much of truth, I think, as there is in modern astrology, which I regard as a pseudoscience. But it is based on a very fundamental principle. That when you draw a map of a person's soul, you draw a small picture of the universe, a very crude picture. And that is the design of that person's individuality. The truth is, therefore, that your soul is something which contains your body. Your body does not have the soul inside it like a spook. And the whole cosmos is your soul. So the cosmos is doing you at the point you call here and now. Reciprocally, you are doing it. And the one depends upon the other. You have difficulty in conceiving this as a Westerner because we have all been brainwashed by several centuries of put-down theories of man. That you were the wretched little subject, and a disobedient one at that, of an eternal king. And B, that you were just the fortuitous congress of atoms in a mindless mechanism of incredible vastness. Having entertained those two theories of man and of existence for so many centuries, we are very much brainwashed into being unable to see that we and the universe are mutually causative, or to use the Chinese expression, mutually arising. Now then, a second difficulty arises in this, which requires that I bring in some ideas, first of all, from Buckminster Fuller. The principal notion of Buckminster Fuller's thought, and if you don't know this name, Buckminster Fuller is what I would call a philosophical engineer, a man who is one of the most creative minds in the modern world. He invented the geodesic dome, which is his main claim to economic fame. But beyond that, he's done a great deal of extremely fascinating thinking about the future of technology and the situation of man in the universe. And he has devised this important term, synergy, coming from the Greek, syn, with, ergos, work. But what he means by synergy is this, that every complex organism has as a whole an intelligence greater than any one of its parts. This is a difficult idea to swallow, because he applies it to technology in this way. He is saying that the industrial natural complex in which we live is something that is going in a certain direction on its own, whether you like it or not, and that it is able to organize your behavior.
Answer my
In a more
question,
intelligent
Mr.
way
Trump.
than you
Did you
can
conduct acts of war on an obviously far more
And he
advanced
believes,
species?
therefore, that the increasing complexity of the industrial complex will of itself, say, outlaw such lunacy as war. It will make it impossible. And that we shall find ourselves increasingly organized by an intelligent system that is not under our conscious direction, but will make us feel, I suppose, rather as our individual selves feel inside our bodies. He gives an illustration. The transportation communications network, aircraft, radio, television, telephone, these taken together are constituting a global net, which might be said to be something like Teilhard de Chardin's idea of the noosphere. I hope you all read Teilhard de Chardin, the famous Jesuit theologian who wrote the best of his books is The Phenomenon of Man. The Earth, which is the geosphere, from the Greek geos, geese, the Earth. Then the Earth, as the geosphere, is covered with a biosphere. That is the sphere of living organisms. The biosphere, in turn, generates the noosphere, which is the communication network that we call the mind, through literature, through speech, through radio and television communication. The noosphere is slowly realized. So Buckminster Fuller is really talking about the same thing. The noosphere is the network of communication set up by technology. And so, for example, let's just take air transportation. As a result of jet plane.
Yo, what up, Archus? I'm listening to this Alan Watts life-changing wisdom. What are you doing?
I'm eating some yogurt.
Are
want
you
Jeffy's Island?
Of course, I had the best vacations there. Beautiful beaches, tremendous.
are you eating it with fruit?
Are you friends with Jeffrey?
How about this?
Are you friends with Jeffrey?
How about this?
Why so?
Were you on Jeffy's Island?
Of course.
Watch it by yourself, I guess.
What?
Why wouldn't you watch this by yourself, or like where you plan to have a discussion about it after?
Possibly. But I've been listening to it all day. It's like 4 hours long. I think this
That's
almost
great.
it's almost my second time going through it. The end of it is very interesting. There's a lot of things we could discuss about it, but I would just say like experience it. And one of the interesting things in this is he says, don't even think about it. Just let your mind respond naturally in a way. So this whole thing is just like a meditation, but you can go to ChicagoMayorElection.com to see all of my political campaign creation videos. But this is really
So this
just,
is like you're actually running for the Chicago mayor race.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't like. You remember when you came on CQ Radio?
yeah.
Yeah, that's where I know you from.
Oh, I see.
They weren't sure if you were serious or not. There wasn't much time to really establish that, I guess.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is I just come into these rooms to basically sound troll people because like they're just wasting their time. I mean, you know,
What do you mean they're wasting?
they're just wasting. They're not doing any kind of like education or research. They're just like doing hyperbolic political speech. They're not interested in books or music or poetry or politics per se. Um, they're part of a vulgar society that can't communicate with actual voters or families. They are rated NC-17.
Well, yeah, they don't plan on working in the de facto system. They plan on waiting for the federal government to collapse and they can establish their militias.
Yeah, I mean, it's never going to happen. The federal government, though scaling in size, is not going to collapse. So that is just it's just an opinion. Is it an opinion or is it a fact? Which one is
Well,
it?
it's obvious. Everything's an opinion.
Oh my God! Well, at least we confirmed somebody. At least I can finally met somebody who can confirm that everything is an opinion. Finally! Oh my God! It's been weeks. Oh my God! Fucking finally, one brain in the universe has confirmed that everything's a fucking opinion. Finally! Woo!
You're welcome.
Oh, thank God. There's a brain out there that has confirmed that not, what's the difference between an opinion and a fact?
I don't know, honestly.
You don't know?
Yeah, I wouldn't know the answer to that. I mean, I'm sure there's like some sensible answer to that. I don't think I can give you one. I mean, I guess like, because you're talking about like on a deep philosophical level, so I don't know if I'm going to go in like some direction I don't mean to go in.
Well, what's interesting is the word fact and faked are, like a similar like connection. So I'm just saying that a lot of people on these apps, they're never doing meditation. Some people, a lot of the religious people who run these Christian rooms, they just want to be moderator control freaks in like their universe. And it's kind of funny because it kind of is like a genie in a bottle system with these cell phones where you can pop in and out of rooms, and you're like in a 3D simulator. You can say or create any kind of sound you want, I mean, you will get kicked from the room or kicked to the, to the listening area, but it's like a game. It's like a video game in a way. People don't like the way I use my cell phones. And I'm like, okay, well, do you go to the casino and play the slot machines? Because you must like paying to play for video games. That's kind of what I'm trying to show people is, you aren't what you say you are what you do, basically. It's more important what you do. And so your communication should, align with what you're doing. And that's what I'm doing right now. Ding!
Of course, yeah, congruence. Yeah, I mean, I know. I'd say I'm a fan of fans of Alan Watts.
I was thinking today, it's like as soon as you start talking about Alan Watts, within like just a couple minutes, somebody will say, he was an alcoholic. And then those 4 words like shut down 1,000 recorded hours of how he spent his life. It's like, it's just
try to find something to discredit,
well, I mean, if you are just going to let the conversation shut down like that, Like, it's still something to bring up, but it's just so stupid because the guy was a recording artist. He was a publisher, and the Alan Watts Foundation is a multi-million dollar nonprofit organization. So he created a significant library and recording industry, but it's also the intelligence about what he's talking about. And part of me, to me, the big picture about the Enlightenment perspective is that you're an actually like a nice person to everybody, even the worst people, because it is a little bit like royalty training, like how does a king, live his life? He doesn't live with it in like disgust or anger. It's basically Stoic philosophy. So I'm just saying, in a lot of these spaces, you are communicating with, and myself included, many, many times, I'm just like being insanely vulgar, profane, abusive, or hate speech. And it's like, that's not what the message is in the, literature. Like there's a reason why people study stuff. It's to like transform your intelligence and consciousness, and help you not repeat mistakes of the past or wasted time and effort. Like every second counts, basically, is what I'm saying. And to spend time in rooms and to listen to people where it's like, if you were to analyze how you were spending your seconds, you'd say, okay, I'm not going to risk spending my seconds listening to these types of people anymore. I would much rather just listen to somebody like Alan Watts, who can give me the programming that I think is of the highest value. So in this lecture, he talks about crowd communication versus group communication. And the television was a one-way programming stream, for so long. But now we, the programmed, can now broadcast our own programming. So it's a unique opportunity to create content and redistribute this high-value content to people who, in my opinion, are wasting a lot of time with very low quality content. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's kind of what you're saying, like the medium of public speaking. It's kind of obviously shifted over years, and it's brought about, calls for different ways of preparation.
Not preparation, experience. That's what Alan Watts keeps talking about, is the happening and the experience. And I like to play games, like Alan Watts says you should basically be like a dolphin or be like a monkey swinging through the trees. Like, you're weightless. You don't want to be held down by friction. And that's what a lot of these online conversations is very friction. And just listening to them, in my opinion, causes me personal friction because I know that every second counts and I'm wasting my time listening to these crazy people on the internet, and some of the most obnoxious sounding people you've ever heard in your life. It sounds like fingernails scratching on a chalkboard or a truck engine, grinding its gears, or a person being put into a wood chipper and screaming bloody murder.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. A lot of these interlocutors are not very kind or pleasant to be around.
No, I want to study poetry. I want to play music. Like I want to be a recording artist in the same way that Alan Watts was. Alan Watts in this lecture talks about guru economics, and how all major religions, including guruism, has an economy, and a different methodology on how to generate that economy. But he also talks about a lot of different things. But anyways, do you want to say anything else? Because I'm going to go back to playing Alan Watts?
What do you mean, like, there's like a specific way to develop that economy? Is it necessary? Is it like good for the economy? There's a guru economy, or like?
He was talking about the law of abundance or prosperity or growth. Like, how do you create economic activity and growth? And a lot of it is like cloning and filling up capacity. And we have so much capacity in this country. It's unbelievable how much capacity we have. I can't believe they're building data centers. We have so much commercial real estate that is being sold for 80 cents on the dollar. It's like, why are we building these data centers and like fucking up probably important water when we could just put these data centers in major commercial office space in major cities? Like, what the fuck? I don't understand it, but I think it's just because it's like, it's basically like creating a utility company. Like, these data centers, they'll never go out of business. Like, they'll be here for 100 years. They'll be running when everybody's gone. Just a joke.
So, like, I mean, when you say, like, are you kind of talking about the law of attraction, like this abundance?
My theory is that, like, if you look at successful music recording artists, you know, who sold 30 million records, 100 million records, 2 billion records, and you were to analyze their music, and then the media that they created in addition, you know, so it's like Michael Jackson, his music is successful because of the content and because of like the hypnosis of the music itself. So part of business is the biggest part of your business is always marketing and being able to find an audience to convert them into customers or potential customers. So it's the same with every single industry that exists: medical, industrial complex, energy, cellular, home builders, etc. Cars is a huge advertising category. Fringe publishing is a very small part of the category. Look at Disney. All this shit revolves around family programming. That's the biggest business out there in terms of content. And, you know, but that's not how I spend my life. I mean, I'm like studying philosophy mostly like 8 hours a day, basically, I'd say, or doing political communication on various social audio platforms.
So in terms of like your like money, like you're just like retired, basically. Can I say that? You don't need to dox yourself or anything.
No, I mean, everyone is looking for more abundance. No one is ever retired. And, you know, the retirement industry is a scam because the whole thing is a hypnosis to get you to turn over your assets to a manager so he can charge you, you know, 1 to 3% a year to control your wealth. And when you want a check, you got to call up and get a check issued. It's just ridiculous. But I do believe in the stock market. The stock market is like the best gambling opportunity that you'll ever have in your life. Like, the casino is just a video game, but the stock market is like, you know, the real opportunity of your lifetime is Wall Street. That's where all of Elon Musk's wealth comes from, because all that decentralized investment money from all the pension funds and everybody around the whole fucking planet is concentrated in Wall Street. So you can have these huge multiples where your price to earnings ratio is 1,000 or 10,000 or completely non-existent, and you lose billions every quarter. You see what I'm saying? Like, Wall Street allows companies to exist like zombies because it's that big. So that's the biggest opportunity for every American is either, you know, banking, technology, or medical industrial complex. Especially medical industrial complex. You see all this fraud that they're uncovering, these hospices, these child daycares, anything that the government is tied to, You're talking about, $1 trillion a year in fraud. So it's a lot of fraud out there. A lot of people driving Lamborghini SUVs. Would you like to drive a Lamborghini SUV in Miami, Arches, and have a $1.3 million condo and a portfolio with $13 million? What do you say, Arches?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, obviously. The thing is, if you can, reverse engineer that, wouldn't that be a miracle?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Well, not everybody can inherit $450 million like our president.
Yeah.
He never had to do a single thing in his life. He could have just stuck it in the stock market and he would be worth 10x what he's worth right now.
That's true, yeah. Made some bad decisions too, I think, right?
See, Wall Street will always get bailed out. That's why it's a good place. Some people say only keep your money in bonds. And some people say diversify. But, if you look at Jeffrey Epstein's track record and what he said at the interview with Bannon, he's like, no. He's like,
yeah, that was weird. I don't know, that was really weird when he did that.
Well, he was saying you got to pick your trades, and he says he gambles on big events. So I think if you're saying that he's saying he created those big events, I don't think so. It's he knew about them, his Bear Stearns activities. I don't know. There's so many things that they say he did at Bear Stearns with arms trafficking and shit. But I've never seen any actual evidence other than content created about the files or something, but no real evidence of arms trafficking and shit like that.
Are you talking about Steve Bannon?
No, Epstein.
No.
They were saying because CIA and Wall Street are probably there's people that are former CIA that work at BlackRock, right? And so I'm just saying there was just stuff about Epstein and how they were saying that transactions that they had saw were basically cover for arms trafficking. But I'd be okay, let's see the evidence. Okay, Arches, anything else you want to tell our audience here at ChicagoMayorElection.com?
No. Yeah, fine.
Okay, we got other listeners in other rooms and other X accounts. So there's people listening to this conversation. It's not just in a recorded account on Rep J Kitover, Illinois 16. All right, well, I'm going to play more Alan Watts. Great chatting with you, Arches. Hope you have a great new week. This is Alan Watts.
All centers that are in communication with each other by jet aircraft are becoming increasingly the same place. When you wake up in Tokyo, having come from Los Angeles or San Francisco, you are slightly in doubt as to where you are. Because Tokyo is an immense muddle. It's a mixture of Paris with Los Angeles, of San Francisco with Shanghai, of London, vaguely thrown in, and sort of a touch of Japan. It's a phenomenal place. Well, if you live in San Francisco, you realize it's becoming more like Tokyo. Because we have a tremendous inrush of Japanese culture. We have superb Japanese restaurants. You can go to sushi bars, that is to say bars for rice balls and raw fish, which are beautifully served, just like in a bar in Tokyo. And increasingly, we have supermarkets which sell Oriental, African, and Japanese goods. And I call them supermarkets for the unusual. And more people are laying down tatami mats and cooking over hibachis and using chopsticks and every kind of thing like that. So the point is that how near a place is to you is simply a factor of transportation. There are places in the United States. I was just in one in a far out Indian area of South Dakota. It takes longer to reach than to get to Tokyo. So it's further away. That's all there is to it, for all practical purposes. So Fuller's idea is that by the year 1968, so soon, we have a one-town world. And it's coming fast. And as human beings have some problem adapting to this, because as you know, when you travel by jet, just as when you're in an elevator that drops too fast, you feel it left your stomach on the 14th floor and it's taken the rest of you down to the first. So the jet aircraft leaves your psyche in London and brings your body to San Francisco, and it takes some time to...
Oh, serendipity, I feel threatened. Someone's in the goo. I feel threatened, serendipity.
Hello,
I
mortal.
feel very threatened. They want to
This is why you have the power of the bean, baby boy.
You're the matriarch. You're supposed to protect us.
Power, baby.
Wait a minute. Who are you afraid of? Alistair?
Alistair.
He's that crazy comic.
Rabono Shalom. Who here believes in hypnosis? Does anyone here believe in hypnosis?
Only when they do the porno one. The guy has the show at used to have the show at one of the strip properties.
So you believe in porno hypnosis, Abby?
Hypnosis? You never saw him? Anthony Cools.
Porno hypnosis Anthony Cools?
Google Anthony Cools. He does a hypnosis show.
Porno hypnosis? Is pornography hypnotic? Is that why people look at it so much?
I don't know. He would get people to do stuff on stage that they would not do in public normally.
God, can you imagine all the millions of hours? Think about how much time people spend here on Clubhouse. Could you imagine how much time people here on Clubhouse spend probably looking at pornography? Oh, you could say pornography is hypnotic, just like Clubhouse. Do you believe in hypnosis?
I know it when I see it.
Do you only believe in pornography hypnosis?
Doesn't get that, Marshall. Did you get that joke?
Do you only believe in
Anyone get that joke?
porno hypnosis? Abby, do you only believe in...
I'm shocked that you did not get that joke.
I'm sitting here trying to find out if you believe only in porno hypnosis.
See it.
You understand the power of communication, Abby, because you're an attorney. And when you're in court, if you stop talking, you lose the power of the hypnosis. Am I right?
Google Anthony Cools. He was last at the Paris Hotel, his last show. I don't think he...
Porno hypnosis. Thank you, Abby.
The magician?
He's not a magician, no. He would do like everyone would come in and like the room would kind of go dark and he'd say whatever hypnosis stuff he says, and he'd get volunteers, so he'd have like 10 people.
Like a mentalist.
Yeah, he'd have like 10 people on the stage. But what would undoubtedly happen is he would do whatever the hypnosis spell is that he does, and people in the audience would go under when he was doing it, even though they didn't volunteer. You're following this?
Yeah.
Okay, so now the people on the stage, he tells them to do different things, and they do things, and some things are very risque. But the problem, you could see a little liability here, is that someone that didn't volunteer went under when he did went through his spiel, and then they end up coming up on stage. But they're coming up on stage under the trance.
Wait, what was this guy's name?
Anthony.
Abby, I just took all my clothing off. You hypnotized me.
You should go to one of his shows, John.
That's hardly sanitary.
Oh, I thought that was a hypnosis to make everybody on Clubhouse get undressed and go live on YouTube. Hello?
8.
Anyway, Anyway, there's a bunch of famous ones. There's like other what would you call them? Just hypnotists, right? So,
my family, we're friends with the mentalist, and he would do. We would fly him for like company events, and he would like.
But he's different. He's not putting people under, the mentalist.
Yeah, he's not putting anybody under. Nah, he's just doing like mind tricks, basically. Yeah, that's true.
Abby, do you know what the greatest pickup line?
I'm glad you asked that because it made me crazy when I went to some of his shows, and you would see people that did not volunteer. So one of them I was at, and someone who worked for my ex went up on stage. And now the question was like, and he has the people doing things that are provocative, that can be very embarrassing. So luckily, the person didn't lose their job as a result of it, but can you imagine your boss is sitting in the audience? So this was the answer I got to my question. There's signage when you go in the room, as well as your ticket. In those days, it was a physical ticket, and there was a disclaimer and a release, both on the signage and on the ticket, that released the liability and that you accepted you released the liability going to the show. Right. That was how it was explained to me. I don't know if he ever got sued. It's an interesting question. But definitely people went under that were not volunteers.
Abby, do you know what the greatest pickup line of all time is?
I know it when I see it.
No, you just come up to your victim, the girl that you like, and you say, "Do you believe in hypnosis?" Or first you say, "Can I ask you a question?" And then if the girl says, "Sure," or you could say, "Hey, can I ask you a bar trivia question?" Hello.
Is the Save America Act dead? It didn't get passed, did it? Is there a time limit for legislation?
Well, they can amend it too, right? They're on break right now, aren't they?
Is Sarah Lee really voting yay?
Did we hear John's punchline?
Yeah, I didn't hear punch. Wait, hold on a sec. What was the punchline?
Rabboni Shalom, I'm just saying that all communication is hypnosis. So if you come up to somebody and say, "Can I ask you a question?" They say, "Sure." And you say, "Do you believe in hypnosis?" That's basically introducing a huge concept about hypnosis and saying, so anyways, I'm just trying to say that on Clubhouse, everything you listen to is like this group programming as opposed to like crowd programming. So it's just interesting to be aware of the different types of communication, you might say. Hello?
So, can I answer Monica now? Monica, they can take it and amend other bills with it and try to push it through that way.
Hello?
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am, but it's annoying though. What's wrong with it? Why don't the Democrats want voter ID? How can they, any thinking person doesn't believe the garbage that voter ID is racist. And I struggle sincerely with people being not critical thinkers, Abby. Am I too harsh on them?
Well, I think
that's projection, Monica.
It would be conceding in an extremely small way that maybe Trump had some legitimacy to his claim that the election was stolen. By saying that the system has vulnerabilities would be to admit that maybe vulnerabilities were taken advantage of.
Is it
But
really
the Democrats didn't want it because they want non-citizens to be able to vote.
Is it really just the illegal aliens, or is it Dominion voting systems too? And George Soros?
I mean, they're not going to say that, but I thought that was what.
But it's the other issues with it. I don't think the Democrats are against voter ID per se, but there was other components of it that we're dealing with the citizenship and then also the purging of the voter rolls. I mean, there was just other avenues. But I think in its pure form of having an ID to come in when you vote, I don't think has as much pushback as the citizenship proof.
This white baby male monkey doesn't think it's racism.
There's basically
It's
just
law.
There's zero upside for Democrats. Like, there's just nothing. Passing this legislation would do nothing good for them. You know, like, it just. If I was a Democrat, there's no way I'd vote yes on this.
That's why I have a whole problem with it. They shouldn't be voting for their interests. They should be voting for the interests of the people they represent, because they represent us. They work for us, and they've forgotten. I don't care about their agenda. I don't care about their rabid desire to stay in power. They represent we the people, and they should be fired. They're doing a crap job. And I believe Congress's approval rating is even lower, like way lower, than the president's.
But, I mean, I don't think I don't think their voters really care. Like, I don't think their voters really care about this issue. I think Democrats also would make the claim that the elections are sufficiently secure. So for Republicans to try and do this is only to the extent that it will help them. So it's their own kind of power grab. So I think in either direction it could be interpreted as some kind of power grab, when most of the evidence seems to support the idea that there is not any meaningful voter fraud happening that this bill would prevent.
But what in the bill specifically would you call it a power grab?
75 to 80% of Americans want voter ID. It's not a power grab of the Republicans to give the people what they want. The Democrats were smart. They'd say, this is popular with my constituents. Maybe I should put aside partisan politics and actually vote the way the people that hired me want me to vote.
But elections are generally run by the state, and don't most states have voter ID laws anyway?
The majority of them, I believe 36 have some form of voter identification. Guess which states don't? The major blue ones: California, New York, etc., etc. I don't have the other ones.
We talked about this in Gary's room a whole bunch. I mean, my state did it by we have a constitutional amendment that you have to go to 2 voting cycles for it to become an amendment. So it passed the first one by about 75%, and the next cycle it'll pass again. But we had a big issue in our state because you go and you sign a logbook, like your signature verifies you when you go to vote. And there were all these provisional ballots. There were 15,000 ballots that they couldn't verify signatures because they were young. They were all like college age, and they didn't use signatures for anything. And when they registered to vote, they registered at the DMV, which was an electronic signature. So you have this problem with a generation that doesn't use cursive and doesn't really sign anything. So that of those 15,000, they had to take the provisional and cure all the votes and reach out to these people and make sure they were the same person, which held up the counting of the votes. And we had elections that, like, our governor won by, I don't know, it was 16,000 votes. So, you have really close elections that those votes are significant. But that's one of the things that those states do. When you don't have an ID, you do the signature thing. You see the generational issue.
I mean, but if 2 things. To go backwards, to go forward, we can look at a state like Florida, which does have voter ID laws, and there were how many ballots that weren't counted in the Bush Jr. election because of the tax. So one way or the other, this is kind of pointless. And then secondly, I also want to mention it, considering the fact that there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud at all, isn't this kind of a nothing burger? Isn't it extremely partisan? I mean, there's no actual evidence of widespread voter fraud. There's just none, right? We've looked for it everywhere. We've checked under the couches. So again, this is really just a dog whistle, because until the evidence actually comes out that this is a large problem, by far it's not as large of a problem as, let's say, a foreign country interfering in the last election. So, I mean, if we're just being honest,
enough talking, please. You made a point about the Chads having something to do with voter signature laws. Can you draw that through line? It's not obvious to me.
Well, what I'm saying is, in the state of Florida, which does have voter ID laws that, voters have to be identified, there were people who voted and their votes weren't counted, right? They were identified as legitimate voters, but their votes weren't counted, and that was not done by the Democratic Party. So I'm making the
You're
comparison.
talking about the dangling chads? I'm confused what you're talking about.
Yes, the dangling chads.
How many years ago was that?
It still happened. The point being is both parties do this. Both parties actually move it.
Time out. The dangling chads were a problem with the actual voter card. It was a malfunction on how that was a dangling chad. They couldn't tell who the vote was. I mean,
you could tell what the intent was. So
but that's a different issue.
It didn't fully punch through. It didn't fully punch through, but you can see what the intent was.
Dolph, my state purged 160,000 names off the voter rolls before the last election cycle. 160,000. I'm in a transient state, and every single person registered to vote gets a ballot in the mail. And you have lots of people that you can domicile here in 6 weeks. You have all these people that domicile, and then they leave the state. So they had to purge the voter rolls. You need to be able to do that. I mean, that's one of the things that the bill is calling for, and I think that's important. And that can, it's a question of whether residents are voting. It's not only the citizenship issue, it's also whether they're actual residents of the state. And I think you have to look at that. There's safeguards. There's safeguards on the citizenship. You can require jury pools to double check that someone's a citizen, because you have to sign an affidavit when you get called on jury duty, which they take usually out of DMV records when you get called for jury duty. And that's the second time you have to sign an affidavit that says you're a U.S. citizen. So that's a safeguard against it. But I mean, there's two things. There's residency and citizenship. And I think you have to agree, you have to clean up voter rolls, especially in states where people move in and out.
I also feel like we should invest in upgrading the machines that we use for voting, because when I voted, the machine that I was in line for was constantly breaking down, and I'm not even sure if my vote was counted. They seem very archaic to me.
Well, some of the states have, I forget what that system's called, ERIC something. It's a statewide system of registering and of counting the ballots, as opposed to like the individual counties doing it. It's an acronym that they have in some states that's supposed to make it a tighter system. But we also have the postmark issue. I mean, you haven't even talked about that, where you have these mail-ins and people mail it in the day of the election. So how's that going to work?
But that's probably going to be resolved via Supreme Court, right?
I think so.
Is that even part of the SAFE Act?
No. But I think that's a big. I mean, we have that issue. We've had lawsuits here because we can't count anything. You have to wait till all the votes come in the mail.
Yeah,
and then
I think the Supreme Court seemed like probably pretty likely that they were going to favor against the mail-in ballots postmarking. I think that's one where it's like, we have to be able to have our elections in like a reasonable amount of time, and that's just not in the modern world. It seems like we should be able to solve that issue.
I mean, you stick it in a mailbox, right? And you live in a rural area. It may not get through the county and then into the state system. It can take 3-4 days after the election date.
Yeah, wasn't there something about the postmark too, is when the post office marks it so you can mail it on the day it's due, but if it's not postmarked till the next day, it's late.
Right, but they've been accepting them here. Also, what if the postmark isn't clear and you can't read it? They've accepted those also. We had non-citizens that received these automatic mail-in ballots. And, they know that it's a felony if they fill it out and mail it in. So a TV station's doing stories on it, showing the non-citizens. Because you go to register for the DMV to get your driver's license, and there's box you check off to register to vote. Now you're supposed to also check off a box whether you're a U.S. citizen or not. But
There was I forgot who the journalist was, like a YouTuber type journalist in New York City. The guy at the voter registration, I forgot which office it was, but he's saying, I'm not a citizen. I have a green card. Can I fill this out? He's like, well, you're not supposed to, but we don't check it. If you submit it, we take it. Basically, it was really wild. So, but it seems that, as somebody else was saying, there's just not evidence of a wide-scale problem, and evidence only shows minuscule amounts, which wouldn't sway the election.
what do you think about the signature issue that I raised? Of people not
That
signing their name
people
anymore?
don't have signatures.
Yeah.
Well, that's a problem. I mean, if you're requiring a signature match and the younger people don't, that could be a significant portion of people. So I don't know. I don't know how. That's significant. Could be a significant amount of people. So I think that's an issue.
I'm sure
and I agree that's an issue as well. I'm not calling the system perfect by far. I do believe that there are a lot of holes in the existing system. I heard somebody talk about the voting machines. Yeah, a lot of them are crap. I was surprised to see many counties in California actually go back to just write-in ballots. So I do agree that the technology seems antiquated and it should be a much simpler process. But I just don't think that it is like a critical issue for us to focus on it.
Isn't it true though that a signature doesn't necessarily have to be written in cursive? Like, isn't it just a matter of like seeing the mark of someone's name so they could?
Yeah, I thought a signature was just a mark.
Yeah, you could make an X, right? Some people don't know how to write.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just has to match.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, that it doesn't always match, and the scanning software doesn't. I think like digital signature is much different than a paper, right? So you're gonna have that variance, which it seems like the software isn't smart enough to differentiate at the moment.
Right, and I'm saying it was 15,000 ballots in a state that an election turns on 15,000.
Yeah, that's the problem. A local election, that could be a landslide. So that's definitely problematic.
And the SAVE Act would have addressed this issue?
Well, voter ID would address the issue, right? Because when you go to vote,
you would have to have your ID.
yeah, as opposed to just you're making an X or trying to match a signature that you sign. You guys have all signed digitally something, right? It's hard.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look anything like my actual signature.
But okay, let's say so we consider a world where we do and we don't allow this sort of signature thing to happen. Like, are we saying that these signatures, these electronic signatures, whatever, are we saying that they are a vulnerability for fraud, or are we saying that they just kind of complicate the election process? Because I think those are two very different things.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I would think not fraud, but as an issue.
Right. So this is where I feel like Dolph is saying, and I agree, that I don't think this SAVE Act passing or not passing is like any meaningful, existentially important thing to our country. Like, it just seems like such a nothing burger, I think is the term that you used, and I agree with, where it's just like meaningless. Like,
What about residency? Like
I don't know. I just think like states can handle this kind of stuff on their own. Residency seems probably a state by state sort of complicated thing. Like whether a state is a transient state or not, or what sort of business economy they have. Like, it just seems relevant that each state might want to make their own decision about residency.
Can I add a point for us to consider? So the states, the major blue ones that don't have voter ID, they haven't had voter ID for quite some time. And while it hasn't been established that non-Americans were voting in federal elections, if they're voting at all and they're not citizens, then they're disenfranchising American citizens. So getting resolutions and having state laws passed locally or state level when the citizens' will is not being honored because non-citizens are voting, having federal ID requirements might be of value.
So you're saying that the SAVE Act would have prevented non-citizens from voting in residential elections that they were previously fully legally able to vote in?
They can vote, like in New York. I feel like it was local elections in New York. They can vote. There's some places.
School boards for sure, because they feel like they're disenfranchising them from having a vote in their children's education.
So are you saying the SAVE Act would have stopped that? They wouldn't have been able to vote in local elections anymore?
Yeah, I'm putting out a point to consider. I don't have an opinion on this yet. I'm posing it. What do we think about that argument? Is there any validity to that? I believe that non-citizens voting in elections is disenfranchising citizens. Does anybody say no, that's not true?
I think it's a two-sided coin. I think the answer is yes and no. I mean, obviously, it's unless it's allowed, it's a crime, right? There's that, and a crime is a crime. But then through another lens, right, or playing devil's advocate, it is like you said, if these residents, their children are in these schools, they are paying local taxes, they are representative of that community. Maybe they should have a say.
No, they absolutely shouldn't. No, I mean, cut the fucking shit. There's not a goddamn country in the world that would tolerate that bullshit. You're not even allowed to fucking protest in most other countries.
But we are in this. We're in this country, though.
Yes, and in this country it's illegal, and it should remain illegal.
Well, we're talking about places where it's not illegal. We're talking about places where it's legal to vote in local elections if you're a non-citizen. And I think so long as in my opinion, so long as whether or not the non-citizens are able to vote in local elections is dictated only by the citizens, right? So when they go and vote, should non-citizens be able to vote in local elections, only citizens can vote in that, then I think it's fine, because it's like, if the people in a local community say, we are okay with non-citizens voting in these local issues because they're residents here and we care about what they have to say, then I'm like, whatever, they want. So
they can be like New York City, and I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen there, but yeah, if they want to be dumbasses,
I don't know though, because I feel like that impedes on the whole, representation aspect. States are given funding based on populations, and when you start allowing non-citizens to vote, then you're potentially impacting.
But that's based on the census.
Like, that's the whole problem with the census, and the census not being allowed to ask for citizenship. If the census could ask for citizenship, and you could count every person so that federal dollars could be allocated based on the actual number of people there, but representation was still only based on the number of citizens, I don't think they should get more representation because they have more illegal aliens. That's not right.
That I agree with you on.
Yeah. I'm going to take the complete opposite perspective to a lot of people in this room. I think voting should be made harder, especially in local elections. I think that if you live in, let's say, a suburb of 75,000 people, and you have you have a 1-year lease on an apartment, you're not really a dug-in member of that community with any long-term vested interest. And I don't think you should be able to vote on city budget questions, on city bond issues that could take 30 years to resolve. I think the very next year when you get a new lease, you might be in the town next to you. So how you vote this year has nothing to do with your long-term needs or your long-term tied vested interests in this community. So I don't think people who have 1 or 2 year leases in a city should be able to vote in that city. If they're there long-term, that's different. If they own property, that's different. And I would be okay with making it harder to vote in federal elections also to prove that you have some very basic understanding of the way the civics system works in this country. If not, the retarded people in this country just go and they vote for either one, oh, I made it to the ballot box, I don't know who half of these people are, I'm still going to vote in these contests rather than leave them blank because maybe I don't even know that's an option. So I'll choose someone whose last name sounds maybe ethnically similar to mine, or just randomly guess and just pick a box out of nowhere. There are a lot of people who have absolutely no idea how this country works, how our representation works, and people should be able to approve it to be able to vote.
Did you hear, Abby, about I think this was the first time there's a joint operation overseas about the Israelis?
A joint operation where?
They have similar to the U.S. They have like their special forces, and then they have like more what we would call like tier 1. They're like the special forces of the special forces. They sent their 2 tier 1 groups out for the search and rescue mission for the American pilot shot down.
Yeah, one of the things that I actually read earlier, remember how there was like all of this weird media information? He was found, articles were written kind of not being really clear, and he's found. No, he wasn't found. That hasn't been confirmed. Oh wait, he was found. Apparently, I read in our article earlier that the CIA intentionally set out all kinds of like false news leaks and stuff, as well as sent in false quote unquote rescue resources to areas that were not near where the soldier was to mislead the Iranian force.
Yeah, this story of this extraction is so fascinating. Like, I already read one article about it, and I have another article saved that I'm going to read tomorrow morning about more details about it. It is wild. I mean, like, the extent, the, like, fake convoy to, like, throw off the Iranians is wild. The fact that it sounds like it's likely that this guy received a lot of assistance from locals because they hate the RGC there, and that he was, like, scaling this, like, 7,000-foot ridgeline despite being injured. And then when they freaking got the guy out of there, the planes wouldn't start, and so they had to fly in 3 new planes and then blow up the old planes as they were leaving. Like, it's wild. So crazy. Like, they're saying this is the most complex military extraction in modern American history. So it's like, I'll watch the movie of this when it comes out.
I was just going to say, it sounds like it'd make a great movie.
I read it. I think the special force. I guess there were hundreds of special forces from the U.S. that there to rescue him. But all of the rescues you get, the complicated ones like that, almost always involve the fuck do you call them? The para-rescue, the parajumpers from the Air Force, which is actually they call it like Superman school. You have to. They're special forces, but they have to pass the largest number of qualifications and courses in order to get selected, and so it's pretty rigorous. But they're they're great medics, but they're also really great at rescues. And
are you talking about like the 82nd Airborne Division?
No. These are special forces. I'm trying to think what they're called. There's a name for them.
SEALs?
No, the Air Force's Special Forces. So the pararescue, you can look it up. They have it's like compared to Green Berets, all of these other people, they have to go through a lot of the same schools, but they have to do a bunch of additional ones. They have to be halo and high altitude jumping qualified. They have to, of course, all of the medical shit, and they have to be able to rescue by sea, land, and air. They are so. In other words, it's just and they're all also I think qualified as like JTAC controllers. So
the PJs,
the PJs.
The PJs.
Yeah, PJs. Those are like
which is pararescue jumpers. Yeah.
Yeah, pararescue jumpers.
I mean, there's some of the best rescuers in the military, bar none.
Maybe I shouldn't say, but wasn't somebody in your family involved in that epic?
No, my dad was a paratrooper.
Oh, okay.
Not special forces, but
Gotcha.
Paratrooper in Vietnam. But apparently they didn't really have to shoot. There was some gunfire to keep the Taliban, or not Taliban, excuse me, IRGC away. But for the most part, their air support ended up stopping, the IRGC or any of the militias from getting close to them.
All right, since we're talking about the news, I have two quick pieces to share with the group then. I'm reading the New York Post, and they have a headline that says, NPR didn't quote a single member of the Michigan synagogue after attack, but interviewed terrorist pals 6,000 away in Lebanon. So this giant synagogue in Michigan, they didn't interview a single person who was a member of that congregation, but they did sort of try to humanize the terrorist's motivations by interviewing his pals in Lebanon. And the NPR has a public editor, which is sort of like what they used to call an ombudsman at a newspaper, which is a person who looks critically at their own news organization, like to try to defend from the public's interests against that news organization. And she was criticizing it, saying, well, we dropped the ball here, and they should have tried to give a more complete version of the story rather than humanizing this terrorist solely. So there's that. And then, of course, the most delicious piece of news from the last 2 days, besides the guy being rescued, is Marco Rubio kicking out the niece of Soleimani from the U.S. and she's in ICE detention now, and she's famously was
legal or what?
Pardon me, darling.
No, they were legal green card holders.
She was a green card holder
with a lot of money,
and she lived in a mansion in Los Angeles, and she calls the U.S. the Great Satan, and she was, praising the IRGC and the Iranian regime on social media. And I guess she's gonna discover that maybe living in Iran isn't as nice as living in a mansion in LA now.
I'm sure she'll get.
Was this Soleimani's
citizenship somewhere else?
Yes.
Yeah.
And great niece? Okay. Yeah.
Did you see the cover of the New York Post and the picture of them?
Did you see her?
Oh
yeah.
my God.
She's gonna be
Wait,
in for a
you didn't have that?
rude awakening.
That's the PS of the story. Like, you have to say what
Why?
she looked like.
Why? Well, describe it for the.
Oh, wearing bikini clad short midriff
Hooker.
tattooed skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna have to, put that hijab.
Let me see if I have a link to someone's Twitter that is the Twitter of that cover of the New York Post. No, we're talking like stripper looking. Wait, let me
Yeah,
find it.
she's she's a little social media.
They look like typical fucking Persians to me. Like very flashy, very into their appearance, very just obnoxious and narcissistic.
I just put it in the chat. Okay, take a look at what she looks like.
She's pretty good. The daughter was pretty good looking.
Yeah, I knew you
she's
were going
beautiful.
there, Peppy.
She's beautiful.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
pretty
she's a
wild.
pretty
I mean, the
face.
mom's probably close to my age, but they look so. Yeah, so she's close to my age.
No, that must be the daughter, right? Because that woman's not 47.
That's her daughter. She's 28.
Okay.
But the mom though, like all of her pictures are so photoshopped that you can't even really tell what she looks like.
They're not going to get back into Iran.
Yeah, I was gonna say they'll probably end up in Turkey or Russia or some shit.
We'll wait for
maybe the
video of them getting
UAE.
stoned. They usually just let their head stick above the ground, right? Then they get hammered with rocks. That'd be a nice way to go out for these broads.
They don't do that for.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if she deserves the death penalty.
He was joking. Goddamn.
I'm sorry, Pepe. Are you unhappy with my contributions in the room again?
No, it's just that you like your screechy voice and you're like, I don't think she should get the death penalty.
I don't know between the two of
But he's not
us if you
serious.
should be talking about squeaky, screechy voices.
Amazing.
Thanks for posting, Abby.
Yeah, thanks, Abby.
Yeah, I'd put more porn pictures up in the chat if you'd like.
Why do all women just turn into like attention whore skanky sluts when they move to LA?
Dude, but those Persian women, I've been joking, kind of tongue in cheek, but that even when I was like in my early 20s, I mean, people would make fun of Persians like here and in Los Angeles since then. Like they are like some of the most vain, just weird people.
Let's keep it 100. They turn into that when they go to LA because that's what the men in LA are looking for.
No, but even here, they're over the top. Like a lot of Arabs, I would say there's quite a large chunk of Arabs that are like that. Even some of the Christian Middle Easterners are kind of like that, but they kind of take the cake.
I don't want to say they take the cake. I mean, you know,
Absolutely.
In LA, I see a lot of black and white and Persian women all overweight. It's too much in general. Same thing in other places like
you go to
Miami
Detroit,
or New
you
York.
see the same fucking thing with the Arabs. I mean, they've always been known to kind of like flaunt their money, but to me it makes them actually look cheap and like they're tryhards. It's just like which makes it even like it's just annoying.
I wonder how she navigated the upper class Persians in LA, being that the vast majority of them, from my understanding, are very anti-Iranian regime there.
I guess just fine. Her ex was interviewed by the news. He had what sounded like a Persian last name, first name. But I guess he got approved like a 4-year restraining order against her, the mom. He was dating her, so I mean.
No, I've never watched any of the Housewives show, but that one I would watch, like the Real Housewives of the IRGC.
Oh, that's pretty funny. As opposed to the Shahs of Sunset.
Yeah, I was about to, and I think they did another version of that, like a more version of that last show that someone just.
Shahs of Sunset, like I don't know what LA's population, but like what percentage of those Jews are I mean, Persians are Jews?
Not all, no. But I mean, there are some very wealthy Persian Jews, but that's not that group. Like the really wealthy group is in Orange County. You know, the guy that started eBay, Amidor, and there's like very wealthy Persians. I mean, it's a mix. I don't know, who are the big stars on the Shahs of Sunset? Have you ever watched it?
No, I wouldn't watch that.
So that's interesting. The question of whether they can be removed. I mean, should we be removing them?
Well, so we look at the students on student visas, and they had some that were removed because of the conflict, because they were protesting, and their student visas said, you probably shouldn't be doing that, right?
I think these people definitely would far more deserve it. The students, it was kind of pissing me off because it was more they were protesting a foreign country and getting kicked off of our soil, which I'm obviously not easy or fond of that, but
they were doing a little more than protesting too. Mm-hmm. They were violent. They had one of them, the guy I remember, had barricaded himself and took over off a building on campus. It's a little more than waving a flag or holding a sign.
Yeah, that's a little more than marching. That's a lot. And I mean, morally, I feel like the answer is no. They should be removed. But I'm inclined to agree with I think it was Monica. If that's in the paperwork you signed, and it says you can and you do, it should be simple. You got to go.
I mean, you weren't really sent at home for that kind of stuff before. It's like we want to set that line.
For what?
I'm sorry.
For commandeering and taking over a building and occupying it?
Yeah, that's
at universities. At universities, yeah. Generally that flies because universities have such large foreign student populations, where they make a lot of money, by the way, from these kids.
If you commandeer a building, you should get in trouble. Even if you're an American citizen, you might should go to jail.
But that's up for the school to decide. That's up for the school to decide. The school has to press charges.
Not technically.
Why wouldn't they?
Because to actually press charges means that a law has to be broken, and a citizen or a private organization doesn't have the right to inflict it or to implement and not implement the law. That's the state.
No, they absolutely can. No, if somebody breaks into my house, and I say, "Do not press charges. I do not want that man arrested. Get your fucking hands off him. Do not arrest him. I refuse to press charges." They can't just arrest him.
Yeah, they can. I mean, that happens all the time. Domestic
violence is a whole different story.
Couldn't a state prosecutor still bring a case against them even if you?
I don't know. Not if the other person declines to press charges. That's only if the state picks up charges whenever there's suspected abuse of children, of elders, of domestic violence, that kind of stuff.
But that's way different. But here in California, a private citizen doesn't have the right to press charges or not press charges. That's the state's job. You can be a witness. You can help make their case or prove their case, but you can't press charges. Anything that happens in that instance is civil, right? The state presses charges.
Correct.
Maybe in California, fine.
What are you saying, Pepe? If it's a criminal matter, it has to be the state. An individual can't. It doesn't. It's the state versus the defendant.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that at NYU, for example, when they took over the school,
at Columbia.
Columbia, excuse me. At Columbia, if the school declines to press charges, is the state just going to go ahead and charge them?
Well, I think you're rewriting history a little bit because the school asked them to leave a number of times, gave them multiple deadlines, and then
I'm not rewriting history. We're talking about a hypothetical.
So a hypothetical, if they said, we're taking over your building, and they said, actually, yes, you can have it, it's yours now.
No, they told them they can't, but after it was done and over with, they declined to press charges.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the hypothetical, or are we talking about what actually happened? Because what actually happened, to me, is more functional than the hypothetical.
What actually happened?
Well, the school event...
Was he arrested?
NYPD.
Yeah, before we move on, can we establish this hypothetical? Because I just want to understand, like, if the school said, we just want to let these students go on with their lives, we don't really care, we're upset that it happened, we don't want any charges pressed. Is it or is it not true that the state or the Department of Justice could bring a case against them regardless?
They could bring a case against them. because a violation of the law occurred. They would have a shitty witness, or a shitty victim, because the victim would not bode well in a courtroom situation, but they would still press charges. I mean, they would still proceed with a criminal, whether they do it through a grand jury or some kind of indictment, because they still broke the law. They still broke and entered into a property of someone else with the intent to commit a felony therein. It's burglary. I mean, it's the intent was to vandalize expensive property. Their intent was they held someone hostage in there. Wasn't there an employee that was held hostage? So although the university maybe didn't want to press charges, you also had an individual that had been, a false imprisonment and kidnapping. So there were lots of charges that came out of Columbia.
This is just this typical left-wing, fucking protest, and I don't know, the same shit they've been doing since the 60s. I don't know, I don't...
Yeah, but
to me, this is not normal.
You're supposed to organize the right way, and when you really think about
they
it...
never did. They never have.
I mean, but if you actually think about it, especially if they commandeer a building, who is the university going to call? The police, right? Who the police work for, and so forth and so on. So, you might have 100 cops out there, all trying to get this resolved, and ultimately a DA says, no, this is way too much, I'm going to press charges, right? So they may not, you're right, they may take the university's word, good faith, and say, we're not going to pursue this, but that ultimate decision lies within the state or the Fed to go or not go. Individuals, we don't have the right to press charges because we have nothing to do with crime. That's a legal thing.
You know where it happens a lot? In domestic abuse cases. Where
that's why you don't get an option with domestic violence cases.
Well, you do, because I mentioned that earlier, because what happens is let's say, hypothetically, I'm beating up on my wife. She called the police. She doesn't want me, or the neighbors call the police. She doesn't want me to go to jail, so she says nothing happened. Often enough, you still get arrested. They have enough evidence to prove that a crime was committed. They understand.
It's only if they have the evidence.
No witnesses.
But they have a shitty witness.
Well, they have no witness because she's not going to cooperate, right? And she's my wife, so they can't force her to cooperate.
Well, it's only if they see that you're it's only if they see that they have to have evidence, like there's scratches, there's.
But let's say they do. Let's say his wife she was totally battered and she was hospitalized, and so they can show that there were.
No matter what.
Yeah, he goes to jail, but she doesn't want to press charges. It's not up to her. That's the point. But in the Columbia situation, there were other victims other than just the property that was vandalized. You also had other students on campus that had civil rights violations. There was lots of stuff. I mean, we would say it's like a law school exam. I mean, there's just so many legal issues that come out of that. But you had other victims. It wasn't just the university as a victim.
Well, I guess what thoroughly annoys me about this, though, is that this has been happening on campuses for decades, and it's okay now, and it's the precedent that was set. It's like, okay, you're doing this, basically bitching about Israel and saying it's an apartheid state, all of that stuff, globalized intifada. I get it. It's not, Jews don't like hearing it, but it's. To me, that also just looks really fucking bad. I mean, if anything, it looks like here are a bunch of fucking Jews being whiny and bitchy, shutting down free speech in America. And that's how it looks to us.
Well, does it look that way when you're trying to walk on campus and get from your dorm to your class? Or are you trying to get from your dorm to eat in the cafeteria and they don't let you and they block you? They physically block you. And then they harass you on campus. So you're forgetting that component, which was happening at Columbia. It also happened in Berkeley.
Don't care.
Well, you don't care, but
there's a reason I don't care. Who were those two brothers, Brett and Weinstein? They said no white people on campus, and
I don't know
said,
who
"No,
you're
fuck
talking
this,
about.
I'm
They
showing
have a
up."
great college, Brett Weinstein,
Yeah,
and his wife Heather.
He showed up and they're like, they're cussing at him. They're
But we're
getting
not
in his
talking
face.
about them. You're talking about
you have to let other
students
people
that
get everybody's
you're talking about students that have their civil liberties totally violated. There's a very big lawsuit. It's settled out of Harvard. Shabbos Kestenbaum, really bright guy. I think he's going to end up.
He's a fucking faggot.
Well, you think that? I think he's very bright. I think
he's very bright. He's just a
and he had his civil liberties and his civil rights violated. No question.
Yeah, but he's a professional Jew. He's not like he's.
What do you mean he's a
doesn't belong on the
professional Jew?
Republican-
What
That's all
are you
he
talking?
is.
He is absent. By the way, he was a Democrat.
I know he was.
Switched
That's
over.
why I said that. That's why I said that.
I mean,
exactly
but
that.
no, he look, they settled the lawsuit. I don't know if it was a disclosed amount or not, but he's an example. They were, you have someone on campus. These kids could not walk. They had human chains blocking them. It also happened at UCLA, at USC. It happened at other campuses. It happened
Was
at
he
Penn.
doing this to Jewish students or all students trying to pass?
Jewish students.
Or students that were not on their side?
Jewish students. Jewish. Anyone that had, and definitely if they had a yarmulke on, but they were trying to go to Hillel to go to eat some. Columbia, I don't know if you realize this, Columbia and Barnard, even more so, the women's college there, has a lot of kids that went to the Jewish day school that are feeders into that school. It had a very high population of religious Jewish kids that went there. It's in New York, but it's known for that. And so you have a lot of kids that keep kosher, and that's their choice, and they're American citizens, American students. These are kids that grew up in New York or in other states, and they're trying to go from their dorm into the Hillel to eat, and they would block where the entrances were, and they created human chains. They created human chains not allowing them to go to class. There's some videos of someone that might have been at USC. It was at USC. I'll have to find this video where they totally blocked the kid, and the kid was he's a black Jew, and it went viral. I'll have to get the video for you, but no, it was specifically, now whether they did it to other kids, they may have, but they definitely targeted the Jewish kids on campus, and they sued, and they sued several campuses, and rightfully so. I mean, the Harvard was horrible about this, and so was Columbia. You cannot like the character of the guy, and I happen to think he's brilliant.
Yes, he's a very smart person. I'm not saying
you cannot like him, but if this happened to you and you're a kid in college, I mean, you're still a kid, you're like 18, 19 years old, and you're coming from your dorm room to go to eat or to go to class, and they physically block you and don't allow you to walk. What do you think that is?
I would have punched one of them.
Okay, so, and what about the kids that did? That got beat up?
That's fine.
And also kids
they
got beat up.
If kids got beat up,
also.
they deserve felony charges.
Pittsburgh at Pitt, and what was the other school? DePaul?
Yeah, that doesn't seem right at all. It doesn't seem right.
It wasn't right.
Put your fucking hands on me, and tell me I can't go on my, I'm going to. At that age, I would have turned violent immediately. But I guess the thing is, though, is you have. Hold on. Yeah. No, they're not public. They're private, largely. But it doesn't. But that doesn't matter. But this Kostenbaum, whatever the fuck his name, I forget his
Shabbos Kostenbaum.
Shabbos, that's right. Okay, so it's really what's really eye-opening is that here he was sitting comfortably on the left while they were anti-American, anti-West, anti-white, all of this fucking shit. As soon as they turn against his fucking tribe, here he is totally changing his fucking tune. And to me, it's just like, well, you can go fuck up your tribe. This is what it's all about. So we don't really take this guy seriously. And
I take him very seriously. And lots of
you go for a minute. You've been speaking for 20 minutes.
Sorry, did listen.
So, no, not you. So, anyway, a few delineations need to be made. One, the expectation of free speech is not as high on a private campus as it is on the campus of a public university. Two, when you say he didn't have a problem when they're anti-white, anti-America, whatever, someone protesting on a campus mall with a sign or even a bullhorn is a lot different than human chains of essentially thugs of people. By the way, and you would have punched him in the face. You against an entire group of mob of people, that's ridiculous. But I'm not challenging.
Yeah, because most of them are pussies. Most of those people are pussies.
Okay.
Yeah. At that age, yeah.
I know, you're a big man. I got it. And then commandeering a building, it's a lot different. You can have any retarded cause you want on a college campus and protest it in the middle of a campus, even if it's a private campus, and you'll be fine. That's
They did use this when I was in university. The cops would have to come. Where they would chain their arms together, but they put PVC tubing. This had to do with one of them.
Yeah.
This had to do with like these were like environmentalists did it. Then after the war started, they did it, and they were making it so people couldn't go into the main buildings at the University of Arizona. I remember this shit happening.
Yeah, and sometimes the cops have to clear those people. Yeah, absolutely.
Pepe, did you not see what happened at Cooper Union? Do you know what that school is? Did you ever hear of Cooper Union?
No.
So it's a
I used to work right by the Cooper Union. Yeah.
So you can explain to them it's a school that actually you don't pay tuition. Go there. It's a very small select school in Manhattan. They were hunting down the Jewish kids. They were trying to find them. The Jewish kids ran into the library and had to barricade themselves in the library and lock themselves in.
Well, then they should get federal hate crime charges.
Continue and had to sneak out through a separate side entrance with security to find safety because there were mobs trying to bust the doors down at the library where the Jewish kids were hiding. Can you imagine? Now they sued also. You think they had their civil rights violated? I mean, that's what was happening. These are not people that are deciding the foreign policy, the policy decisions or the military decisions of a foreign nation on the other side of the planet. They're just kids that are trying to eat mishmash soup, okay? They're just trying to, keep their whatever their religious traditions are, or they're wearing a yarmulke, or, by the way, they're not doing either. They're just, somehow their last name identifies them, and they're being attacked. Or they're taking a class in Jewish studies, or something that identified them, and they went after them. I mean, it was one campus. There's a kid that got beat up at Tulane. I mean, I could go through the list.
Yeah, I'm against the hate crimes and the deliberate targeting of Jewish people. I'm 100% against that. It's
what about Jew inclusion zones? Do you against where they would set up a zone that was a Jew exclusion zone, which they did on campuses?
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. I mean, did they actually do that, or they do Zionist exclusion zones?
What's the difference?
Is it the left, because they, come on.
What's the difference? No, what's the difference?
Because they'll let somebody like Buttercup into their fucking circle, that's why.
Okay. I want to give space.
It's a violation of title. I mean, it's a violation of Title VI, but you can argue it however you want to argue it.
Does
can't do that. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
Conversation. Want to jump in at all? If not, we can go on. Go ahead, Evan.
I might.
You want to reserve the option?
This boils down to the administrations of these schools. And when I came in, I heard Pepe say something about the left. And the left's been doing this for years. These kids should be in class. They're there to learn. I mean, that's the point of going to college, and yet these colleges, certain administrations, encourage the students to engage in protest. And so when you're talking about these colleges being sued, how about I'm giving you my money and you're using it to encourage these students to engage in non-educational activities that might impact the safety of my child? How about let's go from that viewpoint? And the whole
just to clarify one thing, Alan, we were discussing whether or not the students should be sued or the students should be sent out of the country.
Oh, really?
Oh, they should get in trouble. I mean,
well, that's a good question because, and here's the problem. Putting aside a moment the idea that our brains don't develop until what? Fully develop until 22, 23, whatever the age is. Legally, we give these kids legal adult status. That doesn't mean they're adults. And certainly, most parents sending their kids off to school do not consider them to be adults. So it's kind
Okay,
of, however,
so I'm sorry, is your point
are.
just there should not be any kind of free speech activity or political activism on campus? If so, I think that's like kind of not so interesting of a point.
It's not an interesting point. Well, I know it's not an interesting point, but it certainly solves all of these problems, doesn't it? I mean, that's the...
So, Bryson, I have a question for you after Alan goes.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look, what's this? I forget if it's either Brett or Eric Weinstein, the one that was at Evergreen College.
Yes, that's the one I brought up earlier.
Yeah, I mean, literally, they get kicked off the campus because you have the head of the college encourages this kind of behavior in the students. And you see, I mean, there's some teacher I've seen where he's actively taking his students from his class to loudly and protest and disrupt, city council meetings or something like that. I mean, that's not what they're there for. Anyways, since we don't find this point interesting, then let me just say it's, this is, when I was in college, most of us were concerned in going to class and getting laid. And AIDS ruined all that because now nobody can have the free wild sex that we had on our college campuses in the late 70s. So
your generation ruined it for us. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, we are.
Okay, Monica, what was that?
Yeah.
Who wants a quick summary of what happened at Evergreen College? Who doesn't know what happened with Brett Weinstein and his wife?
I don't know, and I don't know where Evergreen. I apologize. I don't know where Evergreen College
It's
is.
an interesting story about freedom of speech, and yeah, I don't think I think we should all agree. I think this would be a baseline for this conversation that freedom of speech guarantees you exactly what it says, but also guarantees you the right to not speak. You shouldn't be ever compelled to speech, and if you are, it's not freedom of speech. And I think will be illustrated in the example that Monica is going to deliver to us.
So the college.
Can you say what happened? Are you going to give a recap?
Yeah. So the
Okay,
college there was based on a play or something. What would a day look like without minorities? And the whole premise was people don't think about how important that group of individuals have, the service industry, etc. So they would have a day without, and the students of color would be excused from classes that day. They didn't have to attend. They're thinking that their absence would be observed and felt. Well, the college one year decided to flip the script, and they said, well, instead of the minority students and staff not coming, we're just gonna we're gonna ask the white people to not come. And so Brett Weinstein says, wait a minute. This is something that you guys want to do. I'm not going to stand in your way to do it, but I'm absolutely going to go to work. I'm going to see my students. I'm going to hold my classes. You can't deny me access to my preferred places. And the students were upset. They barricaded the administration offices. They held the dean of the university hostage in his office. It was incredibly bizarre. Brett Weinstein was getting death threats. The campus police had to say, hey, you might not want to ride your bike. It's not safe for you. All because of the entitled, spoiled brats wanted to put their preferences over people's rights. They got fired. He and his wife got fired from Evergreen College, from what I remember. I don't know if their litigation was successful, but they started the Dark Horse podcast on YouTube. That was several years ago. You can hear Brett Weinstein, I think he was interviewed by Jordan Peterson about the event, or he's spoken pretty openly about it. Hopefully that didn't take too long. My question to Derisive was, tell me about the title when we're finished this segment of the conversation.
Oh, it started out as like a troll room for me and Bussy, and then it turned serious, so Bussy left because he wants to troll. So it's just a punchy little troll title.
Bussy does need to be fed.
Yes.
I have a question. Wasn't he on the app with us? Why am I remembering talking to?
Yeah, he was.
That guy. Yeah, he was in rooms with us.
Is this the guy directed that does the Dark Horse podcast?
Yeah.
What about it?
Is this the same guy? The one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was just listening to it today, actually. About actually they had an episode today, like about the current war. They do a lot of cultural commentary through the.
Well, I'm just curious. I'd love for you to tell them what they feel about the war. That is, he's kind of more on the. Well, he's obviously against the war. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, there's an hour-long YouTube documentary about the whole Evergreen College thing. I think it's a two-parter, but it's on YouTube and them recounting the entire story of what happened.
Yeah. So
and they actually got that idea. There's a movie. If I just want to add real quick, there's a movie actually called A Day Without Mexicans.
Yeah, that was over 20 years ago.
Okay.
Yes. So that's where they actually got the idea.
Yes. I was thinking that while she was explaining that story. It's so fucking old.
So to add a bit of color to that story, which I've heard them retell many times because I followed them for a long time, they said that of all of the students, this is a college where they have small classes, so they intimately know the students, unlike the giant state schools where you go in a lecture hall and you don't really know your professor. They have close relationships with their students and travel with them, take them on traveling expeditions. And they said none of the students that they had ever taught themselves were deriding them or wanting to force them out of the university or had any negative thoughts about them. And this, of course, includes students of all colors and political persuasions. It was only the students and the related community of this university who, tangentially felt like the simplicity of these people are racist and they must be forced out due to racism being evil, which of course they're the least racist people ever. They're like Gen X, classical liberal minded people, who are hyper intellectuals. But it was certainly a moment. It certainly captured a cultural moment with all of that, and ended up catapulting them into podcast stardom after that. So they certainly have much.
And they sued. What was?
I don't know what happened with the lawsuit, Monica. I don't know anything. I don't remember that part of it.
Did I capture the details okay?
Yeah, you did a good job. Yeah.
Because it's a long time ago.
And this reminds me of a personal anecdote about college activism from when I was in college, which was I was in college when the Iraq War started under George W. And the day after the war started, there was a protest in every American city.
Yep.
And I was living in downtown Chicago. Chicago had the largest protest in the world that day. And pretty much everyone from the school participated in it. We weren't commandeering buildings at the school. We were out in the streets. But I remember I asked one of my good friends, who I'm still friends with to this day, and I said, "Oh, are you coming to the protest?" And she said, "No." I said, "Why not?" She says, "Because I pay to be here." So, meaning I'm not going to skip class for this.
It made me think of the Stanford prison experiment, just the idea of a school trying to do this kind of experiment. Do you guys know that story? They made a movie about it.
Yeah, but I think that was kind of unprecedented though. So they didn't necessarily know it was going to go that way. They let it go on for too long.
They let it go on for too long, and it really did. It was very damaging. And they essentially turned the basement of the psych department into a prison, a mock prison, and they asked these kids for a summer project to to sign up. It was a summer job, and then essentially half of them became prisoners, and the other half became prison guards. And they didn't know, you didn't know which one you would be. And the experiment was to see what would happen to the personalities of the people. And the ones that became prison guards actually turned into monsters. Yeah. And then it got like really out of hand. And I think it maybe lasted a week. I'm gonna say something like that.
Something like that.
I had read that
Only if you're corrupt.
I had read though that the researchers like really egged on the police, like they played a big role in like kind of what went down because they wanted the research to be more publishable.
That's interesting. I mean, I saw the movie. I was at Sundance the year it showed at Sundance, so I saw it there. And I mean, it's not a great. It's a good movie. I mean, not great. It was like an indie.
Abi, isn't that what the Zionist entity in Israel used in the Gaza Strip?
This is John. Anyway, I would say, like, if you don't know the story, it's a pretty wild story. But just what, for a school to do, let's call it one of these experiments, like it sounds like the other one was, and just the liability that can come out of it as a result of it. And
that's why I brought it up, though, earlier, Abby, is that there was, like, I brought that one up, is that was one that... By and large, what was really weird is that CNN, MSNBC, all of these fucking, news channels at the time were basically on the side of the people who said, no, you fucking white people, don't come to work today. You're not gonna oppress us. You students, stay the fuck away. You're such horrible, oppressive people. And then I am basically comparing it to where it was like, yeah, they're like you. Yeah, you fucking Zionists, you colonizers, you scum, you murderers. Ew. We don't want to see your fucking faces today. Okay, amazing. The left has been doing this shit to like nearly everybody.
It's about having right intentions for people.
Not necessarily. No, the left they're a bunch of hateful, spiteful, fucking mutants. They're just angry, spiteful pieces of shit.
Right, okay. Can I justify something? I had to go at BEMA the other day, and then I had to think about it.
I don't care.
Well, it's not about caring. It's like, so what is it? It's like just because...
Are you sober or drunk today?
So it's like, well, okay, then I'll shut up.
Amazing.
Actually, can we hear from BB just for like a couple minutes?
I think she's drunk.
So,
it's not going to work out.
No, so, okay. So it's like I'm Middle Eastern, but I grew up in Europe. And it kind of like aches my heart, but at the same time, I cannot be responsible for it. But I feel like there is a part of the West that is imploding within itself. But it's imploding in an unfair way. And
BB, you were going to tell me about yourself as a lesbian after sparring.
I'm trying to explain it. So if I was a stupid Middle Eastern, like most of the Muslims, like the regime in my country, I would benefit from it. But I'm not a stupid Middle Eastern. So I hold value. It's like I was just having this conversation with an American, just earlier today. It's like just because Britain is not what Britain is today doesn't mean that it hasn't paved the way for all of us throughout history to actually know who we are through like right and wrong. So it's like, I feel like there are certain allies and certain like friends that are worth like holding on to. Not even because it's like Israeli, it's like Abby, you try and be so smart and
she's an American.
And I appreciate that. You're like a soldier, right? But you're not a visionary. Because you think it's like you have to be the smartest person all the time. But sometimes it's also good
Abby, you're not a visionary.
Wow.
She's obviously drunk. This is funny.
She sounds like my ex-husband, just saying.
No, but so I could get upset at you, and I would want to come for you and gun you down at the time exactly when it was right.
because I would think this motherfucker is like, who does she think she is? But at the end of the day, it's not going to benefit me because I need you, right? Even though I think like, but then there are like people like Bibi Netanyahu, where I feel like even at the top of the icing, no matter what sort of culture or whatever, whether it's America or there is some level that somehow sees above this. You know, it's like I can see above it.
No, I don't know.
I believe like someone like Netanyahu, which is
You lost us, Bibi. That's why I was trying to help you. Bibi, I love you. You're a gorgeous Persian woman. Okay, I know you and I like each other, but I mean, I said.
No, I like you, Pepe, but you know, in a different. But so.
No, you love me. So.
I like any person who has some kind of, who's patriotic about, their country and values where they come from. Because as a Persian, this is what we do. But it's also somehow good to understand who we are against history, against each other. It's like if I'm trying to say something to a Jewish person, like.
Okay, Bibi, if you had to distill your point that you're making right now into 2 sentences, what would it be?
We're stronger united than apart.
Thank you,
Very
Bibi.
nice. Well, that was good at the end.
Yes,
But I never thought about whether
Everyone
it's
give her a
visionary
reason.
or not. I don't know. It's an interesting way of. Do you guys think you're visionaries?
I agree with your ex-husband, Naomi.
So can we talk about, is it better to be a soldier or a visionary, or both needed? I think both are needed.
I mean, to my girlfriends, I'm a fashion visionary. I just need to say that. Is P in the audience? We're getting another pocketbook conversation.
As much as you have all the inventions, with all the tricks, with all the military, with everything, you are soldiers, right? And for some reason, this is how I believe, like the Jewish people, the reason why they call you the chosen people is like ultimately you are the soldiers of nature or God, if that's what you were into, to lead us somewhere. And I have never, throughout history, I cannot, someone tell me, but I cannot see there's been one battle where the Jews been drawn. But they get utilized somehow, and which is fine. And
you're making you're kind of making a Jewish argument about like a light for the world, a light for nations.
So, Bibi, is Bima a visionary or a soldier?
No, Beamer, I don't know. So with Beamer,
She's an ideologue.
No, Beamer, I feel also.
So what?
Because I feel
She's
like
an
if I
ideologue.
could have a conversation with her. No, Beamer is a inadequate.
No, she uses ideology to measure everything, which is not how you can operate in real life.
And they create
A bit of an
a
ingenue.
lot of obstacles for the rest of us. But I don't know. Can you talk sense to her? I believe so. And I had like a go at her the other day, and maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. And Beaver always says this to me. He's like, you two should be friends. And I feel like I could. But sometimes I don't have time for it because I'm coming on here and I'm worried about what the fuck is going on in my country. And sometimes I feel like she's hindering and she's sabotaging because maybe she wants to have a voice, but she doesn't know how to have a voice.
Bibi, it's okay, boo boo. I'll call you later. Okay, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, but Pepe. So anyway, I'm Persian, by the way. We talk from the heart.
Shit.
I hesitate to ask, but I am kind of curious. Am I inadequate?
You're gonna do it, aren't you?
You a visionary? I think serendipity is a visionary. I've always thought that.
I like the image of the Jewish people as soldiers.
Like
I think that's
Jason's
wonderful.
definitely a visionary.
No, I'm a soldier. I'm a soldier. That's why.
I'm sorry.
That's why I like the Jewish people.
How did that offend anyone?
I don't think anybody's offended.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's
I'm not offended.
I've heard Jews try to explain it to me that they feel like this is according to their religion and their beliefs. It's not that I necessarily believe it. But hold on, BB. But they do think that they should be like a shining example, like a little shining light that is an example for how other people should live, and all of that crap. Is there, Christians are kind of in the same way. They feel like they have their religion is the light. Like we're all different. That's
We
fine.
believe in tikkun olam. Do you know what that means?
I have no idea what that means.
It means we believe tikkun olam is healing the world. We believe that you have to do good to
How
the
can
world.
you be a visionary if you only function on victimhood? Because that makes a very good soldier.
No, that doesn't make a good soldier. I mean, that's just to mention, but.
No, I don't know what tribe you belong to.
I think I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I don't belong to any tribe.
Yeah, but no.
Okay, I'm Czech German. I'm Czech German. I've told you several times. I'm Czech German. Okay, I'm a pure member of the white race.
Whenever
Of
people
the pure
think,
white
what
race.
did the Germans do to the Jews? I always think, what did the fucking Jews do to the Germans? Because you know what?
Basically nothing. Basically
and that's
nothing.
why they're fucking soldiers.
No, that's
The Germans were a thorn in every European's ass at that time, and America's ass.
It wasn't about the Jews being. It wasn't about the Jews actually being Holocausted. It was about the Germans being Holocausted.
Huh?
The Germans will never recover from this, by the way, ever.
Maybe they won't. They have been demoralized to like holy hell, but
there's
all of it after World War I. The biggest regret that General Jack Pershing had, the biggest regret was that he didn't put boots on the ground in Germany. The Europeans were all skittish and felt like, no, dude, Germany did not. No, they're gonna start some shit again, which they obviously did. And hold on a second. Hold on. But you have a highly industrious group of people that are extremely capable. The Germans, I don't think anybody here would deny. Oh, Jesus Christ, let me finish. Jesus Christ.
I'm about to stick you both in the goo.
You guys need to have decorum and no big miking us, Pepe. I have to replace my headphones after this.
Look,
So the Germans, they brought world superpowers against them to try to defeat them because they were that adept and good as a military. And I can imagine this is a group of people that was as hostile as they were to their European neighbors. How were they going to treat their Jewish minorities? Horribly. I get it. They had I would say they kind of gave a master class too when it came to propaganda. This may sound sick or morbid, but their propaganda, how they ended up radicalizing their own people, that is something that it is studied a lot. I forget who the godfather of marketing propaganda here was in the U.S. Yeah, and so that is who they basically were modeling after. They did a superb job. The Germans were, I don't know. I mean, they did horrible shit at the time. We all know that.
I heard a weird thing. Jason's in here. Jason, you're going to have to help me through this story because you know history so much better than I do, German history. So when I went to Berlin, I had this amazing guy that had worked for the NATO forces and he was a professor. And he said that, and Jason, tell me which, because there's all these different, they all seem to have the same name. They're Frederick something. There was a German leader that led maybe in the 1700s into war. And it was a battle that they lost, or that it was a very bad battle. And many of the soldiers were wounded. They became like amputees, and they were, maimed. And he brought the soldier class back. One of the things he did was he brought them back into society and gave them jobs as teachers. And many of them went into the education profession when they came back from war. I feel like it was late 1700s, early 1800s, somewhere in that time frame.
That's going to be Frederick the Great, I think.
Yes, that would make. There's a big statue of him in Berlin on a horse, and as a result, the school system there and the way that they learned was very regimented and very structured, because the majority of the teachers came from a military rigid background, and that kind of style of learning and that persona then sort of it seeped into the culture, into the German culture and into the German way, and continues on, so that when we talk about how Germans are so organized, and even when you go to visit the death camps and you see all the names in the books and everything was, the record keeping was immaculate, and just this this discipline and rigidity harkens back to, I guess it's Frederick the Great bringing these military to run the schools and to be the teachers. Am I saying that right, Jason? That's kind of how the story was explained.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know about that. Maybe that's
it's
true.
Really interesting, because I kept saying, how did they get this personality? How did the nation next door, how does France have a completely different personality? Like, how do these nations take on these personas, and why are Germans so disciplined? And that's how it was explained.
Well, a lot of their nations though were kind of fractured. Like France, you can say they were against Nazi Germany in a way, but a huge chunk of their government, as well as the population, was more or less on Hitler's side. We can look at the Spanish, we can look at the Italians, many of their neighbors, and it's these were such like chaotic times too. They were all fighting internally, which also involved the communists basically, and so there were the right, the far right and the far left basically fighting each other, and so they I don't know. It's but when it came to them in particular, it is actually a feat to look at what the Nazi Germans were able to accomplish. How, like, just when it comes to the
well, they took over a third of the world.
Well, sure, but no, I'm talking about just like their technological advancements. How advanced they were just in warfare in general. Like they took on pretty much all of Western Europe, and of course, or Russia, I should say.
Which, if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. More than likely, the way we're having it, that within itself was probably their downfall.
Well, you could say we wouldn't even be having this conversation without Socrates.
Yeah, it was kind of suicidal, but nobody's going to deny that they put up one hell of a fight.
Yes.
It's
without Germany, there would be no nuke, right?
There's a lot. There's a lot to say there.
They word correction. It's they, not they, little boy. It's they, not they.
Shut the.
Little boy.
There were a lot of interesting things that they did, but they made a lot of big mistakes. Okay, and I think it's basically, it's hard to look at the way the war turned out and not say that, from very early on, Hitler knew he was going to run out of gasoline, and he ran out of gas. And they had some options to do something about that, and they didn't take them. So they made big mistakes, really big mistakes. It's like on the micro level, they did some interesting things, but on the level of grand strategy, it's hard to understand what they thought they were going to achieve.
The magnitude is astounding, though, especially when you go like to a place like Auschwitz. You just see how big it was, and the magnitude of what was accomplished in these places, or in Dachau. I mean, the size is, it just
Abby, is it alarming to you that Germany is rapidly rebuilding its army?
Getting all this.
Abby, I got a question for Abby. Abby, are you alarmed that Germany is rebuilding its army?
It is good.
Yeah, Germany is rearming, and no one should be alarmed by that.
I actually felt very safe there. Incredibly safe there.
They reinstituted the draft. Everybody has to be registered for the draft. They made some changes there, but now, just this past week, they made it so that anybody who's, I think, from like 18 to 45 years old, they have to get permission from Germany to leave the country for more than 3 months, which is
It's
kind
done
of
by
weird.
their own bad intentions.
And I guess like one of the things I'm wondering, because I haven't looked into it, there might be like an obvious answer. It's like, why are they doing this all of a sudden?
Well, they're doing it because they know they're going to have a problem in 5 or 10 years, and they need to get ahead of that problem.
Too big.
They didn't hit my coffee shop.
Is it ever
Few hundred.
There's always a protest in Tel Aviv.
Yes, this is why they're not doing protests, because they need to be close to a shelter. In Habima, where they did the protest, there's a huge underground parking space, which is also a shelter.
Okay, so everyone is safe during the protest, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If they do it in a specific areas where they have shelters for a lot of people.
Okay, I'll go out to hear that. That's good.
Yeah, you sound glad to hear it.
Yeah, obviously, why not?
Obviously.
They are normal people like us.
So where are you from, Lucy?
I'm Persian. I'm from
Are
Iran.
you saying Jews are normal people like you?
All right, can I ask, what is the black community doing with this factoid that Israel voted against this, and I don't know how many Europeans you said?
They don't read modern subtitles, or they get the information via like a Twitter feed. So someone that just says Israel voted no against slavery. This is how they usually frame it.
Israel slavery didn't happen.
Didn't agree that slavery is a crime or something like this.
Yeah. Did any editorialist, politician, anybody say anything? Anybody prominent? Leave it.
No, I don't think so. Because if you read it, you know, like they did it in the UN. Like they explained why they voted no, and also the US explained why they voted no.
What did they say? The US?
Basically, same thing. That. I don't remember exactly. I think it was about the reparation and about defining like classifications of this, and that it excludes other. I don't remember exactly their phrasing. I remember the Israeli one more.
Why was it so important to say the greatest and not an extremely tragic one or whatever?
So there will be. First of all, you don't want to put all slavery, because otherwise it's about paying reparations, and those that voted yes are the ones that are not included, and those that abstained or voted no are the ones that are supposed to pay. If you included also the other slaves that are actually still exist, those countries will also have to pay and call that a crime. But you signal out only for a specific payout. It's a trick. It's basically exactly this. So they will vote no, and to embarrass them and to kind of show them as supportive of slavery. Well, actually, the countries that voted yes are the ones that actually have slaves. This is the joke that the UN became, basically.
So the Arab countries, how did the Arab countries vote? They voted yes?
Yes. It's like this with this new law in Israel about the execution. It's kind of like the same thing, how it's kind of like being laundered.
What do you think
The
about
New York Times on the front page, Daniel, said this law is against Arabs or Palestinians, literally.
No, Daniel, what do you think about the execution law?
Usually I'm against executions in general, especially as I see it other places. However, this is a unique case. I don't think any other place, like United States, when they have death penalty for murders or whatever, no one is kidnapping civilians in order to release them. It's not a thing that happens. In Israel, we do. They are not just like, we put them in jail and this is justice. They are now like a ticking bomb that will cost maybe like someone being taken hostage in order to be a bargaining chip. I don't think that anyone will be sentenced according to the law, the way that it's written, to be honest. I don't see that it's happening. It's more like a political, and I think it's stupid because we get all the shit for it, all the condemnation of this, like, killing Palestinians, and de facto, not a single person can be executed by this.
You don't get to kill anybody.
Yeah, you don't get to do it. Yes, it's basically in a way. Probably, I guess this is why it was passed also, and because it will not be really applicable. And it kind of, towards elections coming, it's kind of like we did something. I mean, at the end, we have the death penalty already by military code. It exists, okay? And this basically is kind of like the same. It was just never applied, like, ever, except for Eichmann. And, well, there was another case of, like, a soldier.
Bianski?
Yeah.
But wasn't that before the state?
Yeah, no, this is like they always add it. Basically, only Eichmann, like per se. But the law exists to execute. Just it's never been done. And also now, like the way that it's phrased, it's when the intention is to eliminate the state of Israel or something like this. Which is to be like, because you killed my uncle, so it's not about the elimination, because the occupation, because whatever, it could be many things that cause terror, but it's not about this specific, very specific goal that you need to prove in order to take someone's life. So I don't see that this. And we get all the shit. This is what I'm trying to say. It's stupid.
So it's pretty bad tact then. I mean,
yeah, exactly. It's a trick. He thinks internally, okay? Internally, the impact will be appreciated, even though, like, in reality, not. But internationally, people don't understand it, and and of course they will frame it. They don't. Americans will see it as through the American lens. It's like there are people sometimes that are innocent, that are being executed. This is not the same case here, and not the same situation with the hostages and the kidnapping. It's like, it's hard to, if you need to do such a movie, you need to really explain it and just, like, to tell the world, like, it's about the terrorists, or like, I don't know, whatever. And to show that it's not targeting a specific group, unless you say Palestinians are terrorists.
Is it for terrorism or for treason?
No, not for treason. It's for committing terrorism. It's that cost life with the aim of convicted terrorists that took life, with the aim of the destruction of Israel. Something like this.
That's right. Because Goldstein wouldn't apply that.
There are many things that could be, like, if you're also saying, I'm just resisting occupation, to say that it's not acknowledging, they could say, no, I'm talking about 67, but, like, it could be anything. Or, like, my father died, you kicked my grandmother in the Nakba, I will prepare to die. Revenge. It could be anything. To prove it that this specific terror attack was about the destruction of the state, it's not. None of them is. That's the thing. So I don't think it will have any impact in reality. It's only like on Twitter, on the media, and in the public perspective. Which is stupid. אירופה.
מה השעה עכשיו? זה 5 בבוקר?
כן.
איזה שעות יש לך?
אתה סופר לי שעות? לא, אני לא יודע. I was working on something, and I kind of went into it.
Okay, I want to know who's the other crazy person like me that wakes up at these hours.
No, I'm actually working tomorrow, unfortunately, for some reason, by mistake.
Ouch.
Because I'm not supposed to.
Drink a lot of coffee and eat a lot of proteins.
No,
Roy, what's special about tomorrow, Daniel?
It's something of them. What do they do tomorrow? Hold on, it's Easter Monday, of course.
I never heard of Easter Monday.
Well,
Wait a minute. There's Good Friday and there's Sunday, right?
There's Holy Thursday too.
I'll explain it to you. There was Good Friday, and there was Holy Saturday, and there's Easter Sunday, and now we have Monday.
So it's Holy Friday, on a Sunday.
And then there's Moon Night. You go back to the Hebrew. I do both, so this is how it's really hard for me to keep track.
I never heard the word good and Monday be used in the same phrase.
Easter Monday, I said.
Easter Monday is supposed to be a holiday. It's a holiday.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's always
That's why I have the day off today. That's why I'm chilling at home because it's Easter Monday.
So I forgot it is, and I already set up already all kind of stuff for tomorrow, and I forgot that tomorrow is a day off because I didn't know that Easter Monday is a day off.
You totally
All right, Jacob.
And one thing for sure, you didn't go there for fucking lunch.
Fuck that shit.
Salad.
Maybe I will cancel some. Let's see. So, okay, the situation in the north ended. Why did you change to Rita?
I don't know. I guess to identify with Persian people, I was kind of like drunk when I did it. I have to stay for another week, I think. How long can you change the name?
Amnon Zedeh.
Yeah, obviously I'm
Zedeh. Azadeh. What?
I'm just repeating you.
So I'll go crash. I'm working on a project. I'll let you play with it soon. It's a game that I think you will also like. That's what I was like. Yeah, it's basically a simulator that you are the Prime Minister of Israel in general.
No way.
Really?
Rita, you're freaking me out because it's your voice and then you change your name, man. Why did you do that, bro?
I don't know. I kind of like the shock effect, but I'm going back to my regular self. Like when this thing is over, when I could in a week from now, I can turn my name back to what it was. You have to have the same name for 2 weeks or something, and I don't know why I did it. It was just goofy. I was kind of goofing off with people, and they could pick me out there, and I did it. And now I got to go back. It's weird, right? What are you gonna do?
It threw me off until I heard your voice. And by the way, it really threw me off. I was like, what the fuck? You sound like Prime Minister Bibi. By the way, I have to give it to Bibi Netanyahu. Whenever he speaks Hebrew and is addressing a wartime speech, bro, he sounds like a Churchillian figure to me, man. I like that guy, bro. I don't know what you guys think of him internally. Obviously, I hate my Prime Minister. Albanese is terrible. One of the worst. When I hear Bibi speak and I hear you speak, Rita, I'm like, bro, your voice threw me up, and I'm like, oh, I know who you are. It's like,
Yeah, I should be a BB impersonator, maybe. I don't know.
Now, because you got the deep voice, that's why.
Yeah, plus we have a similar history. He lived in America for a while, and then he moved to Israel back. So, yeah.
Oh, it makes sense. I get it. Yeah.
Answer my question,
Mr. He was in Boston or
Did
whatever.
you start a war just to distract from the
His
fight?
father was a very, very, very famous historian, and he got a job in America because a lot of the right-wing people like Netanyahu family couldn't find academic work because the academy was controlled by leftists. So he found a job.
It's controlled by leftists worldwide. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Spirit of the Valley never dies.
Israel was 90%. In America, he found times in America. Let's just say that.
Helen.
No, that's like it's like news. That's definitely correct.
Maybe dead like 2 weeks ago.
I don't
What are you doing? Shoot it!
They have nothing left to criticize Trump and people are left like that he died. If we see a United States police actually outside of the White House, you know he's fine. You know what I mean? And of course, if the Prime Minister of the state of Israel died, everybody would come and know about it.
Well, I've seen actually his states. It goes south right now. We're waiting for at least another 2 weeks to see what's going to happen.
Did you bomb a country in the middle of peace negotiations?
Yes, because they told me if I didn't do it, they'd
But
say
you
I
were
was being
saying
anti-Semitic, and none of my
90%.
Republican friends would get funded. Tremendous pressure.
Your Honor,
he's
telling the truth.
Donors were calling
for it was a
telethon. I advised them it was a lot of logic. Self-preservation is a mitzvah. And he said,
Did you bomb a country?
So, I mean, Israel was a very leftist country, and people like Netanyahu's father, who was as brilliant as he was, could not find work in academic circles. I mean, it was beneath him. So he found something in America. And that's what Bibi learned at MIT, if I'm not mistaken. So the family has a history in America.
no way.
Yoni Netanyahu that was building he's named after some American guy, Yonatan.
I visited Yoni's site where he was shot actually in Entebbe. There's like a plaque in Entebbe airport with Yoni's photo and everything. When you fly, you can
no way.
and historical Entebbe raid. So I've seen his plaque. They're building a statue of him actually.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah.
All I've got to say. So all I've got to say is, no way. You never understand how bad leaders in the country are being.
It's the truth.
I believe that.
My family.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone says,
Your Majesty, you're killing me. I believe you. Tip it on tonight.
Yes, yeah. I live in Chateau Whiskey, man. Smooth and wicked.
Rum? Jamaicans, they married to rum.
Rum on me first, love, but the breeze cool. We need something for...
Okay, well, I like women.
You do?
Of course I do. Beautiful creatures.
Respect your Majesty.
I hear tonight.
When I give him my cookies, it secretly has Coke in it.
Oh my, no way, that's wild, Your Majesty, you're kidding me.
Darling, it's the truth.
I believe you.
dealing with on our
Yes.
behalf.
What keeps you going out this late?
Gin.
And mischief.
Mischief, like what? No way, is that a joint?
Royal prerogative, darling.
You're wild, what about?
Oh my God.
That's wild, Your Majesty.
Women, they have arranged marriages with girls under the age of fucking adulthood, and look, I don't, and that doesn't mean I align with Judaism and Israel either. But you know, if I'm picking one or the other, I can't say, like, I would never let a family member of mine alone in a room with a radical Islamist for 1 minute. And they know that, and they'd have to go.
Were you on Jeffy's Isle? Of course.
Not that they'd want to anyway.
Were you on Jeffy's Isle? Of course. I had the best vacations there. Beautiful beaches, tremendous service. Honestly, the best. Everybody says so. You wouldn't believe the views. Incredible. I'm gay! Excuse me. Were you on?
I live in Australia. Australia is one of the most resource-rich countries.
Are you friends with Jeffrey?
Struggling for fuel.
Are you friends with Jeffrey?
How
about this?
Are you friends with Jeffrey?
How about this?
You want Jeffy's Island? Of course, I had the best vacations there. Beautiful beaches, tremendous service. Honestly, the best.
You know, we can be fully self-sufficient, but now our fuel prices are $3 a fucking litre. You know, so it's extortion really, and it's blackmail, and you don't know really what's going on and who's doing what. But that's at the end of the day, that's what it is.
Well, you know who you voted.
Answer my question, Mr. Trump. Did you conduct actual?
Yeah. Our country unfortunately voted for fucking that dickhead Albanese. He promised Australians that they'd be able to own their first home. Then
Canada's voting for the same. Germany, all these European leaders, and everybody's sucking dick.
Bro, they're just caving in, and because they're corrupt, bro. Because they don't genuinely look after their own people. They get offered these bribes, and then they sell their own people out. You know, and it's greed that's going to tear our fucking society down. Because even if I was Prime Minister in Australia, and I'm tapped in with very high, like I grew up in like the sort of low socioeconomic area, but I went to school because Mum was teaching there at a very at one of the best schools in Australia, and I saw everything from all sides of the corner, from the corner, and you know, on one side, you got these people that even the rich kids these days, unless they have generational wealth, family wise, they just to move out of home at the age of fucking 25, 30, they have to split rent. They can't even afford deposit or a social life. It's fucked. It's just retarded. And then our leader, Albanese, who's a fucking little pissweak prick, I'm not afraid to say it, what he did to vote for him and cause treason against his own country is allow people that don't even align with our lifestyle or want us dead, quite frankly, if we don't operate on their religious beliefs. And then we're competing with young Australians wanting their own place and own freedom. Because we're the land down under. We don't care if you're Muslim, Judaist. We just want to have a good time. He has fully sold out and said, look, I'll allow these Muslims into the country. They're going to do work for Uber.
He needs his votes in Western Sydney, bro. That's why he's
you're right, bro. You're right. And that's where he got them.
He needs his votes in Western Sydney. That's why
treason. He's corrupt. Yeah. That's what I mean. These politicians get extorted.
That's the reason why.
These politicians get extorted, blackmailed, who knows who. Like, there's the CFMEU boss, who's like an ex-bikie, apparently got one-on-one with him in an elevator. I believe it because I know all about it, what's going on here. Bro, it's honestly bad. Like, even if some...
Are you friends with Jeffrey?
How about outside, you don't really know how much or what they're being threatened with behind closed doors, and it's that bad. But you know, the point I was making is Australian people that were born in Australia, Australian children, kids transitioning into adulthood, are trying to afford their first home and still socialise and connect with people.
No way.
Themselves the love they deserve from just connecting with people. But at the same time, we're competing with, in our circumstance, Muslims from other countries that are working in Uber and teaming up and piling up their collective wealth between 10 people just to buy a fucking 2-bedroom house or 3-bedroom house, share it between 12. And then there's the Australians that were born here, and we're like, how the fuck do we compete with that?
Look, the problem with Australia is legal immigration. Like, you're bringing millions of students from India and all of these other places. They all live together, they all do Uber together, they all share houses together. The whole point is to increase the housing market and everything else like that. That's why my family of Karma is staying with me, because the rent is too unaffordable. They did that and they crashed the goddamn housing market in Australia because they want to retire. And the reason they bought in the NDIS and other things and stuff in it, because when they get old, they want some foreigners to be looking after them and sharing them when they shit themselves when they're 80 years of fucking age of it. I fucking hate boomers. They're such fucking cunts. So that's what's happened in Australia. The cost of living is fucked. It's the same in Canada. It's the same as United Kingdom. It's the same everywhere.
It's bad. And honestly, I don't. So I attended this political meeting with my little brother. I won't elaborate where, but like I attended this political meeting with the police chief of staff because they were concerned about youth crime in the area. And the parents were outraged. And Rowan, me and my little brother just realised, especially considering our experiences, you know, gang up youth crime, UK drill songs, social media, all this shit the older generation before us has fed down to the younger ones and mind fucked them completely. And we're just looking at them going, these guys have no idea. So I spoke up in the meeting in front of, it was covered by Channel 9 News. I don't know if they posted anything. I just said, look, these kids are kids. They have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, I feel completely terrible for what happened to your children. But some of these parents were grilling the police about legislation. The police have nothing to do with fucking making laws. They enforce them. And Ron and I are like, dude, this is supposed to be one of the best areas in the best cities. This is supposed to be the best suburb in the best city in Australia, or one of the two. It's either Brisbane or Sydney. And we got people that fucking don't think like as intelligently as this. Like, I understand being emotional.
Sorry.
I've been king hit before in the street by some islanders.
Communication.
No, they were trying to attack the girls, and then I ended up getting fucking king hit. I couldn't feel the left side of my face for half a year. You know, the way some of these people just carry on. And dude, it's a bigger picture, but this is where men need to start reading.
I can't do your emojis.
From their household, or strong
Too
masculinity from their household.
Too much emoji.
Educate themselves, develop their own mindset, read books like As a Man Thinketh, A Man's Search for Meaning, you know, Atomic Habits, you know, reshape their own mind into becoming the man they want to be.
Yeah, but the thing is, we can do all of that, but we can't outvote ourselves in this situation. I mean, look at the last election. 18 to 29-year-old women, they voted like Greens and Labour like 85%. You can't vote yourself. 18 to 29, my voting bloc, we voted Conservative like 70%. We can't vote ourselves out of this situation. These same chicks that complain about violence and stuff, they vote for this. We can't vote ourselves out of this situation, Captain, bro.
Yeah, bro, they don't realise this.
Bro, like, look, I'm in Brizzy, right? And talking about this, I can't, like, at least in Queensland, we have better government and stuff, and we're more right-wing and stuff. It's like the Florida of Australia, by the way, guys. Yeah. But Melbourne and stuff, you can't vote yourself out of that situation. You're fucked.
Right, and you know why they do it, yeah? Because the ladies that have, like,
put cat in jail, punish, teach, justice.
They're fucking insane, bro. 18 to 29-year-old women, bro. Like, they're voting, 90% of them are voting for more immigrants and everything else like that. And then when they get raped, they're just like, oh, you know, we need to put stronger rape laws. And I'm just like, why don't you just vote to stop illegal immigration? You know?
Yeah. I mean, we can't call them stupid. They just don't have the masculine figures, which is why I know, like, we can point the fingers at women and say, oh, you guys have no idea, and it's kind of true, but like, this is why I say, like, we need stand-up people like you who know what's going on, me who know what's going on. Say, look, I understand that you have a really caring nature. You want them to feel safe, but these guys don't look at you like a human. They look at you like a slave / an object, and you're going to get fucking whipped if they say, or say one of these people say, oh, make me a sandwich, and they say, no, I don't make sandwiches just because I make sandwiches out of love, not because you tell me to. They get their belt and they get fucking flogged, and they don't even realise it, bro. They get raped. Like, women get completely treated like objects, and these girls, because they're indoctrinated in unis and shit, they take advantage of their natural biological nurturing nature to take care of men or feel sorry for men because, you know, they don't understand what's going on. But then when it happens, all of a sudden they're raped, and then they're like, well, I just got raped. Well, This is why you didn't listen. We tried to protect you from this, and you fucking voted against it. You know, it's a crazy scenario, but you know, I'm personally working in the fucking back shadows to deal with it. So we'll see what's happening. But yeah, I'll link. I just friend requested you anyway, man. So are you in Brizzy?
I'm in Brazil. The next election, I'm voting straight up and down One Nation. I don't give a fuck. I'm sick and tired of this.
Yeah.
I'm sick of the Liberals. I'm sick of Labour. I'm sick of all these cunts. I'm voting up and down One Nation. I don't care if they don't win the election or whatever. This shit has to end. You know, it's killing a trusty country. You know what I mean? Like even with my house at the moment, my brother had to move in with me because his lease was ended, and he literally couldn't find a place because it's getting outcompeted. So literally, I'm like, just can't because I'm a spare bedroom, you know. But what if I didn't have a fucking spare bedroom?
It's ridiculous, bro. It's not
you know
fair.
what I mean?
It's ridiculous. Australia has no reason to not be self.
Exactly.
Like it has zero reason. So the thing is that we understand with these politicians, and I'm about to start popping off a fair bit, especially with my captain's movement program. You know, I said, look, I've got material that's going to help. I want to focus on helping men mold themselves into becoming who they feel like they want to be, sort of thing. But you know, first off, I can't sit here and tell men, young men especially, like you need to do this while they're growing up in a shit show of a fucking state, like one that's been sold out. It's so hard to tell these guys how to fucking maneuver in a situation where we've been extorted. And this is the thing, these politicians, I don't know how bad it is, bro, but it must be shit. It's not logical. I asked my boss when I was working in mining, I said, look, why are they trying to cut us down in mining? I asked him, in terms of the environmental effects that we might cause from mining. He's like, dude, everything we have has been drilled from oil and gas and mined. Everything that we function with today, this phone that we're speaking through. And then I said, but what about the environmental thing? And then he showed me a picture of environmentalists that made what was a shithole land. They recovered the whole mine that got mined, and it was a fucking oasis. They replanted trees, put new stuff in, all that. And for whatever reason, we don't. Australia has been sold out. I don't know who we're controlled by. You know, you never know really. But honestly, there's no reason that a country like ours, or even the US, I think US.
You know, the Americans were one election away. You know, if Kamala Harris had won, the Americans would have been like fucked as we are, bro.
Oh,
you know, they were one election away too.
Dude, if that thing flying fuck, that dude, and that bullet that missed his head.
Yeah.
I think that would have started a civil war in America, dude.
My older sister, she lives in Dallas, and she tells me we're going through the Biden era they went through. Americans were one election away from the bullshit we're going through, bro.
Useless.
So it's not just us. You know, the Canadians too are suffering. Can you imagine? You have Macron, weakest leader in French history. Starmer, weakest leader in British history.
We have Carney, which is a stupid person that running the country too. So.
Yeah, they just sold themselves out to China. They just sold themselves to China.
Yeah.
Carney is also a cunt. Albanese, can you imagine 4 weak bastards?
And Starmer, man. And Starmer. All of US's main allies, the tightest community.
All at the same time.
Australians, UK, Canada. The tightest fucking community, I think, of the lot. Well, Israel's also super tight with America, but they're trying to fucking blow the smithereens out to most people. The tightest community.
Israel has other problems at the moment.
Yeah, they do. You're right. But Australia has a weak leader. Canada has a weak leader, a traitorous leader. UK has a traitorous leader. Trump is I didn't even really want. I think Trump's doing what someone had to do at some point. So he's the bad guy. Everyone's going to call him the bad guy, you know, for doing what he does. But thank flying fuck, it was not Kamala Harris that won that election. Thankfully,
Exactly.
people had, thankfully, just enough of the population had the sense to fucking go, there's no way she could lead the country, especially after what Joe Biden did. That was elderly abuse.
That's so true.
But the thing
elderly
is,
abuse.
That was elderly abuse. You're correct.
It's so sad, but it's so true. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing, I'm not sure actually because I'm not a politician, obviously. But like, she's a politician. Like, he's a businessman. It's a totally different. She knows about the politics. I'm not really a fan of her at all. But like, I can sense the difference between the politician and the businessman. The businessman cannot run the country. I don't know. Like, what is your explanation about it?
So the difference between Kamala Harris.
It's just because she's a woman, you say?
No,
it's because she's fucking retarded. It has nothing to do with her.
I know that too. I'm just wondering your views.
My bro, yeah, that's a hard way to say it. Look, women can be very intelligent. She's just not the right one to do it. She is a smile in your face. Well, like it's a politician thing. Politicians are virtue signaling liars for the most part. Donald Trump is the first president in a while that he was a businessman, like you said, earned his own money because he was wealthy from his father, so he got a hand up. But he earned his own money, was rich enough to fund himself. He didn't need donors like the Democratic Party did. And then he was the first man to be like just saying whatever the fuck he wanted. So he was a breath of fresh air. Compared to Kamala Harris, who had to smile and wave, and she had a price that she could, someone could pay her, and she'd be like, yes, okay, I'll say what you want me to say. Like she could be brought out in there and say, this is terrible that Donald Trump's such a racist, this and that. Quite frankly, Donald Trump, if you look it up factually, when Mike Tyson was convicted of rape, Donald Trump was the first person to stand up to him. Donald Trump's been the same man since he was young through today. Donald Trump said, I do not believe a woman or a person like Mike Tyson, who could have had any chick on the planet at the time, had to forcefully rape a woman. And Donald Trump, of all people, publicly backed him up for that. So I've seen, when I was in New York, I don't think Trump's racist, but if you told Kamala and everyone else, Trump, I'll pay you $50 million to say Trump's racist, she'd take it and smile, like every lying politician does. Businessmen, they operate on their terms, especially when they run shit. When you had, for example, Barack Obama in power, and he promised all these big things. He had healthcare, which I know is a big thing in America, and it's a big. I agree that does need to be fixed. Obama was the first black president of the United States, and nothing for the black community improved. Biggest fucking sellout of. Well, he wasn't like a shit president, but like
instead he gives billions of dollars to IRGC.
Yeah, bro. He fully sold his own people out, fully because the thing with politicians, Trump, you can't buy Trump. Trump has his own shit. You can't buy him. He's gonna say what the fuck he wants.
By the way, I want to say something real quick, Captain. Talking about like Iran. When people are like, oh yeah, it was Israel that forced them to go to it. There's a video of Trump in 1980 saying he would absolutely bomb the fuck out of the IRGC and take Clark Island. This is in 1980. He's been so consistent about it. And then he said in 1985, so he's not a politician, but go on, bro, I'm just having a diary. Be right back.
Yeah, you're right, bro. And Richard Nixon said this about when the Islamic Republic, the first Ayatollah, overtook the Shah. And said, look, it was oppressive what the Shah was going through. Like he didn't necessarily handle it correctly. But then the problem with the Shah, like look at how, like, can you imagine, right? and I'm Australian, but I look at some of the Persian women. I go, Jesus. Like, me and my little brother were like, holy smokes, these chicks are beautiful. I can't wait until they're liberated so we can go visit them.
They are visible
They get
right
told.
now.
They get told. They get told to fucking wear a towel over their head right now.
No. That is not right. Actually, we
No,
fought.
that's
We
what's happening.
fought 4 years ago. I'm a Persian too. We fought like at least 4 years ago for the hijab, and we got it. And the government actually enforced it. Yeah, well, we got it, but like in university, yes, in some places we have to follow the rules. But generally, like in the street or
that is
outside,
just a mask. That is just a mask that leftists.
Oh,
are
they
wearing.
can
Let me finish.
search in
The
YouTube or.
The leftists are trying to convince the others that the women in Iran were successful 3 years back.
They were at least, Masa. They give that credit.
So Lucy, the problem is when.
But Lucy, why anti-pathology at this critical situation?
It's my opinion.
Yeah, it's okay, but why a girl like you?
Black, yeah, like you guys.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to put my. I'm not gonna force my ideas. Trust me. But why a girl like you would put hatred towards somebody who would definitely will count you as a Persian child, as our nation's child? Why? Why?
Oh, it's
he
my
would 100% would love you, despite whatever you think.
That's my opinion. Thank you. That's it.
Were you born back in his father's era?
No, Puriya, I'm not hating him. I'm just anti-Pahlavi. That's it. That doesn't mean that I'm hating him or anything. I don't have any opinion on that person. That's
Lucy,
it.
do you know the meaning of the banality of evil that you have used in your bio?
What?
Do you know you have written in your bio, Pahlavi equals to banality of evil, which is a term created by Hannah Arendt.
Oh, I don't like him.
No, I'm asking a question. Do you know the meaning of that term that you have used?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Well, he's trying to actually project
what does the term mean?
I'm telling you. Why you are taking this conversation like you're checking my bio?
Lucy, do you know Iraj Mustabi?
Okay, guys, it's my opinion, and
it's okay. It's so. Oh my God! Don't get into your defensive mode.
Let's just keep.
Girl, nobody is fighting you. Okay. First of all, Harry's room, BB's room, it's just based on opinions, logic, and you're welcome to talk whatever you want to do or talk about, right? But do you know Iraj Mestari or Shirin Abadi? Do you know any of them?
Yeah,
any of these streams?
I don't like them too.
Do you know they have a long reputation of following Islamic Republic's rules, and they were like somehow backing up the reformists in Iran? And right now, they're advocating on behalf of our Crown Prince. So do you know when he counts these people as like one of the most important assets to have like all the ideas, all kinds of ideas together? Okay, me, I'm a constitutional monarchy fan, okay, but yet I don't like some of the Crown Prince actions, because he's using the people that we if we want to count ourselves as patriots, we might not approve of. But he is trying his best to actually get your idea and my idea, all of them together. But we, as Persians, Iranians, whatever you want to believe in, we don't have any other option. If you had like any good, nominee or somebody that could step up in a situation like that, I would 100% not gonna be like blindfolded kind of water for this guy. I'm not trying to be like that. I'm not trying to fucking be like 99% of the Persian diaspora. Like, recently they all suddenly started to love this person. Like, no, I was a grandchild
to a guy who was Imperial Guard to Mohammad Reza Shah. So, me growing up, I've heard thousands of stories of how it was back in there. But still, I'm not trying to put my family's ideology right now and put it out in fucking discussions like this in front of a lot of smart individuals in here, because I'm gonna be crucified if I just say something stupid, right? But the thing is that when you're saying like you're anti-Pahlavi, can you tell me if we have another one, just single option, that what should we follow, or who should we follow, or who should
because
we listen?
I'm not in that situation to tell you what to do or what not to do. It's your choice to follow the Pahlavi or whoever you want. My choice is not following any politician because they all lie. That's it. There's no benefit for the people.
I respect
Let me back you guys
your
opinion.
Just a second. I just respect your opinion.
Thank you.
I just wanted to
And I
remind
can
you
understand.
that what you have written in your bio doesn't mean that it's not a term.
And let me tell you one more thing. If there was listen. If there was any kind of opposition in front of
you live in democracy, so I have the right to say, hey, I'm
Dear Azizam, let me Azizam, chill. Look. If you had any other kind of opposition in front of you, talking to you about these kind of stuff, they would probably threaten you to death, or like, I'm gonna do whatever. But the difference, listen.
Just a toy for the politicians.
Yes,
you know
yes,
it.
you're right. You're so smart. I agree with everything you said. I agree with whatever you say. Okay, but let me tell you the difference.
Iranian people got shot down by their own government when they tried.
Look, the only difference.
That's the politician.
Lucy, are you trying to listen? If somebody wants to talk to you with logic,
because I know your logic. I've heard a lot.
Look, I'm not gonna force something on you. I'm just trying to talk to you. You don't even want to listen.
Okay, go for it.
Let's listen to you.
Okay, Pooya, I'll follow you. We can talk together. Okay. Just leave it for other people. There's other people in the stage they want to talk to. It's not just me and you.
Well, you're kind of using a strategy right here to fucking, I don't know, degrade me or whatever. But these guys are my friends. These guys are my friends. I'm not gonna be degraded.
Okay, let's talk. I'm fine.
Can I tell you something, my friend? If I talk to a Muslim, I would have an answer in my mind. That is not possible to talk with them with facts or, I don't know, the reality or whatever that is happening. No, listen. Oh my God, you don't even want to listen, bro. Like, if I talk to a Muslim, I have a clear path. I know I'm not trying to, I know I cannot gain anything in that conversation. But a guy like you or a girl like you, okay, you could be even worse to me rather than a Muslim talking to me.
You see everything white and black. There's no white and black.
Okay, be colorful. Be LGBTQ or whatever.
Well, I respect them too. Why not? I respect them.
I respect them too. I'm not against them, but I don't like to be one of them personally. That's democracy, right?
Oh, wow.
I'm ready for having people like that in my country living freely, but I don't like to be one of them. Personal decision.
You want the Pahlavi, and you don't want
personal decision. I would support them.
Wow.
I would support them. I have no fucking, I was graduating in fashion design. All of my fucking classmates that were like fucking gays and LGBTQs or whatever, I grew up with them in Canada, right? Somehow. I didn't want it to.
in their community, actually. Okay, whatever.
I didn't want it to, but this is a personal decision. Like, do not trying to get everything
fixed. I respect your
you're trying to find something from me to use it against me. That's your strategy.
I don't even care.
You're a smart person.
I don't even care what you think. I don't.
Probably 100%. But I would care what you would think about.
I'll go on my life. So.
But as an other guy, I would probably care of how you would think. Because you are important in our future.
I think you are stressing a lot over something that is not even affecting your life. You're doing fine, probably out of the country you're living. So in the government, they are all using your mind to playing with the politics and everything. You guys all staying behind your life, having so much stress, thinking about, oh my God, what's gonna happen, and none of you can even contribute to the country that is right now bombing or whatever happening, and I are just killing people. And you're talking about the politics with me? Come on, just.
No,
Leave it alone. Just
you're not.
do
You're,
it.
you're not trying. You cannot. You cannot like act Western to buy empathy. These guys are so fucking smart. These guys can define who is doing what or who is saying whatever.
What you can
Don't try to act
nothing.
Western.
You cannot do nothing.
I can tell you had korma sabzi for lunch. Do not act Western to buy empathy for
I don't
me.
like Persian food, but thank you.
Oh, you don't even like Persian food. That's great.
No.
Another factor. Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
you don't as an Iranian lady, you don't even like Persian food.
No,
That's
I don't like
great.
Persian food.
That's great. That's one of the characteristics that we're talking about.
Okay,
actually,
good for you.
You're exposing yourself.
Okay, good for you.
One of the first human beings you're actually ignoring, like Persians don't have like the best cuisine. Like that's
do the thing that is important in your life, your career, your
I'm
family,
doing
your
it.
friend.
I'm doing it.
All this sick game with the government is.
I'm not waiting for your approval.
There.
I'm not trying to.
Okay, well, I'm glad. Okay, if you do it, well, I'm glad that you do it.
But are you aware that a percentage, if you want to look at the percentage wise, that how many people we have like you, or how many people that we have like
I'm not
me,
coming
or
to yours.
are you aware of that kind of percentages?
Yeah, but I see your language. I know how you guys are talking, and
no,
I don't think there is any hope in Pahlavi's fault.
Don't think about them. Don't think. Be realistic. Do you know how much percentage, supporting Pahlavi inside and outside of Iran?
I know there's a lot of jobless people actually.
And do you agree that a lot of people were killed shouting his name?
Rent and everything. I know that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're a
the same as
person.
You see stupid radical Islamist people that are ruining my people's lives. It's the same. It's like one coin to it's the same. I don't know how you guys cannot see it. It's like there's the other side is the radical Islamist IRGC and the other side is a Pahlavi. They are the same cult.
So you I don't want to be disrespectful.
Wait, Korea. Wait. Would you compare a monster, that has killed 40,000 Iranians in the street in just 2 days? Would you compare that?
But have you heard about that? Well,
listen, you talked a lot. Let me talk.
Well, I've heard that the Mossad actually helps them.
Someone who has not even in power yet. Would you compare them? That's
well, I see his ideology. I'm seeing what he's doing. So I don't
What's wrong about his ideologies? Having Uber CEO and founder of Uber as your fucking financial advisor could be fucking bad for our economy, our future economy. Having like a lot of technocrats with billions of dollars in the United States. They were exiled back in 1979. You don't know jack shit about that. You're the new prodigy of Islamic Republic. Get that thing in your mind. You're the new type of prodigy for Islamic Republic.
You guys are really
just give me a minute. We have a regime that has a history. In 47, they have done all kind of horrible things. They have killed so many people.
47 years, yes.
Yeah. They have killed so many people, tortured, raped. They were very brutal. Okay. Now someone appears here.
Guys, 47 years, they are torturing our people. We are bombing them. You know what does that mean? 90 million people are dying because of your freedom. Like, try to understand.
Lucy, I know you in person. I've listened to you for years. I know your ideologies. I know your fucking mentality.
47 years comparing
Do not trying to be loud to get fucking approval from these guys. These guys are fucking smart. You're angry, but you can't do shit, Lucy.
Financially in my country, and you guys are celebrating and saying, "Oh, thank you, Bini, thank you, Netanyahu."
Well, we're gonna thank them. Guess what? You can't do shit.
Okay, do your job. You know, go get a job, bro.
Trust me. If I can get hired in Mossad, I would not hesitate it for a second.
Okay, well, get a job for now.
Lucy, it was a leftist ideology that caused the Islamic Republic, that ended to Islamic Republic.
I always would cheer for an army who would target a military kind of person, not the civilians, bro. These guys are attacking Israel. I have like Jewish friends. I have Jewish fucking girlfriend.
I called my family, Puyo. You know what they said? They said in our area, in my city, there was a 2 building, like in their area.
Lucy, be silent. Be silent. When I asked from my Jewish girlfriend named Leah Simon, I'm not even joking, right? I'm actually drop naming right here, right? When I talk to her, she says back home in Tel Aviv, civilians are getting targeted.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different look. RGC openly and without any kind of shame directly aiming the civilians.
I understand that. So why we have to...
This is so fucking fucked up. These guys are bringing us to fucking hell.
You know how many people are killing in Tel Aviv right now because of that fucking bombing the IRGC doing? It's the same as my people. People who does not have any power to do any. They have just a normal life like us.
No, they dropped thousands of bombs over our heads. I have a mom in there. I have family in there. I might be like so fucking worried about them. Okay, but let me tell you one thing. These guys dropped thousands of bombs. But yes, we didn't have like that many of casualties.
Even the Jews behind having their own back. Why you guys are not
fucking grateful that a Jewish country is invading your country. Be fucking grateful that another Muslim is not invading your country.
I'm not thanking them.
Trust me, you're gonna realize that.
Definitely not. They are bombing my country.
On Mullah's side.
I don't say you have to be Mullah's side. Why you guys are seeing? Why you guys are seeing?
Oh, Rafi is gonna fucking finish.
Oh, hi, I'm here. Hi, Lucy. How are you doing? How are you today?
Hi, Rafi.
Hello.
I'm good.
As I understand, are you for this war or you're against this war? I want to get to know you a bit. So I'm asking simple questions.
I'm against the war.
You're against
It's a tough situation, Rafi. It's a really tough situation.
Hold on. You're against the war. Okay, I understand it's a tough situation. So you're against the war. My tea's ready. Perfect. Okay, so...
Go get your teas now.
Let me get my tea. I'm going to enjoy this conversation with you.
Definitely. I want to get a cup of tea too.
Okay, so amazing. So are you Persian yourself?
I am, yes.
No, personally, I don't think that she would be counted as a Persian.
I believe you're a Persian.
Yeah.
You live in Iran. You have family.
No, I live in Canada, but I do have a family in my country.
Okay, so why do you live in Canada?
What?
Why do we live in Canada? Why are you living in Canada?
Well, it wasn't my choice to live here. I came here when I was a kid, kind of.
Well, you always have a choice to move.
Yeah, obviously.
Lucy, stop lying, bro. Stop lying. Lucy, when a kid comes to Toronto, I had many fucking girlfriends in Toronto. They would not have this kind of accent, Lucy.
I'm not living in Toronto.
Lucy. When you said you live in Canada, I can even say you live around Yonge and Steeles.
I'm not living in Toronto.
That's a question. It means that you have never been an adult in Iran.
Yeah, I've never been.
Adult in
Yeah.
Iran.
So,
You have
Lucy, you
never
said
been in Iran as an adult.
wait up.
But
You
I've
have
been
never
traveling
experienced
there.
what
I've been
experience.
traveling
Hold
for a
on,
long
hold
time.
on,
I've been
hold on,
living for
guys.
6 months or so. Yes.
Okay, so you
6
said
months
you
or so,
have no
no.
choice.
We have lived.
Who, so,
I
hold
have
on,
lived
hold
in
on.
Iran my whole life.
Okay.
Don't
Let
tell
me
me about
let's
Iran.
let
Mapsa,
Rafi talk.
I
Mapsa,
lived
give me a
there
sec.
my whole life.
Mapsa,
Let him talk. Let him talk.
We have a little
He's your
conversation
side
with
actually.
I'm having a conversation with Lucy. So you said you have no choice. So as I understand, you were brought here to Canada by your parents.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
You can write it down.
So anyways, you were brought there by your parents. So why did your parents leave Iran for such a great place? Or or Iran should stay the same place that your parents had left and deserted?
They passed
to come
away,
to Canada.
Rafi. They passed away.
Doesn't matter. They passed away in Canada or in Iran?
No, they passed away, half of them here, and then the other one in Iran.
Okay, so but why did your parents move you to Iran and themselves? For what reason did you end up in Canada?
Well, I don't know.
If it
They
was-
passed
what do
away
you
a
mean you
long
don't know?
time ago.
So you had nobody to ask, so you're making a judgmental call. Is that
No,
what
I do
we're
have a
talking about?
family over there. I have a brother, sister, and then others too.
You have a brother and sister in Iran, correct?
Yes.
And they like what's happening there? They
Well,
like the mullahs? They like the
no, they don't like it. No, they don't like it.
They don't like it. Okay, so now
I'm not following
Okay, so
IRGC. I'm not
okay,
supporting.
You're not supporting. Okay, I'm not saying you don't. Again, you don't have to.
No,
tell
I
me
know
what
you're
wanna
playing.
hear, right?
I know your game actually.
No, no,
You are trying.
You don't have to tell me.
Okay, I'm not
You don't have to.
stupid.
Again, you don't have to tell me what I want to hear.
Okay,
so
I know what you are
them.
playing. I know that mind
No.
game.
So you're saying they don't like them. Okay, so we had previous administrations for how many? 40-something years. We tried to be peaceful with them, right, Lucy?
47 years.
47 years. Well, I said 40 plus years. Sure, 47 years. I don't know if they started talking negotiations in the first few years as soon as there was a transition.
Mm-hmm.
But after the administration started to switch in America, they were trying to come for peace deals. And so we had many administrations, previous administrations that you looked up to and you supported probably. You probably like the Obama administration, right? It was a good administration, the Obama administration.
Obama?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Was it a good administration in your eyes?
I'm not commenting, but
What do you
go
mean?
ahead.
Okay, was the
But
Joe
go on.
Biden a good administration in your eyes?
Well, I'm not answering, but go ahead.
Why are we answering these things?
Okay, well, it's your choice. You can think
It's
whatever
your
you
opinion.
want.
I'm asking for your opinion. So you're not
I'm allowed to
arguing
not
with me.
answering that.
But you're
Well, you cannot be ignorant and trying to talk with us with fucking
No,
logic.
I can choose what I want to talk to.
What do you mean you can choose? The whole point is to have a
No, the whole point is you want to try to figure it out on something.
No, the whole point is that you fucking shut your ears and you don't want to listen.
If you say you don't
Oh, yeah,
support
can
them,
be
why
that,
am I
yeah.
trying? Hold on, Lucy. If you tell me you don't support them, which you announced on the stage,
I'm not
correct?
supporting any politician.
No, well, I'm just saying you announced it on the stage, correct? Yes or no? Come on.
I don't support any politician. Why is it so hard to understand?
I understand you're a person of this world. This is how you identify as a person of the earth, or something like that. You don't identify as a
My
color,
brain
you don't
fucking
identify
hurts.
as a sex, and so on. Let's not be smart. Again, we're having an actual intelligent conversation. I'm asking very stupid, simple questions that a kindergarten would be able to answer right now. So when I say there were other administrations, like the Obama, which I can bet you liked, and I can bet you like the Biden, because I can bet you, since you don't like this war, you don't like this administration. Okay, so I can read you like a fucking book, and you don't have to lie. There's other people on the stage.
I don't like the Obama and
that
Biden
know how to
too.
take 1 + 1 and it equals 2. Okay.
I don't like Biden and Obama.
When they were in the office, you would have loved them. They're not in the office right now.
I don't love them.
That's the difference.
They are manipulator liar. At least Trump is not.
No.
He's a stupid.
Donnie the boss is in the office, and now you're trying to say like he didn't like Obama.
Lucy, if everybody's a liar, manipulator, let me ask you, who tells the truth in your eyes?
What?
From all these politicians all
I
around
think
the world.
MEK.
Well, what is a good place? Canada's liars, America's liars, Iran is liars. Who knows the truth in your eyes?
Lucy,
Because
Lucy yourself.
you cannot live your life thinking everybody's against you. That's called you go to the
Well,
mercy house.
all I know
That's how
is.
people end up in the loony bin.
Sure,
When they think
okay,
everybody's
I'll
against
tell
them.
you. I'll tell you
Okay.
where I see it. To me, is power is everything. So having like your own independency in your business and learn how the politician works and the I don't know, the networking or whatever you call it. You know, try to stay away from them with whatever you have, like having your own job.
Rafi, brother, can I just say one simple thing, like 1 minute?
No, because hold on, she said she lives in Canada, and
Yeah.
the way she speaks.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Rafi, can I say something for a minute?
Yeah, you'll say in a second. The way you speak English, I'm trying to say, by your age that you were forced to come here, it doesn't sound like
Do
you were
you know
there
how
15
old
years
I am? Do you know how
You're not fucking connected.
Probably 26,
You have
7.
a retarded Islamic accent.
Because again, she should have came to Canada between the ages of
How old are
12
you, Lucy?
to 16 or something.
I
But go
want
on.
to say that.
No. How old are you?
Yeah, it's personal.
Like 27. I just were around like 27, 26. He said like I don't want to say, but let Rafi.
Yes,
I want to say
go,
one
go.
thing. Can I say it?
Go.
So Lucy, I as your compatriot, right? Whatever that I believe in, like constitutional monarchy, Reza Pahlavi, or if I'm supporting him, or I don't know if I don't. Okay, I have a family member, Purya Kani, my first and last name, right? I have a family member who got killed. Okay, and then with knowing that kind of fucking thing happened, are you trying to come here in front of me and tell like I'm against the war or I don't like Israel and the United States invading our country? Are you spitting on my family member's person who got killed? Are you spitting on his blood?
No.
Are you spitting on his blood?
No, you didn't allow me to finish it.
And do you know that your ideology at this critical situation?
Okay,
Look, no. Listen, a 1 minute.
This is a tough situation.
Well, it's not even a 1 minute, bro.
Because I knew what you're saying.
Rafi,
You just keep
it's not
repeating
even
it.
1 minute, bro.
Let me talk. And it just.
No, Master. 1 minute. I wanted to land. I'm sorry, bro. I wanted to tell all of these things to just reach somewhere, right?
There is a centrist people out there who
Look, we didn't have the transitional. Look, we didn't have the transitional referendum. Like we didn't have that yet. Okay, but being an anti-Pahlavi at this moment would eventually help Islamic Republic and IRGC to achieve their goals. The simple when you look
Yes, it does.
right.
It's the biggest, Lucy. It's the biggest retarded thing. At this moment, you could put in your profile, I'm anti-IRGC. Wait, Master. You could put in your profile, I'm anti-IRGC, but at this critical time in Iran's juncture, after 47 years of sheer fucking terror, you choose to put anti-Pahlavi in your thing to become an edge lord. And when Rafi asks you a question, who are you into?
because this is
you don't know what. Shut up. Stop talking. I don't care. Stop talking. I don't care. People like you are terrible. At this critical junction, after 47 years, you choose to put anti-Pahlavi because you think
none
it's
of
cool,
your
you think it's everything.
business. It's
And
my
wait, shut up,
country, so
stop
it's
talking,
none
Lucy.
of
I didn't talk to
It's
you.
not your country. Trust me.
It's my country, so
Stop
it's
talking.
none
I
of
don't
your
care.
You don't
business.
have any place in there.
Stop talking.
If it's your country,
Lucy, shut the fuck up. I'm not done. Stop talking.
First, my country, I think.
Let me done, Rafi. I'm not done, Rafi, my brother. My brother, let me just wrap it up. At this critical junction, this is what you choose to do. People like you are just scumbags, and with your accent, there's no way you came to Canada.
Okay, whatever.
You have such an accent. You have such an accent that is so terrible. Like there's no way you can speak English. You're not even phonetic. You're not even phonetic in English. Lucy, shut the fuck up. I'm not done.
Whatever.
Stop talking.
It's my
Stop talking.
opinion.
Stop
It's my
talking.
opinion.
I don't care. Stop talking.
So shut the fuck
Stop
up.
talking. You can go afterwards. Stop talking. Shut up.
Is dangerous.
My opinion
Yes,
how
shut
is
up.
dangerous.
Lucy, stop
How
talking.
is it
Shut up.
dangerous?
Lucy, stop
Shut the
talking,
fuck
you
up.
can
I'm
speak
not
afterwards.
talking to
You're
you.
a big
I'm
fucking
not
retard.
talking
This
to
is
you.
medical justice. And you're talking about anti-Pahlavi, the one person that the Iranian people can go after and they can root after
Okay.
after
Blah,
47
blah,
fucking
blah,
years.
blah,
And you
blah,
just
blah.
shut up, bro.
Shut up.
People that feel fucking
I'm not
I
talking
retarded.
to
had
you.
a
I'm
good
talking
point.
to Rocky.
Okay, you
So
can put
shut the fuck
down
up.
with RGC and down with Pahlavi, both
Shut
of
up,
them.
bro.
Okay, done.
At least put
Actually,
other
I
Wait,
like that,
let's
bro.
move on.
You need to
Let's
go
move
after
on.
anti-Pahlavi. Lucy, nobody
Okay,
gives a
let's
fuck.
move on.
I don't care,
What
Lucy.
you
You
arguing?
go to Canada, you
Bro.
give a fuck and you go
I
fuck
don't
on
give a
somewhere else.
shit what
I
you
don't care, bro.
are
I don't give a shit what you have to
allowed
say.
to have
With your
opinion.
eyes, you see stupid fucking bullshit.
You
And you
are-
come
I
here
Lucy,
am
it's
and you
better
talk
to
to
stay in Negro's room and talk your fucking boring ass conversation and coming in here.
Growing up, my brother, I feel so sorry for you.
Okay,
Having to
me
deal
too,
with stuff
me
like
too,
this.
me too.
Yeah, bro.
Gloria,
It's tough.
Gloria, I feel so sorry for you having to deal with stuff like
It's
this.
tough.
See?
Every nation
See,
has
there
them.
is no
Every
democracy.
nation has
grow
them.
They
up.
don't believe
Honestly,
in
makes you want to
democracy.
grow up.
They just
So,
want, they
so
just
why-
want to force
Lucy,
their
what do you
opinion
wanna
on
grow up?
anyone
That's
else.
super
Shut
simple.
the fuck up.
Why your
Fuck you
opinion
too,
is
scumbag.
dangerous?
Whatever.
Well, there's so
I
listen.
want to
well,
say something, but you none of you let me say something.
Okay,
I need to
let's
say
let's
something.
respect the woman and let her talk.
The advocate of
Okay,
women's
Lucy,
rights.
hold on.
Yeah, buying empathy from women's rights. Okay.
I don't. Actually, I don't need this time because of.
Hold on. I'm gonna let a woman speak, but do you know? You're saying respect a woman. The leaders that you have don't respect women. So why do we have to respect it? They're standing up.
Because I don't like him to. I don't
Because-
support
because you
him.
live
He's
in-
a stupid too.
Okay, but
Lucy, go fucking behind yourself.
Fuck up. Fuck up.
Lucy, how do you fix stupid?
He is 47 years.
How do you fix stupid, Lucy?
See,
I'm asking, how do you
that's
fix
the problem. See, that's the
How do
problem.
you fix
There-
stupid?
I
Where
want
they
to
are.
talk, but not
Okay,
as
hey,
a woman.
guys,
Not
let's
as a
let her
woman.
talk.
Go.
Go for it.
I want to talk not as a woman, because just as a person that is on a stage, doesn't matter woman or man. Okay, that's it. And Lucy, you know what? But
Go
the
ahead.
problem with you is that you are sitting in Canada, enjoying your life. Okay, while people here in Iran are in misery, and then you come here and say, I don't care. I don't like any politicians. I don't have any solutions. I don't know anything. I want to stay away from anything. Okay, you can do that because you live in Canada. You don't have any of the problems people in Iran are dealing with. Okay? That's why you don't care. If you were living in Iran,
Did I say I
If
don't
you-
care? Did I say I don't care?
let me finish. If you were living in Iran, if you were dealing with the devaluation of the currency, if you were the one that was imprisoned or had loved ones in prisons, if you had loved ones that were shot in the streets 2 months back and killed, if you yourself been ever beaten in the streets, if you ever been jailed for your hijab, if any of those things had happened to you, you couldn't be just sitting
It
and
happened
saying,
to me,
"Oh,
Master.
I don't
It
like
happened to
any."
me. It happened to me.
Let me talk.
Because
never-
you guys
Yeah,
have the
it might
same
even happen to you, but some
war,
people are
and you guys
Can
are
I just say
hold on.
as a Persian.
Oh my god.
So fucking sick and tired of my people. Why are you coming around here begging? It's like, why are we begging? It's like, stop fucking begging, trying to convince fucking people of what the fuck.
Yeah,
Stop
see?
it.
See, I'm right with her.
You don't need to
No, Lucy, you're not right. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, see?
No. Bibi, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. So, Lucy, shut the hell up. You dumb cum. And let Bibi
I was
finish.
talking.
Let Master finish. Bibi, you just got
You just jumped in, bro.
No, she's right. That's a
No,
democracy.
Lucy, shut the fuck up.
That's a
Let Master
democracy.
finish speaking.
Let me
Master,
talk.
Let
You're
Master
talking
finish
about.
That's a democracy.
Is it
Master,
democracy
Lucy,
that you
stop
don't
dragging.
like?
Hell up. Clubhouse is a fucking dictatorship.
The Clubhouse is
It's
not
not a democracy.
yours.
You're
Okay,
using
so
it
shut
as
the
a
fuck up.
Master.
I'm talking.
Rocky,
Okay.
can you please do me a favor and let Master finish? This is really
Yeah,
Master,
definitely. Go ahead, Master.
was speaking.
months ago.
Okay. You have never been in Iran as an adult. You were in Iran as a kid with good experiences from your childhood.
You don't know my life. You don't know.
Listen,
How much you shut the fuck up for 2 seconds? You don't know my life. You cannot say my life.
Rosie, bro.
You know what? Yeah, bro. You know what to do. I'm gonna move you to the audience. Next person that disturbs. Lucy, I'll bring you up once she is done speaking.
Thank God. Fuck me.
Go speak.
Yeah, it
I
happens
fucking love your room, bro.
It happens a lot
Fucking
to
love your room,
people who have never experienced actual difficulties of being an Iranian, and then they stay in their comfort zone outside Iran and give lectures to people that war is bad. I don't like politicians. I'm not this one, not that one. I don't know anything. I don't care about anything. Why? Because it doesn't affect their life in any ways. They just keep talking and talking and talking and trying to disappoint people that have done their best. They have tried everything. They have tried to reform this regime. They weren't successful. They have tried to boycott the elections of this regime. They were not successful. They have tried to take to the streets and object and protest. They were killed. They were tortured. And now they have come to the conclusion that we need help. We should get this help from the countries that can help us, which are now Israel and the US. Now, all of a sudden, a lady that is sitting in Canada enjoying her life is like, oh, this person that people hope to help them is bullshit. That's war is silly. This is stupid. And anyone who does anything against it, she suddenly goes up, oh, I'm a woman. Because I'm a woman, you don't let me talk. No, we don't let you talk because you're talking bullshit.
Okay, and I'm going to say something really quick and really something that needs to be brought out there too. Yes, she is in Canada. She's enjoying all the freedoms that Canada comes with. And Canada got all these freedoms living next door to America, and America being the powerhouse they are. She didn't go to Russia. She didn't go to any other fucking shithole Muslim country that was neighboring her fucking country. Her parents brought her to Canada, which she said she had no choice. Okay, no choice. But there's a reason why you were brought, because your parents got themselves out of a shithole country where they had nothing going for them. And the majority of your countrymen, women, are here supporting the war. And why I say you're dangerous for speaking in such a way? Well, there are beautiful children, American children, boys and girls, beautiful Israeli children, boys and girls that are risking their lives to free your people, because the majority of your people that are older than you, since you're young, as you say, and you're not old, meaning that they experienced a lot more than you and they know more than you, but experience comes knowledge, Lucy, okay? Meaning you don't have the knowledge if you're young. So when you speak on something that you have no knowledge on and no experience, which you're claiming since you don't want to answer questions, okay? I'm going to bring you back up. You're putting them in a great, great danger. Instead of rewarding and praising them and saying, God bless them, and saying, I hope this turns out well and my people are going to be free and there's going to be fair elections. My people can prosper on the land, on my land, that you claim that this is your country. Instead of getting kept as slaves or imprisoned, or women are second-class citizens, not first-class citizens, okay? You're speaking badly about it, and you're trying to divide this causes more harm than good than what you think. So you might not understand that you're for the IRGC, but the way you speak, you are for the IRGC. You want to keep your people in prison. Hold on. You want to keep your people in prison. Either you were raised there to a certain point that you got brainwashed, And now you're spewing this bullshit in a free country where it allows you to spew this. Because if it was vice versa, you decided your people are, and you wanted to speak out that in Iran, you know what?
Rafi, can I tell you one
thing? You wouldn't be as free as you're able to speak here. But I will bring you back up because I'll show you what freedom is and what good is.
Okay, she has no hijab, right? She has no hijab in her picture. That's true.
No, because I'm Baha'i.
But you're Baha'i, guess what? As a Baha'i guy, you're gonna get fucked financially. Fucking.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Look, Rafi. I remember when I was in fucking Iran, in our school, they would taught us if you fucking handshake with a Baha'i guy, you should wash your fucking hand.
It's your country. You have to separate it from the government.
Oh my God.
It's your country.
You're
But that's what people
You don't have a basic knowledge.
But that's what this war is. It's to separate the people from the government because the government controls and has such a strong hold on the people. This is the whole point.
Rafi's making good point. Because most of the Persians here, at least in Arizona, are Baha'i. Hold on. Let me finish. Okay, these people are absolutely. We can look at the Baha'i.
Why America is coming to fucking Middle East and
No. The Baha'i are far from being religious fundamentalists. And this is shut your goddamn shut your filthy Persian mouth.
I've moved into the audience. We'll bring him back up after to talk to him. You can sit in the audience while Pepe talks. Pepe, go.
Yeah, so the Baha'i, they're almost in totality against the IRGC. They're against the Muslim fundamentalism that you see in Iran. And we can look at the Zoroastrians, look at and I would say there's a side, they're Jews, but they're also a very sizable Muslim population that came from Iran they're not even close to being fundamentalists. In fact, the reason that they're here and against Iran is because they think you guys are a bunch of fucking radical, clerics that are going to destroy not only their country and their culture, but this is who you guys are. They're against you people. Why? That's why we live here. And guess where Persians prosper in the West? It's unfortunate, but that is absolutely true.
Thank you.
I think Westerners in the future will prosper very well in Iran. Actually, and what a fucking opportunity. I mean, like, why not fucking seize the moment? It's like, where are you gonna go? Like, Americans, Israelis, fucking all the Jews. It's like, as a Persian, if our country got aligned and somehow it like miraculously somehow changed the objective of what this is all about. Like, the fucking opportunity. It's like we would fucking welcome. We would have to rely on the Americans and the Jews. The Jews fucking built up like Israel in what, like 50, 70 years? It's like we're gonna need that influence. We're gonna have to depend on this. So it's not like whatever it is.
Okay, but that's fine.
It's like
we're pretending like that influence. We're pretending like that influence. Okay, hold on, but baby, we're pretending like that influence is not a fucking eyesore to the IGRC, and that they're not absolutely trying to use every weapon at their disposal, okay, to absolutely topple Iran. This is not a secret to even those of us that are America first, that the biggest threat to Israel is Iran. They absolutely are. They will try to undermine Iran any way possible. They will, whether it's through deception, it doesn't matter. Nothing is off the table. These are some of the worst pieces of shit in the world. The same pieces of shit that will mow down, tens of thousands of their own fucking people in protests. This is what they do. The IRGC, they are absolute pieces of fucking human filth. They These
Same
people
as
fucking suck.
Bibi
As an American, I do not defend these people. Fuck Iran. Fuck the whole goddamn government.
That's too late.
Fuck the Ayatollah. Fuck all of their mullahs.
Hold on, Pappy, hold on. So, So, hold on. Can I ask just a quick question? Trump is bad, Bibi's bad. Okay, I'll give it to you. They're both bad.
Guys, why you cannot think out of the box?
Revolutionary.
Hold
and
on,
then
Lucy.
very
Hold on,
lucky.
Bibi, I'm speaking to you. So Trump is bad, Bibi's bad. But would you rather have the bad men free your country or not give the bad people the praise they deserve and keep your countrymen in prison the way that they were for 47 years?
Apparently they're not
Hold
free
on,
my
Lucy,
country.
that wasn't to you, Lucy. That wasn't to you, so mute up. Bibi, I'm asking you a question. The
But
bad people
why you
want to
asking me the
repent.
wrong
The bad
question,
people,
by
I'm
the
asking you, the bad people want to repent. Okay, they're repenting. They're trying to do something good because as your people are seeing this is good, right? So this is like they're trying to repent. So now the question is, because they're bad in your eyes, and they're actually surprisingly, if you ask your country people, the majority of them, not the minority, I'm speaking about the majority of them, they're very pro this war to overthrow the government. And you know it's true. You guys can kick and scream as much as you want, but the majority of Iranians on the ground in Iran want this government overthrown. And outside the diaspora.
No, who
Lucy,
said
don't
that?
tell me no. Lucy, how many people? Lucy, hold on, Lucy. How many people came out in Canada? Okay.
It's all in
cheer?
Canada. 1 million. I have 90 million people in my country.
Hold on, Bibi, simmer down. Again, there's an audience here, Lucy. Can't lie. We're not gonna manipulate the audience, and we're not gonna pretend they're stupid. So 1 million fucking people. Where did you ever see a protest in recent days where 1 million people came out?
Persians. We do it different.
Please. You've seen a protest, no kings, doesn't matter, fucking, Black Lives Matter, and so on. I don't even know how many fucking protests there were. 1 million people came out, especially in a country like Canada, okay, with a population of 1 to 10 to America. So if it was in America, you should be expecting 10 million protests of people. Because again, our population 10 times smaller than the American. And we had 1 million. So if this protest was in America, for an Irish, it should have been 10 million. We're obviously 1 million come out to cheer this up. Not only that, where did you ever see videos? Hold on, baby, hold on. There's also videos, Joe. When the first strikes happened on Iran, people in Tehran were screaming and shivering as bombs were falling. I remember seeing Iraq, Afghanistan, when bombs were falling, people were cheering. Okay, I remember seeing something like that. And I see the Iranian people on the ground cheering and happy. There's many Iranians prior to the war this happened that came out and again, you guys that you come out, there's 2. There's 6 other Iranians that have this reason. So we're talking 1 to 3 ratio. They're against it. So the majority again want to be free. But you're selfishness. While you're living in the diaspora, you have something to say for judge. Be judgmental while you're fucking sleeping freely. Enjoying fucking life, you pieces of fucking shit. While your fucking countrymen suffer, and you're saying what's better for your country, you piece of fucking shit. You should go to your fucking country. And
if they want to have a war, they should go back and have a war, not begging other countries to do that. They did it.
They brought other countries into it. They brought other countries.
There was a Mossad plan, and there is
They brought other countries into it. The other countries didn't ask to have death threats against their countries and against their citizens. The other countries didn't ask. The other countries, I'm talking. The other countries that they brought into it didn't ask to have their civilian populations targeted and murdered and butchered
Yeah,
and have
we know
missiles
Jews.
at their
One
civilian.
question for the
The
Jewish
other countries
and
didn't
the
ask.
Israeli community, and I have to ask this. It's like,
Hold on, baby, can I just finish for a second?
No.
What do you mean? No. She's a fucking mod. Yes. Shut the fuck up before I put you in the audience.
So to answer your question, why is it not just internal? Because they brought the world into it by being the biggest sponsor of terror in the world. The world's biggest sponsor. They win the gold star of terror sponsoring. And you name spots around the globe, they sponsored the terror. So they brought everybody into it. And I mean, we can go, you name the continent. We can go to South America and we can look at what Hezbollah and what their tentacles have done in South America. I mean, we go around the world. And that's what that regime has done.
And
so
also,
yes.
you're worried about those Zionists that you keep saying? Your little fucking not countryman. The people that run your country that were overthrowing and doing your people a fucking favor.
But I see Jews, what they are doing to Arab people too. Yeah, I see
What
that. I
Jews
know
are
that
doing
history.
to Arab people.
I know what they.
What do you do?
Hold on, I'm gonna put her in an audience so I can speak freely right now. I'm gonna teach her how the IRGC work. I'm gonna give her a little taste of Iran right now, since she likes it so much. I'm gonna teach her how it gets done. So first
She
of all,
doesn't represent Iran, by the way. I do.
no, she doesn't, but you do. Got it. Interesting. But so anyways, that fucking confused the shit out of me. Anyway, so where was I going? Where the fuck was I
On
going?
that worth for you taking into consideration in the future, by the way.
I remember what I was saying. Sorry, I remember.
We're talking about the size of the IRGs.
No, the Jews and them sponsoring terror around the world. You know what the Jews are doing? The Jews always protected themselves from the terror that your people sponsored with all the neighboring countries. Lebanon, Hezbollah, who pays them? IRGC, while they sit comfortably, imprison their people, and they fucking terrorize the Jewish people. In in Syria, same thing, Hezbollah. Also, they imprison their own fucking Palestinian people there. They sponsor all the terrorism there while they fucking terrorize Israel. The Jews, they might not be doing it directly, but they're doing it indirectly by sponsoring it. So you know what? Well, we're gonna do us a favor. You should say thank you that you're piggybacking on us, that we're freeing your fucking people. Maybe you want to be impressed. Maybe you want to wear that fucking hijab and fucking look like a garbage bag. Okay? Fucking not to be seen. You look like a fucking
Countries they brought into it didn't ask their civilian populations targeted, murdered, and butchered, and have missiles at their civilian. The other countries didn't ask.
You know what's
It's like,
Hold on, baby, can I just finish for a second? To answer your question, why is it not just internal? Because they brought the world into it by being the biggest sponsor of terror in the world. The world's biggest sponsor. They win the gold star of terror sponsoring. And you name spots around the globe, they sponsored the terror. So they brought everybody into it. And I mean, we can go, you name the continent. We can go to South America and we can look at what Hezbollah and what their tentacles have done in South America. I mean, we go around the world. And that's what that regime has done. So yes.
You're worried about those Zionists?
The Baha'is are not allowed to go to university in Iran. And they just can get the high school diploma, nothing after that. And shut up. It's a rule.
This is correct. This is correct.
Okay, I can reference it if you want. So these people are paid by IRGC. That's obvious. So Baha'is are not allowed to go to university in Iran. She says, I don't care. So what? Why? Because she's sitting in Canada. It doesn't affect her life in any ways. And it's okay if people are suffering. It's not bothering her. There isn't anything that bothers her about it.
No worries.
Masha, can I ask her, Lucy, let me ask you a question. Tell me, hold on one second. Lucy, tell me what it's like to practice as a Baha'i. Tell me about the Baha'i
I'm not
religion.
practicing it. I'm not practicing.
So you say you're
My
Baha'i.
family
So
are.
guys, do you think she's Baha'i?
No, she's not. But I'm not Muslim.
Not on this
If you
one.
want to put
But
that
that's
in
good.
there.
She's a fucking Shia pro-terror Palestinian supporter and
Yes,
Israel
I
supporter.
do support
I mean, look at the chat. She's just like, get the hell out of Palestine. It's not even. She's rapping. She's a pro-terror, pro-Palestinian supporter. Kusum jihad.
Kusum kum.
It's not
Pro-terror.
Lucy. Hold on. This is very simple to see how this all plays out. Lucy, you said you're from Baha'i. Do you follow Prophet Muhammad?
No.
No. So do you agree Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile?
What?
Do you agree that Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile?
I don't know.
Excellent question, Rafi.
I'm not practicing any of them. I'm not practicing any of them. So how do I?
But I'm gonna tell you something. You live in Canada. Muhammad married Aisha at the age of 6 and fucked her at the age of 9.
Oh, okay. So it's not of my business. So why would I care?
No, but I'm questioning in your opinion. You have opinion. Right?
I don't care. No, I don't have an opinion.
I'm not
I don't care.
Don't you know you're not Baha'i?
No way. I'm not. I'm not Muslim either.
She's
It's
an
about
Ali
humanity.
supporter.
You see how easy this all works out, Lucy?
No, Rafi, because you guys are not allowing me to talk. You're not guys allowing me to talk.
But you're not arguing in good faith.
No, because you want to get the answer you like. No, that's not how it works.
No, because if you give me the answer I don't like, just give me an answer.
Sure, I'll give you an answer. I don't give a shit about any religion. I care about the people. I care about the people.
So he asked you a direct question, Lucy. He asked you a direct question, and
Muhammad a pedophile.
It's your opinion. I don't know if it's a pedophile, so it's your opinion. I don't care. But why would I have to? Why would I have an opinion on what you like?
Lucy, in Canada, if your next door neighbor fucks a 9-year-old, what is he?
I'll call the government. I call the 911. They know what to do. It's not my business.
Muhammad, your next door neighbor, fucked a 9-year-old. What are you gonna do?
What?
Are you gonna call Muhammad? Your prophet Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old next door neighbor. Imagine your prophet Muhammad now lives.
I'm not Muslim, so I don't give a shit.
When prophet Muhammad fucks a 9-year-old, what are you gonna do, Lucy?
Well, it's not my business. They can do. I'm not nosing in people's lives.
Even the Jews have such bad representatives.
Yes.
Oh, you think Bibi Allen?
She just said it's not about business.
really, but ask her about the Epstein files. She'll be all over it.
I didn't say anything about that.
Rafi, is she in your city? Yeah, which is a.
Okay, so let's calm down.
You're pro-terror, you're pro-pedophile, you're pro-Palestine, you're pro-jihad. You're terrible. You're like the worst of the worst. People have given the worst of the worst.
Oh my God, you
You need to be deported back to Iran. Where they be down and the fucking plastic bag.
So do you want to go back? Wait, hold on.
You would like to be deported back to Iran. Go to Canada and we deport it back to Tehran or Isfahan or whatever the fuck they come from, please. Please. It's horrible.
Okay.
And thank God with her stupid, even with her accent, she said she came to Canada as a kid. You don't have an accent like that when you come to Canada as a kid. You're a goddamn fucking liar. Please, deport her back to Iran, please.
Want to present like good, like like Jewish, like whatever, like intellectualism.
Hallelujah.
Like people like this, like
Maybe you're fucking drunk out of your
Yeah, you try and look what you're Christian. You're a Christian, baby. Don't fuck you back. You have to deported from
Actually, hypocrisy is a very important thing. Hypocrisy and veracity are very important points to bring out. And when you're in space like this, in chat rooms or in public spaces, and you have an audience, and you have someone who has real problems with veracity, and you can catch them, and you can see that they're in fact not truthful, and then they also have great hypocrisy, you should be calling it out, and you should be pointing it out. So I disagree with you, Vivi, but we just heard two things happen here.
So you had an opinion on a fucking white
I don't have it because I'm not associated with Muslim.
Why do you have opinion?
Where did I say about the accent?
Look at my
Where did I?
screenshot.
Where is it?
Photo.
Let me
My
see.
photo. In Persian, you have written.
What I say? I asked. Hey.
Okay. No.
No, let us finish because you will lose. Shut up.
Lucy, they shouldn't pay you. I'm sorry. You're horrible.
Let me translate. Sayed has written, you told Epson and Destro they will attack you so badly. And Lucy
No, I
has
asked.
written in Persian.
Does they have a problem with Epstein? That's what I asked. I didn't get an answer. Did I? Did I get an answer? No.
You're such a terrible
You know
lady.
what?
Whatever.
Hold on. I respect women, but I don't respect women like Lucy.
Thank
She has
you.
no respect for
But I
herself.
respect you.
Hold on.
You should be
But I
deported,
respect
Lucy.
you. You know why? Because you are stupid.
Shut
So
the
I
fuck
respect
up.
you.
I'm stupid, so shut the
You
fuck
are
up,
stupid.
you dumb cunt. I'm gonna teach you like
I
how the
respect.
IRC fucking does it. Happy. Since you're on stage, you can have fun with Lucy. Everything goes on Lucy, no other woman except Lucy. Everything goes, whatever you want
I'm
to
not gonna
say
say in your
or do.
stage. Fuck off.
I'm just letting you know. I'm giving you, run, bitch. That was nice and easy. That was easy.
Because they're paid.
No, these are paid.
Propaganda.
These are paid. They're not even paid, or I don't know if they're. They'd be paid.
They are paid.
They paid a dumbass.
I honestly feel sorry for the Iranian people.
Yeah.
After 47 years, you have to deal with scum like this. Finally getting some freedom, you have to deal with. I remember when we had to deal with scum like this. This is sickening. This is worse than I
You
received.
remember the first thing that she said? You remember? She said that women in Iran have got their freedom. Their hijab is free now in Iran. And then when I told her it's not free now, and she was trying to say, "Oh no, they are changing. It is changing. Things are changing." That's
Masha, she was not good. Like exactly what Rafi said. Like sometimes there's ones that we confront in rooms and they're pretty good at it. But I wish we had another Baha'i in the room because they could probably ask one. I mean, he asked one question to expose it, but that was pretty lame.
Abby, you should have been here before Abby. It was way worse. It was so terrible, you know. Rafi did a good job. This was so bad, you know.
In person.
Yeah, she was so bad, Abby. It was just Puri was here. I feel sorry for Puri. Puri's getting a heart attack, high blood pressure. She was so bad. I was like, this person is terrible. You know.
A chick.
My brother Puri, I feel so sorry.
When you say
you have to deal with this high blood pressure. You have to deal with this stomach.
Yeah.
Jeez,
Jesus Christ, man. I feel for you, man. I don't know
It's
how you
tough, bro. I've seen American versions for American people, but I realized that there are people like that in heaven. You have to find a way to cope with this population to, I don't know, kind of educate them unless we know it's useless, but we have to fucking act like humans. Look at it. You know, Democrats and Republicans in the United States, I think they have the most critical, I don't know, conflicts in past decades right now at this moment in 2026. But yet, they choose to be civilized nation. They choose to be Americans. They choose to be fucking smart. As a Persian, I want to learn from the smart guys.
Because you are stupid, so I respect you. You are stupid. I have respect.
Since you're on stage, you can have fun with Lucy. Everything goes on Lucy, no other woman except
Personally, I
everything
know
goes whatever you want to do.
they're like a bunch of separatists, intellectuals.
there we go. Fucking hell.
That some of them they know stuff, but reading a lot of books doesn't necessarily mean that you're a fucking smart person or righteous.
Because you have to experience.
It's just the fact that you have to take your decision by simple matter in the name of humanity.
What's extraordinary is they all end up in Toronto. That's the part I'm struggling with.
I remember when this is sickening. This is worse than I
mean, it feels like every time we encounter it, they're in Toronto.
Toronto, Canada is like the United Kingdom. We accept all the pieces of shit.
The bad thing
Everything that is damaged,
live there too.
Rafi, let me tell you one thing. I know a Ukrainian guy named Das, right? Das. He was talking to me proudly that back home he killed a person, and yet he got his visa. He came to Canada's soil. That's crazy. When I wanted to come,
they accept all the garbage.
Look
at Canada. What's happening to Canada? It's becoming a shithole. Look what happened to UK. It already is a shithole.
Same with Australia.
When I wanted to come into Canada, they put us through like millions of filters. They're like tough restrictions that you had to actually like have a fucking bank account or I don't know, like be successful, bring us a fucking degree or whatever. But it wasn't like this. Like everybody can come here.
Do you remember when the Canadian government clapped that Ukrainian SS soldier in their parliament or whatever? That goes to show. Do you guys remember that? There was like a Ukrainian SS soldier, and the government of Canada gave him like a standing ovation, and then they figured out like 2 days later, and then they were like, "Oh fuck, we fucked up."
I'm sorry for saying this, but as a citizen, I can say Canada's fucked.
Australia's fucked too.
It was a great country. Back in Harper's time, at least
Loved
it was
Harper.
a better type of...
What a great guy Harper was. That was great. Where is he still in government?
He does. He's not in government, but like he advises. But like again, once we all went liberal again. Nothing good has ever came out of a liberal. I realize.
You even lost in hockey, Rafi.
Ask even like a Democrat or a liberal. What's so good about a liberal? Nobody can ever give you a straight fucking answer. Like, what are you voting for that is so good about it that you're voting for? They have no reason. They're brainwashed to such a point that they
blue hair color, piercing, and LGBT.
It's not that like there's nothing that they can justify why they're voting for unless it's some keywords that somebody's gonna spew, but there still has no action has been made on it, right? Like I want a person to tell me I vote for liberals because of this, and this is why it's happening. Because they're always saying this is what they're promising, but they never deliver whatever they promise. Because they're all living on hopes and dreams. They live on stories.
Before election, Mark Carney was supporting Persian people and community, and somehow
they're all prostitutes.
not the Islamic Republic representatives.
You shouldn't. That just shows you're doing it for fucking votes. Why are you giving us to
You know.
If you're supporting people in Canada. You're fucking running to be the country's leader. You support the Canada as whole, not a certain group, not for the Jews, not for the Persians, not as a Democrat saver or the Democrats or for the black people. The fuck's that supposed to mean? Nobody else is for black
simple
people?
question.
Like, or anything like that. Sounds stupid. Like, they play
Why?
them.
Look, Rafi, why the CP24 is banned in Toronto itself? Why you cannot follow and see what's happening in your own city and social media? Why the hell should I use a VPN to just know what's happening in my city? That's why Torontoian people, they don't know jack shit of what's happening in the area. And when they fucking realize, like, oh, there was a gunshot up in Richmond Hill, like in a fucking quiet neighborhood, they're gonna get shocked. Oh my god. Big titles in the newspaper and wherever.
Gloria, I have to ask you a question. Before the last Canadian election, I tuned into the CBC. I almost got AIDS watching it. Your biggest problem is the CBC. That broadcaster, you gotta defund that broadcaster. You gotta get rid of it. That Rosie chick, you know, the overweight chick, she's like 300 pounds, talking liberal bullshit like every single day. And the other guy,
I'm sorry, but Chinese people are deciding for Canadians. That's what I have to say.
Good grief.
Chinese took over the Canada. Do you know who is our mayor right now? Olivia Chow. I don't know what's happening in Mississauga. I think black people should stop what they're doing. Like,
Where are you? You're from Toronto?
bro, this woman is our mayor. We had, I don't know, Mount Donny plus, bro.
Furia, are you from Rich or you're from Young? The area I notified. Because I know you're one or the other areas. It's either Richmond or it's either Young. Okay, fuck it. Don't say it.
Sorry, I couldn't hear it. My connection was lost. Sorry.
I'm asking you, you're from Young and Steeles or from Richmond Hill?
Bayview, Shepherd Avenue East. North York, actually, but it's exactly in front of Bayview Village, if you know.
Oh, of course I know. I got accounts there.
Well,
Yes.
if you were around, like, come for a tea, brother. You're a legend, man.
I know exactly where you are.
Anytime, bro.
Nice. It's a good area. A nice area.
Rafi, bring BB up. Just don't get heartburn. It's crashing out. Gloria can deal with it because he's Iranian.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
No, don't get a heart attack. It's a you problem.
My dad died because of heart attack. My grandpa died because of heart attack. I think it's I don't know, family dynasty.
Finally struck. So I keep my eyes open.
I'm gonna be, I don't know, a Marvel superhero, stroke man.
Yeah, granddad stroke. Father
about his country.
You know what I don't get, Puri? They have to rally around it because, you know, Puri, I have to tell you something. I was actually anti-Pahlavi like 2.5 years ago until I talked to my Iranian friends. I really was, and I was like, this guy's been like in America his whole entire life and everything. Then I started talking to my Iranian friends, and then, you know, started going out with them, eating with them.
Iranian friends convinced him.
What's going on, the transitional period, the documents, his plans are going on and everything, the transitional powers. And I was like, I came around, sort of thing, you know what I mean? But right now, at this critical junction, I don't understand why it's to just shit on him. You know
It is a
what I mean? Like,
critical juncture that we are in.
RGC for the next 50 years, you know? What the hell? You can vote against him eventually if you want to.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, bro.
the transitional power, which is promised to the mullah's gone and IGC and Islamic Republic gone. So it happened yet. It's not even happened. That's all we're trying to say. As fucking constitutional monarchy supporters, don't think that we're gonna act like Muslims. If there is a fucking real play, it's gonna be truthful. It's not gonna be Muslims way. We're not trying to fucking rig the elections. We're not that type. And I believe that all of these guys, they would have fucking the rights to actually vote for something. But it's so clear. In this critical moment, people has to be separated. Some people are advocating for Islamic Republic, whether if it's directly or not direct. And the other diaspora or the other percentage already knows what to do. So a lot of people in this moment might get hurt soon enough. Or they're gonna be degraded in our country. They're not gonna be respected that they used to be back in the Islamic days. That's every revolution's. Some keep and a lot more smart individuals, they're gonna achieve what they really deserve. That's what we didn't have in 47 years. And I promise you that the vote is going to be important. Rights are for everybody. Even if it's Lucy, even if it's for me, the people who's deciding to change this regime, they would eventually let that thing happen. And I'm sure there is 85% at least minimum that thinks like me. Otherwise, they wouldn't die by numbers of 40,000, 100,000. I don't know. God knows. Only God knows. They were screaming his name and got killed, including one of my fucking family members, my mom's brother-in-law. So it's tough for some people to digest that, but to this fucking reality, and they have to accept what is their faith.
I have to ask you something, Puria. Why the regime people so ugly? Like the mullahs and stuff. They don't look like Iranians. They don't look Persians or the good-looking kind. Why they always got like something, the middle? What's that scar in the middle of their forehead? I don't get it. The regime people look very ugly, and I looked into it. They're like the people from Iraqi area and stuff. But why are they so ugly? They don't even look Persian. They don't even look Iranian. What is the issue here? And what the hell is that mark that they have in the middle of their forehead, these mullahs? What is that?
Bro, a chick. I'm in no market right now. My connection is fucked up. It's out of the city. I didn't get that. Can you repeat it one more time? Sorry.
I'm trying to say with these mullahs, they're so ugly. They don't look like Persian Iranians. They don't look like whatever, Why the hell do they have that scar? Why do they have that scar in the middle of their fucking forehead? They look inbred. They don't look like you know when you see Persian Iranian women, you think of them as beautiful. But when you see the mullahs' wives and stuff, they look inbred, sick, disgusting. I don't know what the hell is going on here.
Mullahs' wives?
Yeah, they look like inbred, you see a Persian woman, they look usually beautiful.
No, they're not. They're not Persians. They're Muslims. So Muslims' characteristics are to be defined as fucking.
What? Are they even Iranian? I don't understand.
No. As a lot of fucking leaders and people in charge, like Larry Johnny, who got killed 2 weeks ago, I guess. He was born in Najaf, in Iraq.
So he's fucking Iraqi. Goddamn.
Yeah. So a lot of them, including Khomeini himself, apparently has fucking origins back in there. But yet they fucking manipulated the history books to just say no, he was born in Mashhad, in one of her fucking cities in Iran. It's not like that. That Khomeini guy was from India originally. He was an MI6 agent funded by Jimmy Carter in France back in the time with propaganda that they spread it all over in our country. And yet,
honestly, I'm
admitted that they
African. I
fucking
hate
did.
France. You don't have to justify my hate for France.
Well, you said you have a hate.
No, I said France is scum of the earth. I don't need justification to not like France.
We might have mutual fucking reactions to that, yeah. We might be agree on some points.
No, sorry to cut you off, but please explain to me because they don't look like Iranians. They look weird. Like
as I said, bro.
Yeah.
Even if you're not a Muslim, even if you're not born in Najaf or Karbala or I don't know any other country like Syria or Lebanon, who might get the privileges to get hired in top rankings in the Islamic Republican system. So even if you're not born outside of Iran, you have to be a Muslim, right? You have to be a Shia Muslim. But a Shia Muslim woman wouldn't have the rights or, I don't know, the freedom who could a Western lady could have. It's so simple. A Western lady doesn't have any hijab. She doesn't get any fucking skin diseases. Like she's free. She lets her fucking hair open in the wind, just fucking enjoys her fucking beauty. But yet a Muslim woman has to fucking cover herself up.
Are you friends with Jeffrey?
How about this? Eventually, it's gonna burn their skins. It's gonna bring shame or
Answer my question, Mr. Trump.
whatever the fuck.
Answer my question.
And they're disrespecting me as a man. They're just being like so fucking weak that I fucking stare at you. No, you piece of shit. I don't even want to look at you. You don't even get me hard, bro. You're a dude to me. Bad fucking Muslim you are as a lady. Like I don't respect any of your fucking.
But to me, it's like a mailbox. I don't even know how the hell you look like. You know? And you know the most ironic thing? Secretary Rubio is deporting Soleimani's grandniece. Have you seen her Instagram? I saw it on X. She's like in bikinis. She's like in Jeeps. She's like drinking mojitos, like margaritas.
Soleimani, did you see that, bro? You're so fucking damn, bro.
Soleimani's niece and everything. She's like drinking margaritas and bikinis, bro. Wow.
Yeah. So fucking swagged up with fucking brands and everything is fucking Moncler, everything is Fendi, Gucci. Like, oh, if you're trying to be looking like a fucking OnlyFans model, why don't you fucking admit it at first? Why you are the niece of the biggest terrorist in the region? Why you guys so fucking hypocrite? If you like this, just admit it. Just come under the flag of Western society or the New World Order, you're gonna get the same benefits. Like, you know, declare yourself as Muslim or know yourself as Muslims, but yet live the life that you really want to or your family wants to, and let other people to live exactly how they want. But you're not allowing them. You killed Mahsa Amini just because his fucking scarf was not totally covering his fucking hair. But yet, your fucking niece is in Florida on boats, opening up champagnes, listening to the Drake, being that fucking valley girl with our money. And yet you're trying to build some missiles to protect your own fucking family and bringing them billions of dollars across the world to invest. Like Puyan Mokhtari, he had like one of the biggest betting websites. Or Sasha Sopani, which he was like the former minister of affairs in Venezuela back in Ahmadinejad's era. So your sons and daughters are having the best life in Caprice, in Switzerland, in fucking Monaco, Florida, and yet the Persian people would have to suffer the devaluation of currency. They have to suffer of being out of electricity in 2026, and they're sitting on shitload of oil, gas, and any kind of resource that you want to mention. I mean, Bro, to be a Persian guy is so fucking tough. The facts are killing you alive. You know how much potential you could have,
It's supposed to be
and
the
you know
richest.
they're not letting you.
Abi, Fure must be killing. Have you seen that video? I think it's in like 1962, and the Shah he comes and visits President Kennedy, and they do him like a show, and they fly planes over, and he visits like the Washington Monument, and I'm like, I can't believe this was Iran. It was so beautiful. It brought a tear to my eye. The greatness it was in, and then when Nixon went to visit Iran, American Iranian flags ever.
It brought it to
I
you.
can't
That's
believe
exciting.
He's talking about me.
bullshit. It must break it. Bro, have you seen that video where the Shah is in America?
You
Like
want
30-minute documentary.
you wanna? Oh, okay. You want me to bring her up?
Who are you talking about?
You want me to
As
bring
far
her
as
up?
I know, I was agreeing with BB before, and at some point,
Well, first of
I
all-
don't know why she would hate me.
Well, hold on. First of all, Sword, what's up? Yeah, I'll bring up BB. Sword, you here? Brian, Serendipity, are you guys with me? Modding? Flash your mics if you're with me at least, modding. Okay.
BB, are you talking about me, bro?
Yo, Poria, can I trust you? Can I my job to help out here a bit? Just in case.
Rafi, you've known me for a long time. I trust Korea. Don't trust me because I'm sensitive.
Sensitive's not good.
But
I know Sword.
You've
I know
known
Sword is good. I know Sword. I just want to know if this is the same Sword that I know.
No, Sword is sensitive. Rafi, you've known me for years. I'm too sensitive with the mod. I never want mod. Don't trust me with it.
Sword is not sensitive. I like Sword. Sword is. I like him. If this is the Sword I like, I just don't know if this is it. He's not on my kick. Sword is this you, homie? Yeah, this is Sword. If he does come back to reality, I'll just mod him up so he can help out. Sword, I modded you up
But
too.
Rafi, you were about to ask a question from BB, right?
No, she was asking you, so I'm giving her the stage to you so you guys can have fun. That's why I modded you up so you can I want you to control her like the IRGC controls your people, so she has a little taste of that. So she knows what it is. Since they're all sympathetic to them. That's the only fair way to do it, I think.
That's crazy. But anyway, BB, would you want to talk or? No.
Baby, this is terrible. You've been talking on the chat. Furi, your brother wants to talk to you. What is this?
I just had a simple question. Was she talking about me? Or... You don't have mic?
Let's keep going. This is so boring. I don't know why she's been lighting up the chat for the last 30 minutes. She comes up because we asked her to come up. And she doesn't even want to talk to you. It's horrible. I don't even get this. Maybe she fell asleep. I don't know. See, Rafi, do you see why I said never give you mic mod? Because if someone's on stage and they're chatting on chat, they would have been out of here already. This is why I told you I'm sensitive when it comes to this stuff. I don't like this type of BS.
Don't be sensitive.
Rafi, you've known me for a long, long time.
I know, that's why I said don't be sensitive.
My blood pressure gets high when they play these games.
That's a you problem.
Exactly. And I told you.
And me problem.
No.
What the hell would you be talking for 1 hour in the chat? You come up and then you keep talking in the chat. You see my blood, Rafi?
Because the bottle she's drinking, like an alcoholic. So, yeah, it's easier to fight than to slur your speech right now. Yeah.
Rafi, this is one of
Why are you pissed off?
because these people, they don't want to talk when they got on stage. They got so much shit on the
I
floor.
prefer them to be silent. It's better to have them silent than to open up their mouth and to hear the hate that they have. This is called practice makes perfect. This is how they should stay in the real world.
Yeah, but Grassy, I mean, you're also very goofy, you know?
There she is. I'm goofy. Who's a good cartoon character. Part of my childhood.
And to be honest, that's, by the way, how I always seen the Israelis a little bit goofy. It's like you just need a little bit of love, hug, and reassurance.
Are you here for that?
Yeah, because I'm not.
Are you here to provide?
No, I'm not here. I'm just here to just.
So you just get
I'm
to tease,
here.
huh?
I'm
to stir up
here.
shit.
I'm here to just. No, not interrupt.
And I said stir up
I'm
shit.
here for progress. I'm just saying, it's like it's a two-way stream. By the way, you know, it's like there's got to be some trust. So to be honest, but also it's like, it's like Israel is new. It's a new middle. But also,
What's the new Middle East? What do we know about the Middle East to say that this is the new Middle East?
Israel.
Hold up. Let me ask you a question. Is the Middle East stable or not?
Once we get fucking rid of this situation in Iran,
now you're gonna get
Hold on. She made something. Once we get rid of the situation in Iran, so we do acknowledge that instability in that region is due to Iran. At least I think.
I'm sorry, but like, why are you questioning me that?
Well, I don't know because I thought you were on the side.
What?
That all the problems are due to the Zionists.
No, but now you got the mic, right? Were you talking about me?
I don't know what Zionism even actually means, because Zionism is like Israel has always been Israel, by the way. It was a land that was calling for a people. It wasn't a people that seeked a land, by the way. And I think that's like very important to distinguish between that. So, you know, Zionism. No, it's Israel. And to be honest, it's like.
Did you know the first skyscraper in
It's like, I fucking want, like, of all the places, but of all the places the Jews could have gone and land.
the world
How
was
lucky
built?
are we that is in our fucking region?
I'm confused here. Can you please explain? I'm very confused by that.
But then also, it's not a coincidence exactly when you think about like Cyrus the Great and like our history and everything, and with the Abrahamics, it's like religion and everything. It's Israel was always there before, like even like and if it wasn't Israel, it was barren.
Israel was dead.
Yeah, guys.
No,
Just FYI, we have Abby. Guys, I need to make a. Hold on. We have Abby on the stage. If I'm not here, anything Abby drops out of the room and she loses her mod, just mod her up right away. Okay, Puria? Do me a favor. You just
Property taxes are not going.
Serendipity next year for Brian. Sorry. Any of the mods.
Can I do it?
No, I already modded up Abby. She's back. But yeah.
But then also as Persians and as Israelis, I don't really understand, like, what is it that, like, 2,500 years ago, our history already, like, settled that dispute. So like, what are we doing today? But what we're doing today is we're dealing with an ideology. That ideology, also rightfully, also, which is something the Jews have to take some responsibility for, because that was
the Jews wrote the Quran that the people there
the
live by.
Abrahamic and so whatever. But now we in a different time.
What do you mean
And
the
it's like
Abrahamic?
Israel has a
Can
land.
you make it more understandable?
I'm so tired of being responsible for everything.
Yeah, hold on.
What am I responsible for today?
Yeah. Please explain more.
I don't know how, because I can explain it in a Persian way.
Explain it in a
You
Persian
want me
way
to explain it in a Persian way?
Yeah, explain it in a Persian way, in Persian to Puria. You will translate back to us so we can understand this once and for all.
And then you translate it into French, and then from the French we're going to translate into the Spanish for the Spanish-speaking audience.
Sword, what's up? Welcome back, you fucking guy. I was solid free. No, hold on, Bibi. Take that wine bottle out of your right hand right now. Put it to the side, okay? Put the bottle aside. Russian vodka. Put that drink aside for a second. I need you to explain why Israel needs to be responsible, okay? To Persian, but you have literally 30 seconds. Can you do this in 30 seconds or quicker?
Yeah, I'm on my
Well, to
translation.
be honest, it's like
Can you do this in 30 seconds or quicker? Yes or no? Oh my fucking god, what am I doing? This is the type of people that I'm opinion on the Jews.
It's not something that is going to benefit me.
Have you noticed every single person who has an opinion on the Jews, something is not fucking right with them?
As a Persian, if I want you to be responsible,
Like,
it's really because I want
either
the
they're
best.
fucking delusional, they're drunk, or they're fucking high on the Quran.
No.
Something is not fucking right.
Where's BB? Him and I usually have better conversation.
BB is, trust me, really close to me. I actually live very close to BB. Me and BB are almost like neighbors. I know BB very well. I like BB too. He's my friend in the real world, just to let you know. And just to let you know, I'm the nice one. So yeah.
No, but you don't have the depth.
No, I'm just giving you the FYI. I'm the nice one.
No, it's about having a depth.
I give opportunities.
Gloria wouldn't have the depth that I have.
Baby, you asked like, what is religion, right? So, Rafi, she said, what is religion? Din Shia. Okay, tell me more. You asked the same thing, Bibi. You just said like Din Shia. Like, what is religion?
Yeah, but not of you.
Okay.
When my mother and father did.
I got spanked too, but you know my nephews
My
are there.
parents spanking me didn't make me a better. It only made me not want to talk to my old man for a few years after I left to go to college. So.
At times of war, like this whole we the people thing goes out the window. Like there's national security demands secrecy. Yeah. So them asking the questions is just retarded anyway, but I would just handle it differently if I was Trump, right? I would just keep it vague like Obama would. Obama would talk for like fucking 20 minutes and you realize he didn't say anything. But it sounded good.
Yeah, it did sound good. I mean, but that's kind of like how you know Trump is in the game, right? It's like he went dark for that whole 3-day stretch. And in the absence of him constantly posting and constantly on TV, like one of the biggest mistakes that I kind of give to him during his first term during COVID was he went dark and then look at what happened. Oh, he's that Walter Reed. Oh, he's dead. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man. No, he's playing golf.
Yeah, right. But it says here, Axios said that they're on the brink of a 45-day ceasefire, but then immediately there's an update on that saying that, hey, look at the reporter here. Foreign minister says we're not talking to Trump at all.
It's the mosaic strategy, brother.
Yeah, the only problem with that, bro, is like when somebody dies, you're like, damn, did he die? Fuck, I can't call him right now. I don't know, man. What do you think the market's gonna look like tomorrow?
God knows, bro.
God knows. God knows, bro. God knows, bro.
It's probably gonna be bad.
That sucks. I tell myself to sell everything at 305. I was at 345. I'm down to 315.
God knows, bro. God knows, bro.
I just want to breastfeed him now.
That sounds very erotic.
I know, it's going to be a lot of feeding with him, Daniel, and Myth.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be dried up. It's really tough.
Yeah, they're interested in doing in shifts because you only have 2 people.
It's like a baby goat farm in here.
Yeah, okay, aggressive. Nice. Okay.
So, how do you rate him? How do you rate it?
How do I rate? I would give it a scale of 1 to 10.
Doesn't he have ginger hair?
It's quite the opposite.
He's ginger, Adams.
His hair has a little bit more of a red undertone.
I told you, he's a ginger. Bitch, you're black. Shut up.
I have a reddish undertone as well.
No, yours is black. Okay, so
but I have a reddish undertone.
Bussy. Okay, go ahead. So you think Bussy's cute and I'm just okay? It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could definitely see you, getting, another guy as well.
Good.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah. Which one of you gay? Oh, okay. Good.
Belief system. Sure, you about to sturdy me up, about to gain mad weight. What if I'm buried there? Yo, Bane.
Ravens don't walk, they just count. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame. The inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss. Annihilation. An end to loneliness, as to all into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wild. It shouldn't. It's the same. And I behold the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils.
Oh shit, not enough time. Not enough time.
To the eye, to the ear, the perfume of captivating. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to life, as to
Brother, you promised me you're going to give me money, brother.
sea, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw out. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me.
Everybody wants me to like talk to them through YouTube Live. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, let's have a long conversation and put it in the chat.
Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of the lantern in your chest. Steady, smooth. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip your time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes on, bow to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire. I'll pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can. Hold, breathe in through the nose, slow like you sip in time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath.
crinkling steam on her glasses. New, eat something you'll grow with passion. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good looking bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Sprinkle us the porch, all the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go.
Good.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
That's the end of the story.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby. Christmas. Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
That's some more.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. No, just like these are the Americans said we blew it up. They said no, we shut them down. The American planes or helicopters or whatever.
Shit lover.
Quiet mind, but my heart's on fire. Innocence curl in a spiral, clock forgets to count. I breathe in, all the questions